I have not sold 20,000 of these mugs, and that's how many copies Concord allegedly sold. It's like 26,000 or something. But it did have, I have sold more of those than Concord's player count was for a good while. You got your mug in last week. It's really nice. There you go. I'm trying to debate what kind of merch I should do for the next video. Probably not mugs. Probably something else. But I have to look into it. Anyway, let's play some dwarfs. Hey, Twitch chat, if you want, you can say hi, YouTube, which is both greeting the other stream that I'm running and also the VOD watchers. For those of you watching on YouTube, all 26 of you, hit that like button because there's 6 likes and 26 viewers. And if you hit that like button, then like number go up, then YouTube go, oh, hey, shit, I should probably, like, promote this a wee bit. And to the folks watching on Twitch, all 130 of you, if you click on this link right here, it'll take you to the YouTube stream. And if you lurk in that or leave it a like, then I get double view. And that is a net positive for me and doesn't cost you anything, I don't think. So, then, let's play some Seedvault, shall we? Who needs a tour of the fort? Hi, Bobtron. It's good to see you. Never a bad start to the day? I don't know. Game crashing would be pretty bad. Okay, so things have been a little crazy. We've been getting attacked by the cavern creatures pretty consistently. That's why there's a bunch of military in the caverns, because we keep getting attacked. But we do have 228 dwarves. Among those populations, however, are... I was going to say undead cavern people. Among those populations, however, we do have some things that we sort of cheated into the game. I have some plump helmet men, which I think may actually be considered citizens now. What? Nope. Right, that's why I couldn't see them. I have 4 plump helmet men now, which is interesting. The other things that we have are Gorlaks. We got 2 of those. We've got a blacksmith Gorlak and a Gorlak Gorlak. So, you know. You can see me twice. That's terrifying. There you go. Tekken House, I think is how you say that name. Can they become citizens? Not without cheating. You use this. Well, not that. You use this DF hack command, make own. And then you use it on an entity and it becomes yours. So it forces them to become citizens. They can become citizens through natural means via visitors, but... Shrug, can they marry? I don't know. Probably not, because they're pets. I don't know. We'll see. I think I can count on one hand the number of times I've had, like, plump helmet citizens before, so... Shrug. We've got some really pissed off military dwarves. I should probably remove them from the military. Also some pretty pissed off children, so I should probably do something to make them less pissed. We also need to add to our military, and I'm going to read the dwarves who were named in the fort. Because it's that time of day. Also, Xylium is gifting 3 Gortusk artifact mugs to the Twitch chat. Exclamation point enter if you would like a chance to win. Doesn't need to be caps or not. Although it's only a Twitch chat thing. Unfortunately, that doesn't work with YouTube. Have I constructed any toys? Not many. I did like a patch of 10 early on. So the dwarves in the fort are Glass, Ilmirin, Napalm, Yukip, who is our Baron, Dominak, who migrated here, and Drosta, as well as Hardfoot, and Deadly Jive, Waltenschlang, and Test Successful, Gobmom, who's the mother of a family of dwarves who appear to have all been kidnapped by goblins at some point and stuck in goblin culture, Darius Semtexagon, and Zacher. As I continue to scroll down, we also have YouTube's nephew, who is the nephew of YouTube from Gortusk. And we have Platt Mauler, and there's the Gorlak number 1. Amethyst, who migrated here as Sol Invictus, is also in the fort. We have Stormwolf, Elfie Bean, Lanix 7, who migrated here and is also the mayor, and Villy, and probably more. Most definitely more. IB Lurkin, Creed, Faint Speaker, last group, and Iron, who's got a very long subname. And we've got Claiborne, we've got Beast Puncher, Beast Slayer, and Darren, as well as Weirdo Beardo, and Shinobi. And continuing to scroll, Jasper Crow, and a bunch of people just want mugs, and Notokasa, and I'm just trying to get to the bottom of the list, Neezer, and Bastet, and where's that last one? iMiner. Wasn't there, Amber Boxer. Yes, the other child. The child who punched a forgotten beast and cracked it. I would just like to say real quick shoutouts to Darius, Kamori Bread, and Bone Dolphin. Click on that redemption thingy to redeem your mug. How many kids is that? I don't know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 40, 42. Children. They're a very effective hauling force. Not super effective for much else, though. So like I said, we are dealing with things in the caverns. Also, Urist Games wants a Urist. So do you want me to just... So I've got Urist and Urist. Do you want Urist last name or Urist first name? That can happen, yeah. At least they can do chores. They used to be able to do literally nothing. Cosmic? Urist first name? Okay. Urist first name, pump operator. Urist, shaken, not stirred. So what do I do the nickname? Do you want me to call it just Games so that you're Urist Games, or do you want me to go like Urist Games so that you're Urist Games last name? Lustrous Planks. They would eat all of your food? And okay, so they drink all of your alcohol and eat all of your food, but they did nothing else. So you just want the games then. Okay, well, Urist Games in brackets worships id Software, and Urist Games easily changes her mind and will generally go with somebody. Go with the prevailing view on anything, and is not a private person and freely shares details about her life. She tends to avoid any physical confrontations, and she is often nervous, and she has a greedy streak, and she is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. She tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, and she can sometimes act without deliberation. She is slow to anger, and she has a sense of duty. She occasionally overindulges and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. She generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and talks to inanimate objects when she's thinking, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. She dreams of creating a great work of art and personally sees guile and cunning as indirect and somewhat worthless, values tradition and finds blind honesty foolish, and doesn't really value art. She likes rock salt, zinc, and heliodor, as well as the color crimson, greaves, and alpacas, and for their resemblance to a miniature llama. Bleak hags for their macabre ways, and the words of the intricate lark, and the sound of the tenebrous embrace, and when possible prefers to consume lychee wine, and absolutely hates worms. And you're a member of the work of Spray and the small farm, and that's it. That's interesting. Isn't there normally like a third one in there? Okay, so I guess the third one would be like a religion then. Huh. You're not a very culturally diverse character. How long have you been here? Okay, you got here in the year 401. Fair enough. What does she worship? I don't think she worships anything. Oh, id. ID. I said id software. Anyway, we are still making clothing dye. We're still butchering a lot of crundles. And we are still working in our clothing industry. And this is still the fort. For bedrooms, how are we doing? We need a lot of bedrooms. So that's something we need to do. But I think one of our first tasks for today is going to be making... How do I word this? I think one of our first tasks for today is going to be, first off, getting enough housing done. But I think we're going to burrow the kids onto this level, just so that they don't end up hauling any more bodies and things. Like, I don't really want children hauling refuse. Like, I don't mind kids doing the chores around the fort, but I don't really want them doing a lot of refuse hauling unless they absolutely need to. And I'm going to be doing a bunch of hollowing out and channeling of this layer today. So because of that, I think I would let them down here as well. Like basically this layer, and that would be it. So I think one of the first things I'm going to do is I'm going to make a new burrow. And I'm just going to go all the way across and down one. I'm not too worried about cave adaptation. Like, we've kind of more or less been over this. It's going to happen. And I don't care too much. So this level is just going to be called Kids. And this one is going to be called Everyone Else. And I'm going to go here and I'm just going to say, yep, everybody. And then just go in here and then type in child. And remove them. And then the childs are going to be assigned to this. And I'm going to talk about whether or not workshops can source materials from outside the burrow. Yes, and then leave it on. So the children should stay on these two layers. New official patch for the main branch. Yes, we saw it. We did indeed seize it. We seized the day, if you will. It's maybe a stretch. I don't know if we did, but... Has anybody here downloaded the new mainline branch? Is any of you still playing on the mainline branch, or are you guys all on the beta branch? Because I've been on the beta branch for so long now, when I see a mainline branch, I'm like, nobody will care about that. Because I've just been playing on the beta branch for so long. And, like, you know, passively forgetting that there are people who don't do that. You know, because there are sane people out there. Is there any reason to, is there not really any reason to not play beta? Well, in my experience, the beta branch has been extremely stable. You just get, like, the patch that you got today, but, like, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. Is there a way to decouple a game from the beta branch? I mean, worlds generated on the beta branch can't be loaded on the main branch, to my knowledge, still. But, why do you need to decouple it, I guess? You could generate it on the main branch and then jump to the beta branch, and then it would be fine. I think I answered that question as, like, well as I could already, so I don't know how else to answer it. All right, let's make bedrooms. Making bedrooms, because we're going to need a lot of those. Like, a lot. Actually, doors, for that matter. You want to know a pro tip? Okay, so you know how beta branches work on Steam, right? Presuming you're playing on Steam, you go to Steam, and then you go to DFHack, yep. And then you right-click it and you go to Properties, yep. And then you go to Betas, and then you set it to the beta branch for DFHack. And then, just like magic, everything work. You're welcome. You've just been playing without DFHack? I mean, you don't need it. It's not necessary for gameplay enjoyment. All the necessary modifications to, like, keep the game perfectly playable are in-game, and a lot of the stuff that DFHack does can be done in vanilla if you know your way around an INI file, but, you know. Oh, no. I get it. If it makes the gameplay experience for you, like, better, then yes, you should be using it. I think I'm just going to immediately queue up some more housing, like right here. So this will be 1, 1, 2, oops, 1, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I don't know about you guys, but super mechanically intensive forts for me end up being very almost Civ-like in their gameplay for them, because it's like, all right, I need to build 10 more bedrooms. I need to do that. Like, it's just these like 12 repetitive tasks that I just have to do almost on repeat. So I'm just constantly going, all right, well, I got 15 more houses to make. I got 10 more, 2 more guild halls to make, and I have to finish satisfying this thing. And it's just like practically just on repeat. Like, I don't know how much you guys feel that way, but man, I kind of get the one more turnisms while I was playing forts like this that are very singular goal focused. Don't know if that won't be the right type of stone, most likely. Nope, would have been goblin cap. All right. Enjoy your covfefe and cinnamon roll. Whoa. Snatcher, protect the children. Is it Lywindy? I don't think so. Oh, no, it's Lywindy's spouse. Hey, chat, we found Lywindy's spouse. Does anybody remember Lywindy? Lywindy is the very unsuccessful goblin snatcher who has attacked us many times, trying to steal my children, very unsuccessfully. And we've learned, thanks to characters such as Lywindy, that every single time goblins arrive to snatch stuff from you, they bring an extra bag. So we found Lywindy's wife. Should I order them to kill Lywindy's wife? Yep, I have to order them to kill Lywindy's wife because they got Mistum, chat. Sorry, I'm not going to allow you to take Mistum. That's an unacceptable situation. I think everybody wishes that, Shadow Dragon. Oh no. Rith has found Lywindy's spouse. And I have a feeling that Lywindy is about to be a bachelor once again. Because the goblin is now no longer with us, as Rith here slashes the goblin thief in the head with a short sword and the injured part was cloven asunder. I know it for a fact that it is something that Putnam has stated that she wants to add into the vanilla game. Sorting and better management for... Wait. Did you just equip a cape? Nope, but you did just equip a beak dog leather cloak. I think I need to make my dwarves cloaks. Yeah, let's do that. Let's just do 250 cloth cloaks. Cloth cloak. Because I'm seeing a lot of dwarves equipping those. And, you know, that'll be a problem. For doors, let's just do 100 doors. Now we just need to wait for Goblin to get picked up by somebody, because someone's coming to get it. I hope. There it goes. Of course, it's the dwarf with the goblin name that picks it up. Section of cavern has collapsed. Oh. Anyways, apparently the dwarves are singing. It's party time, chat. Grab your favorite party emotes and please party in the chat until the song ends. Because these plump helmets are all becoming performers, apparently. It's certainly one of the best on the soundtrack, yeah. So one of the other things I want to do with this tavern is I really, 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 really want to spread it out over 2 zones, because this one is getting a little cramped. The second zone that the tavern's going to be spread over is this. And when this is done, I'm going to, I think, put... These are probably going to be food stockpiles. So I can set that up right now. And I'll put food stockpiles right here and right here. Is that really just... Yeah, I guess. Okay, well, anyway. Well, these are now food stockpiles. And I think I'm going to put a toy stockpile in here. And then we'll queue up a bunch of metal toys. Maybe iron toys? What materials should I make my toys out of? Should we go with metal? Should we go with, like... stone? I think... Can you make cloth toys? I don't think you can. Finished goods, right? Nope. Yep, they're there. Steel toys? Expensive toys. Gem-encrusted steel toys. How about I do steel toy, 10, and iron toy. And we'll do 50 of them. 40 of them? 40 of them. So we'll fill those up with toys. What I'm going to do is I'm going to make this into a dining hall. I'm going to plop 2 chairs down here as those get done slowly. I'm going to probably put a couple artifacts in here or something. Maybe just large gems. And, Do you ever hear like a thunderclap in a video game and wonder for a second if it was the video game or real life? Just me? Or do you guys get that too? Because the thunderclap in this game just gave me that thought. I was like, huh. I think we'll do gem windows. And then, now this is the big question, which I can ask chat for assistance with. Do I make this into just a tavern, or do I make it the other tavern? Because I could do either. It could either be another tavern, or it could be the same tavern connected together. One would mean it would share workforces, the other means it wouldn't. I haven't paid enough attention to them to know. 404, so I guess I'll have to look at them and answer that question, because I don't actually know. I presume they need to eat and drink? Yeah, we have like a singular thunderstorm a year where I live, Havoc. Same tavern? I mean, I will say that the tavern's called the Mountainous Tummies, and I didn't name that. The game named that, and it was perfect. So, Mountainous Tummies it is. And I will also connect this dining hall to the Mountainous Tummies. You know, I've said this on my stream before. Car alarms should be illegal. That's all. Somebody's car alarm just went off. Unfortunately, it only went off for a couple seconds, but man, car alarm should be illegal. The Mountainous Tummies, you know, it's good. It's very much a dwarf name. When I first saw it, I was like, oh wow, okay, I know, have to go with that one. That's perfect. What else could I possibly name it? And also, I'm gonna make the Plump Helmet Men performers. Just because it seems kind of fitting. And I don't think they eat or drink. Oh, no, they do eat. Content after eating a wonderful dish. I don't see anything about drinking, though. It was miserable dwelling upon being confined. Oh, no. Don't dwell on it. You've been released from confinement. It wasn't intentional confinement. Uh-oh. It may have not been intentional confinement, but this is concerning. As we're oh shit, we caught a jabberer, not a war. Oh no, it is just a war jabberer. Speaking of war jabberers, which ones do I have currently? I just have 2 trained jabberers. Do they still have fertilized eggs? I'm waiting for baby jabberers, chat. Yes. We has 2 baby jabberers. 2 baby jabberers. We'll get there. Keep an eye out for baby jabberers. You know if a dwarf can carry the minecart instead of pushing it? Dwarves can carry minecarts, and if they're full of stuff, it'll be very heavy. Why do you want your dwarves carrying a minecart? All right, well, the dwarves are heading down to the cavern layers to... I think I should just fill this up with traps. What do you think, chat? Shoutouts to Ognet. And soon to be Rag. Chat, can I get a round of beers for good luck for my dwarves who are about to go into battle against the creatures in the deep? I think we need a squad stationed, like, right here. Oh, how do you stop them from carrying the minecart? Make sure that your the route is set up correctly. And I know that that's like a non-answer, but I have a YouTube video on how to set up minecart routes. I recommend watching that. Okay, so the first dwarf is in the fighting. Who's Ognet, who's already bleeding. Has managed to stifle the bleeding and is fighting backwards into the ever-growing forces of blackness and evil that are that we are now combating. And shoutouts to the dwarf Reg, who may be stunned but is now in a martial trance, fighting through the line of cave swallow folk. And over here, Ognet is now just a Mark's dwarf, as well as a dabbling hammer dwarf, because they are, aside from dancing around, dodging literally everything and firing the occasional bolt, which is fracturing a bone, they're probably just smacking things with their crossbow, which actually gives them hammer dwarf skills. We also have the rest of the militaries arriving. The first war jabber is in emotional shock. Lorbam here is healthy and vengeful upon joining an existing conflict, has fired a silver bolt, which has struck the war jabber in the upper leg, fracturing the bone, and as they scream, "I cannot just stand by and there is no need to feel vengeful." Damn it. The rest of the dwarves are arriving, and Weirdo Beardo is in the fight, and probably is going to, you know, start taking out a bunch of goblins. Thank you, Merlin Buff, for the link. Really helps. And this is the dwarf I want to watch over here because they are the one with the least experience here. But the rest of the dwarves are pushing through the wall of jabberers and cave swallow people and are now shoving their way down into the caverns to try and reclaim some of what we'd lost. I'm going to, I think, dig through this right here on higher priority, and we are going to build a wall along this because this one I can just seal off. And I probably should seal off some of these purely because it would lead to a slightly safer cave area for us. And I think that that is valuable. All right. I also need to see, are we making rock blocks right now? No, we are not. Okay, time to make another 2,000 rock blocks. Rock block. We've also caught a bunch more things in our cages. 2 elk birds and a war jabber. I'm also going to go down here and I'm going to chop down these 2 trees just to stop the bodies and bits and pieces from falling down into here. And I'm also going to build flooring over this. Just so that stuff stops falling down there. Gonna go up to here, run through all this and claim all this, this, and this. And I'm gonna start cramming this with traps, like weapon traps. Might even just use these cheap, shitty spears that they keep dropping. It's probably actually the way to go. Cheers, Merlin. A training room linked to that hallway. Yeah, well, I've got the thing is, I've got this squad training in the layer above this right now, which isn't bad. Because I kind of need them there because stuff appears there too, and I'm not completely sealing off any of the cavern layers. So I do need to keep them on that layer, but I'm thinking the next squad I make, which is probably going to be in a couple of minutes here, is going to specifically work out of this area. So we should probably start constructing one, if nothing else. Especially because this lower area is kind of hot. Like it's pretty spicy down here. So I think what I'm going to do maybe is up to here, we'll start digging / making another barracks. And I think I will just go here and go fortifications all the way along. We'll wait. I think I'm just going to tell my squads to run all the way up to here. How tall is this one? Just 1 level as well. I think I'm also going to seal off this one, because this is also a pretty big one that's right next to us. The problem is I don't want to fully seal these off because I want to train animals from here, you know? I want to train the animals. We'll wait a little bit on that. And this is where the jabberers are appearing. Because if I go into here and we scroll down this list, the fun animals are coming from this lower level. Like the middle one has a lot of crundles and also these dudes, who I need to actually send my Marks dwarves right here to go shoot at. Sometimes you get 0 and sometimes you get way too much. The more you trade to the mountain home, the more dwarves want to come and, you know, live in your home. So if you, are selling a lot of stuff, selling a lot of items, every time the dwarves show up to trade, then word will spread of your wealth, and then more dwarves will show up, assuming the population is available. There is some elements of randomness to it that you can't really... That's not that you can't predict, but that is harder to predict. Okay, so we've discovered... How the heck did you get over here? I genuinely have no idea how this dwarf got over here. How did you get to this side, dwarf? Did you fall into the water or something and swim across? That's questionable. Well, maybe I can do this. Fill this up with traps. Maybe that's something I should do. Wild. Well, there's zombies, so they don't need to swim. But now they're just sitting here with no job, so I have a feeling they just ended up on this side. Like, they could just walk across without needing to swim. Because being able to just walk across without needing to swim would make that a non-necessity, right? So they probably just saw something and passed there. Because they're a zombie and they can do that. Not upright spikes. I need weapon traps. Iron warhammers are something that I'm making that are automated because I have a noble who likes them. Chat, do you have any preferred traps that you like to make? The only one I don't make is stonefall traps, because I find them to be very weak. They're great for making things fall off of things, but I don't like that they're single use. Like, you have to reload them after every use, which I find very aggravating. Serrated steel disc traps and cage traps. I won't specify materials. Weapon traps are fine. It's funny, I used to never really use weapon traps. There used to always be like this kind of feeling of the only wrong way to play Dwarf Fortress is using weapon traps because like you didn't really need them anywhere and they were just kind of too strong. And now that we have these ridiculously overpowered cavern creatures, I do feel that they're necessary. So we're just going to send all the military over here. And then just send them into this area to hopefully kill these guys without falling into the water. Because if they fall into the water, that's bad. Actually, is this connected to the edge of the map? Not. It is. All right. Here's hoping. All right, there's one popped up. How about you? Send you guys over here. All right, no, okay. The only dwarf that went in there is a zombie, so you can climb back out, right? Right, there you go. Excellent. Hey, well, we have discovered and taken this area now, which is good, I suppose. So that's another one we need to worry about now. Sending the dwarfs off to go do their thing. Gonna be selling a lot of blowguns, I think. Giant axe blades? I don't think I've ever made giant axe blades outside of, like, noble demands. Like, that isn't something I think I've ever, like, gone out of my way to make. Oh shit, we're just, like, butchering all these jabbers that got killed. I like when you can butcher the enemy's war animals. That's something I really like. So we've just got dwarves just sitting here butchering all of these, you know, little critters everywhere. It's neat. I'm glad that you can do it. All right, so one of the cavern, like, guards posts are right here, but we need another one down here. Like, that's kind of a given, so. I guess we're gonna just build a new squad, really. I could build one from somebody from another squad and then add somebody in here. How about Darren? Darren, you can run your own squad now. What squad were you in previously? You were in this one? I will just fill this squad up with dwarves that are not injured, who have some skill already. And Darren, your squad is going to train constantly. And I'm going to set you to station down there, and then we're going to go poke around and find some dwarves that'll fit in that squad. Sound fun? I hope so. Goblin armor fits dwarves. So it doesn't matter, I guess. Dwarves can wear goblin armor, and goblins can wear dwarf armor. Same with elven clothing. The only difference between dwarven and elven gear is, well, materials that are usually available. But goblin gear usually has, like, symbols of the faction on it. And that's about the only difference. So there's no real reason to separate them. I usually, whenever I get a trade caravan, I search by X. So go into this and then search by X. And then everything... Sorry, that's just funny. And then everything that happens to include damaged gear usually ends up being the goblin copper gear, and I just sell all of it. Because it's pretty valuable materials a lot of the time. All right, let's go over here and unforbid all this. But Chad, how do you deal with goblin gear and just goblinite in general? Because I see the value of it sometimes, but I don't understand the reason why so many people hold it up as like this amazingly valuable thing. Because goblinite's only particularly valuable if you happen to be playing with like gear on sparse, or materials on sparse, not gear. So like if you're playing with materials set to sparse, there's definitely value to it because you need to be melting that stuff down. Otherwise, like, it is not valueless, but almost like, all right, we are now the flea market once again. Time to get rid of all of the shit. What's your go-to way to getting rid of goblin gear that isn't desired to be had? You just melt it all? Do you actually, like, take the time to melt it all? I guess I could make, like, 15 smelters and do that. You forget that you can melt it? Usually one of two things happen. I throw it into lava. I pour lava on the goblins anyway, so all the stuff, most of the stuff, like, melts except for the iron and steel stuff. Or I just ignore it, or I sell it. How's the stream been going? A little quiet in some ways. Trying to get going. I'm personally quite tired today. I didn't sleep very well last night. It's been very humid, and I don't sleep well in high humidity. So, you know, surviving. Auto dump. Fair enough, I guess. Excuse me while I be an elitist gatekeepy son of a bitch for a second here. Auto dump is cheating. What? It's okay, cheat away. It's a single player game. Okay, hold on a second. Did the plump helmet men get bedrooms? I guess they did. All right. Oh yeah, by the way, we have 2 pet giant cave spiders. Unfortunately, they're both male giant cave spiders, so I'm waiting. I'm waiting. I'm waiting. So are the spiders. We also have bees. So I get to set up like a honeybee industry. At some point today. We've also got a mysterious construction that's begun. And Shinobi here is muttering Debasmol. And they're using tunnel tube log, sheepwool cloth, shale blocks, conglomerate gizzard stones, jabberer leather, tower cap, and that is our second coffin artifact. Shinobi, the peasant, has created Debasmol, an iron sarcophagus, and offers it to the small farm. You know, chat room, I wasn't really planning on naming any of the plump helmet men, but Stone, would you like to be one of the plump helmet men? It's an open offer if you want it. I think that coffin should be put into here. This tomb. Because this tomb right here is dedicated to iMiner. And I think that artifact coffin should be given to this dwarf. I think they deserve it. Also, Irish Stupid, I hope you're doing well. 228 is the current pop. I also think I need more miners. Except for maybe iMiner. I don't really want you mining. All right. I am seeing some children wanting to store items that are inaccessible, but that's okay. And then all this gets slowly worked on. And let's check you. Still working on the few finishing touches in here, which I can finish up quite easily. There's so much water down here. One's still being worked on, you're still being worked on, and you're still being worked on. Let's clear these out. And then this is going to be a barracks. It's going to be a barracks which the blockaded rights are going to train in. I'm going to put 2 of these chests in. Gonna need to give them beds. We'll get there. 450 Ragdor. I trained the spiders. I did not cheat. They just appeared in my, The only things I cheated with were the the Gorlak, the 2 Gorlaks, and the Plump Helmet people. Everything else was just trained, naturally. I don't know, but they keep referencing the blockade for some reason. I don't think it's, I think it's completely unrelated to anything that may or may not be referred to as the blockade, because the game doesn't, the game isn't that smart. But it's fun coincidences, and I'm sticking with it. That is all. And also all these things need to be eaten. So let's go pets and livestock, cage. And then let's go here and type in cage. And you, we'll just take this whole cage and throw it in the lava. You, we'll just take the whole cage and throw it in lava. You, we'll take the whole cage and throw it in lava. You we can eat, and you we can eat. Gronzi, thank you very much for the 8th month. Welcome back. You win. You're at 0, temporarily. Good wins, Suited Giraffe and him go fast. All right, so we're up to midwinter now. I think something else I'm going to need to do in this fort is, you know, force the humans to trade with me at some point. Because I want more farming variety, and the dwarves don't really bring many plants that are good for such things. Large white jade, yes please. What you? Ooh, fancy fire opal. Now we'll get to find out which of the 2 taverns is more popular. Seems like it's this one. It has more booze in it, but we'll see eventually, of course. So now I've got Plump Helmet people just serving drinks. Serving drinks very consistently. I'm sure this will be fine, right? Right? I'm sure it'll be fine. Totally fine. Definitely fine. Looks like the Gorlaks are slowly equipping more clothing. I think I should make the Gorlaks hats. Because I'm wondering if they can wear shirts. Because they've got pants on their head. Then they've got socks and shoes on. Maybe gloves? Swedish GOD, thank you very much for the 19th month. Wizard hats for the Gorlaks. I can make hoods. Fortunately, Gorlaks and Plump Helmet people can wear the same clothing. And we are now in an ad break, so I will pause. But, yeah. Chad, how's your week been? What do you think of the new sprites if you've just seen them for the first time outside of the streams? Because the main branch just got another update. A small update, but an update. You know, it will always be funny to me looking at comments on updates for Dwarf Fortress. Like this is the comment section for the patch notes. It's like cool stuff, blah 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 blah. Like lots of good little comments, like general feedback, someone being sarcastic because normal Steam stuff, and then it's just like, when will you add animations? Mate. That's adorable. Do you want the development to be slower? Like, think about what you're asking for. Just, like, Jesus, man. You're ready for your mini vacation? What you doing for your mini vacation? Suited? Also, what defines a mini vacation for you? Is there a way to make straight donations without buying subs or merch? If you want to subscribe to me directly without giving anybody else a cut, the blog is the best place to do that. Or you can scroll down and there's a tips button and it's Streamlabs. Goes through PayPal or credit card. Stray War Jabber is returned to a wild state. Yeah, those need to be properly dealt with. Also, actually, I should just hotkey the map. I haven't hotkeyed the map yet. Just hotkey it right here. F2. Let's go here and then say cage. Yeah, it's just that list of things. Is there anything else on the map that's interesting? Is it still that giant Olm? A few random undead things. You know, okay, I wonder. These ant people haven't attacked us since this, and they were attacking us once a season. I wonder if because... Okay, so the game is limited to like 12 ant people on the map, right? Like that is the most ant people that can attack me. I wonder if because there's a bunch of zombie ones here, they won't attack me anymore. Because the game's like, oh, well, there's ant people population on the map. Like, they're here already. You know what I mean? What's the smallest map you've played? The smallest map you can play. 1 by 1. I didn't like it. Didn't play it for very long. It's too small. If it can fit in one screen, it's too small. This is already, like, kind of almost too small for me. All right, how are we doing for bedrooms now? We're good. So since we're good for bedrooms, I think maybe... What are you connected to? Nothing? I think I'm going to make an extension to this little lava river. I wasn't originally planning to do it this way. We're going to do it this way. I'm going to make a little extension to this lava river. And this is going to become more of a gear melting down zone, I think. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to connect this to a mechanism maybe, or just dig around it. I think I might just dig around it. Yeah, I think I'm just going to dig around it. Because I could just go from like here to here. Yeah, I think that's what we'll do. Yeah, that's probably the way to do it. It's an interesting question. Well, it's mostly just me thinking out loud about how to, like, defeat things, you know? Also, what's up, Oxtrot? How's things? Wedding in Georgia Friday through Tuesday, so 3 days off. Supposed to land in Atlanta when Halen is that a tropical storm, I presume? I'm not very good at keeping track of tropical storms, for reference. Let's also just take a peek at what the children are up to. A lot of them are just running tasks pretty consistently. I think maybe... I'm just gonna limit the orders that they do a bunch more. Okay, so we've already got burial and refuse hauling and cleaning removed. Let's remove food hauling, animal hauling, because that could cause problems. And trade good hauling. Just limiting, like, their options a little bit so that they have more free time. Because I really do want these kids to spend a lot of their time playing and learning and enjoying themselves in the tavern and whatnot. You know, those kinds of things. I'm seeing a lot of focused dwarves, though. Even though there's a lot of dwarves that really seem to want to craft an object and various other things, but... which largely is fine. And then this down here is just my refuse pile. If I do this, then I can replace these stairs. Anyone got any interesting forts that may push you over the edge? I always push people towards this page of the wiki. Which I should really just make a command for because I link it so often. Granted, this is a little bit out of date because it doesn't get updated much, but these are all like player-designed fortress goals. Some of them are a little 2007 problematic, but like a lot of these are very good kind of fort ideas. So, you know, like I'll just click on a random one. Shun technology and contraptions. Who can really trust them with all those gremlins around? It may be challenging as it forbids easy isolation and defense from attacks. All traps, wells, irrigation is reduced to a solid elbow grease and maybe a bucket or two. So no mechanics or mechanisms, no machines. Stuff like that. Like just... find one of those or maybe a combination of those, and that'll give you some pretty easy fortress design goals, if nothing else. So that's a good page to look for ideas. But I'm sure chat can also give you some if you ask, which you just did. So, I mean, in this fort we're just trying to build a high population fort. The last fort I did was kind of a cult where. I would basically expel anybody who wasn't part of a certain religion to try and build a dominant religion fort, which was fun. You know, stuff like that. There's all kinds of fun little things and stuff that you can do. Okay, so let's just do a real quick dig around through dwarves and see if I can find some dwarves that would be good for military squad number 2. Poor spatial sense, good focus, seeks harmony. In terms of mastering a skill, personally holds fairness as one of the highest ideals, and despises cheating of any kind. Little tight with resources when working on projects, is slow to anger, tends to experience and talents, so does not mind wearing something special again. Does not easily hate development negative feelings as an active imagination. I think that you'll do okay, Sodell, so I'll put you in. You're a surgeon. You're a competent swords dwarf as well. In terms of mastering a skill, deep emotional bonds with others, projects, looks fine. Good memory, scatterbrain, not dutiful, gregarious. You're an animal trainer. In terms of mastering a skill, is very greedy, stingy with resources when working on projects, refuses to expend any extra effort, is very slow to anger, often feels envious of others, and doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind, is quick to form negative views about things, and is bothered by this as he values friendship, needs alcohol to get through the working day, getting used to tragedy. This dwarf has quite the name. Martial training, using a goblet, cup, or mug. Ooh, need to make more of those. Craft. Want to practice martial art. You do have some old injuries. Jesus Christ. Very quick to anger. Why not? Unless you're actually just one of my bone doctors. Yeah, you are. Leave you out of there. I will throw you in there, though. Aiden. How about woodcutter? Who's mastering a skill. Low stamina, values romance, sustains loyalty, good spatial sense, tough. Here usually is no immigrants or glacier tundra. That does sound like it's really boring. I would try and do the opposite of that, because like I would assume that like what's your intent with like the no immigrants glacier tundra challenge? You know, one of your forts where the reason to exist was to tame and train giant polar bears. I mean, sure. When do we eat the seeds in the seed vault? I am cooking some of the seeds. Seeds that I can't plant, I've been cooking. Now, this dwarf will do okay. All right, so let's see what gear they have available. That's fine. Totally fine. I'm actually kind of curious as to what you end up equipping. They're going to go train under Darius now. Okay, so you grabbed... I thought you just picked something up. Uh-oh. Not a good time. Fortunately, we can get here quite quick. Should probably move this squad over here. Moses is just running straight in with her pickaxe. We've got Tess Successful, who is charging in. Who's a legendary swords dwarf, apparently. I was unaware of this. Who's a member of which squad? The Cult Girders? Yeah, my Marksdorf squad. And has already managed to kill one of them by punching the soldier ant woman spearman in the head with his right hand, and the injured part collapses. Is now fighting through a second one. And the second one is getting bashed with a copper crossbow, and the injured part is crushed. I'm presuming you don't have any bolts for that crossbow right now, do you? No, you don't. And bits and pieces are just flying everywhere. We've got another Mark's dwarf coming in. And we've got Tun down here, the blacksmith, who is currently fighting with the creature and definitely having seen better days. We need these dwarves to get over here and assist her, or she is going to die. She lost a piece of clothing, and a silver spear went flying. And there is now more over here. I don't know what Creed is doing. Probably dying from the looks of things. Creed, you are my doctor. I need you to survive and keep your arms wide open so that you don't fall to the ant people, because that would be bad. Here's hoping that this dwarf gets rescued. Maybe. At least you're focused. Don't feel anything after experiencing trauma. Well, you're not going to feel anything in your legs after losing your spine. Fortunately, your underwear held up. Everything else got destroyed, though. I do kind of like that clothing gets damaged the same way armor does, so like they actually, like their clothing just flies to pieces. All right, well, we have dwarves coming to recover the wounded, so that's good. We got one being hauled out right now, so I presume the other one is hauling out Creed. There it goes. Hauling Dr. Creed. I think, because I wasn't actually planning on making them train here, I think I'm just going to set up the Marksdwarfs to train down here. Or maybe get the Marksdwarfs training, like, right here. Like, if I do it right here, then I could just have fortifications along here. Could just do it that way. She's got a copper spear in her? I beg your pardon? You're not wrong. She has a copper spear stuck in her upper body. Ow. All right, injury makes sense now. Normally I just see bolts, like... That's actually, like, kind of wild. Hey, chat, can you answer the question that Lyquist just asked so I don't need to answer it for the umptillionth time? It's not your fault. That just gets asked almost every day. They've been working absolutely fine since October last year. Medic! Yeah, no, quite literally. She's infected with a serious case of the Poland chest. Also lots of cuts. Probably needs a lot of stitches. Lots of dressings. Enough dressing to make a salad. I think I'm just going to do make ash, make lye, make soap from tallow. I'm just going to set this to 100 each and just tell them to do it once a year. Because I'm already out of soap from the last one. Or at least it's looking like I'm already out of soap. Oh no, we do have soap. It's just not where I need it. Okay, go figure. Where did my hospital go? There it is. No, it's totally fine. Communication will forever be Dwarf Fortress's biggest hurdle, I think. Did they pull the spear out? Yeah, I was about to check. Not just yet. I mean, I don't think this dwarf's had, like, their... Dress wound. Yeah, I mean, we do have dwarves doing doctoring tasks, but they're getting started with it one at a time. Yeah, we got several dress wounds. Yeah, it's gonna take a minute, but we'll see. It would be funny if she just has a spear sticking out of her chest for forever. I'd laugh pretty hard at that, actually. Also that, yeah. Won't they die of bleeding if you just rip something like that out? Like, that's how you cause massive bleeding? It's like if you get a knife stuck in your chest, you're supposed to just leave it in your chest. Oh no, she's standing up. Okay, spear's been taken out of her. Okay, so you have quarters. Creed. I'm going... Okay. Creed isn't a notable dwarf, but I'm gonna... I want to give Creed a role so I can assign that spear to them. Like, I feel like Creed should be allowed to keep this spear, you know? Maybe, okay, how about this? Creed is a doctor. I'm just going to put the spear right here. We're going to assign it to a pedestal in here as like a reminder of the success of our great doctors. Removing a spear successfully. From a dwarf's chest, see? All right, over here, I'm going to prep up some smelters. Man. I don't want to make iron smelters. Question. If I make nether cap blocks, nether cap is a net 0, right? Like, could I make nether cap smelters? I wonder. I'm gonna make one nether cap block and check this because I'm curious. I think it's nether cap, but one of the wood types is perpetually at 0 degrees dwarf numbers. 0 degrees dwarf numbers, yes. And also we're running low on wood, so I gotta go chop down some more. Of course, I'm making them go to the one that's the furthest away from safety because I don't know. Guess I care about my dwarves' well-being. Yeah, I'm going to try nether cap, because I want to see if I can make nether cap smelters. If I can, I want to try and do that. Like, I like this map, but it is very limited. Oh, did you already make those blocks? Yeah, I guess I can't make nether cap smelters. That's sad. That is sad. All right, well, anyway, I'm going to go back up to this layer, and I'm going to put this coffin up here. The artifact one that we got earlier. That's so metal. It's the splint that you don't want to have to receive, you know? Let's just, oopsies, accidentally minimize the game somehow. Spear. It should be the closest copper spear. Nope, it is not. Okay, so here's what I will do. I will make it a symbol of the Chief Medical Dwarf. Although, how do I... Okay, can I nickname it? No, I can't. How do I acquire this individual spear? And put it there. Because I can't sort by closest, I don't think. Because you used to be able to sort by distance in this menu. Lock it. Oh, actually, here's what I could do. No, because if it's locked, then it won't show up in that menu, right? Yeah, it's just not listed now. Dump it next to the pedestal? I don't think that changes it. Melt every other spear. You know, that might have to be the option. Although I think that that menu also shows ones that are in cage traps, which I have. By the way, chat room, excellent news. We have baby jabberers. They're just like stubby jabberers. Look at these guys. They're stubby murder burb. That's not the sound a jabberer make, but... And Mummy has already laid 2 more jabber eggs. Excellent. And, one of my sword masters has committed a crime. How bad of a crime? A pretty bad crime, seems like. What squad are you in? Blockaded Liberation, hey? Well, I will remove you from this squad. Oh, no! Well, I did remove you from the squad. Captain of the Guard Glass punches a sword master with her right hand. Wait, the last one was deflected. Like, they're all deflected. How? What killed you then? I'm, like, kind of surprised by this. Punches her in the head, but the attack... There must have been, like, one that got through. Oh, the captain of the guard bites the swordmaster in the head, latches on firmly, shakes it around, which bruises them a whole bunch, which opened an artery after punching them in the throat. Okay, so you punched them in the throat, and then his throat collapsed into a lump of gore. Awesome. Lovely. Thank you for that. I was just going to put him in prison, but if you think that that's what was necessary, Dwarf, then I won't stand between you and the crimes that need to be punished. I think it was a lie maker. should do it. What was the crime? Disorderly conduct. Threw a tantrum. Broke something. Hurt somebody. I'm also going to remove dwarves from this pile, just so that their bodies don't get thrown in there as often. And I'm going to go into this screen, labor, stone use, and I'm going to go down to hematite because I can't make them out of fun other materials. I'm just going to make them out of this. Magma smelter. Red hematite magma smelters is the life we're going to lead. Celistaris would like a Dwarfus. What kind of Dwarfus would you like us? Do you have any personal preferences? You guys short on weapons? Oh. I appear to have melted down too many of my weapons. So I'm going to jump up to here and just go steel short swords. Because I think I have enough. Yeah, I got 101 steel. Let's actually do 40 steel short swords and some steel bolts while we're at it. Maybe some steel anvils. Maybe not 40 anvils. Let's say 10 anvils, 50 bolts, 50 short swords, and steel shields as well. Angriest Lady Dwarf. Okay. Cog the Spearmaster. I'm glad that I managed to make fortresses that look nice, Mugsy. And the reason I say that is because I try and make forts that I like looking at because I have to look at them all the time. So I generally figure that if I like looking at them, somebody else might like looking at them. And I do get a lot of comments on like the organic nature of them because I feel like in a grid-based game, it's very easy to just fall into grids, right? Boulders of Stabbing is your squad name, Celestars. We are in an ad break, but I will read this. She always acts with mercy and compassion at the forefront of her consideration and lives at a slow-going and leisurely pace, almost never feels discouraged, and has great trouble when mastering fear or when confronted by danger. Generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future and is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself. She has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and she is very humble. She does not go out of her way to help others and isn't particularly ambitious and has an active sense of humor, tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things, and is slow to trust others, is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments, and doesn't often feel envious of others, is a friendly individual and has a greedy streak, and occasionally can overindulge, needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally is offended by leisure time and leisurely living, and values family and values tranquility and a peaceful day, and doesn't see cooperation as valuable. Dream like sulfurite, copper, and tapazolite, as well as the color red, bolts, bucklers, bins, rabbits for their ability to burrow, and large roaches for their ability to disgust, and the sound of the sweetness of lilacs, and when possible prefers consume bark scorpion and dwarven ale, and mangoes. I love mangoes. And hates leeches. Chat, do you like mangoes? If you don't like mangoes or don't prefer mangoes, what's your preferred fruit? Best fruit. Go. Or your favorite fruit. Maybe not best fruit. You don't have to make other people's opinions. Best fruit that I like that I can't get here easily, well, I can, but it's too expensive and they taste terrible, is dragon fruit. I get upset when people are just like, yeah, I have dragon fruit fresh all the time. Like, I hate you. I want your life, but I don't want to move to Florida. So I will never have your life. But yeah, remember the Stoneworkers Guild as well as the work of Spray. And of course, you're a militia dwarf. And you're like, what's the rush? Is all you have to say. Welcome to the fort. From your orchard? You seem biased. Blueberries are king. Gotcha. I have no idea what that is. Tekken House. I'm just going to keep calling you Tekken House. Gaia Bano. I have no idea what that is. Mango candy. Ooh. Yeah, dried mango with chili powder. I should make that. I need to find me some, like, because I make my own chili powder and I'm in the process of making my own chili powder. I'm drying, like, hot chilies right now. I'm making fermented green hot sauce and also red chili powder from my homegrown chilies from the year. I might need to I might need to do that. Nothing is in cages in the livestock screen. How come I can't butcher these elk birds? It must be because they're semi-wild. All right, I'm just gonna toss these then. But yeah, now that we've just got these baby jabbers, and we're getting more jabber-ers, we'll have war jabber-ers sooner rather than later, and I'm excited. Considering we've got jabber hatchlings that we are keeping trained now, which is, of course, a good time. Pears, especially when they're firm. You like a firm pear? I like a ripe pear. I really like a pickled pear. Pears are better when slushy. Have you ever made homemade pear slushies? Just take like a super duper 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 overripe pear, slice it, peel it, put it in the freezer, and then toss it into a blender, or toss like 10 of them into a blender. Never had a pickled pear? Pickled pears are incredible, dude. Like, awesome. I fucking love pickled pears. I showed off my pickles yesterday, but I've made sweet and spicy lemon cucumber pickles. Very much looking forward to 4 weeks passing for one of those, and one of the people who works at the bar that I frequent is just like, you gotta bring me some of those. So, someone might get a chamoyas? I've heard the word before. I don't even know what one looks like. So that should answer that question, I think. Like, genuinely, I have no idea what they even look like. So I'm just going to set up a repeated order, which is melt metal, melt a metal object. And this is just going to be 25. And it's going to be repeated monthly. If number of melt designated items is above 25, do it 25 times. And I'm going to make a armor stockpile for everything that isn't steel right here. So armor and weapons stockpile for everything that isn't steel, and eventually we will work up to just steel. So I'm going to say armor and weapons. No artifact, no masterwork. No artifact, no masterwork. And no steel. Basically meaning if it's good quality, we won't, you know, melt them down. And everything else goes there. And I'm going to jump over to here. I just realized I may actually be ending up with some blocks because hematite's still set to be used. So let's just get some of these made. May have just ended up with some... Nope, we're good. Still no hematite blocks. Okay, so let's go here. And then go over to this. Labor, stone use, stop. There we go. They're amazing. The one problem with living where I live is the only truly amazing fresh fruit that I have ready access to that is actively available to me is cranberries, pretty much. It's like cranberries, and then like sometimes we'll get stuff from the Okanagan. But like locally grown fruits are either extremely expensive and not readily available, or actually I don't want discs in here. Actually, I just don't want any trap comps in here. Are either not readily available or very expensive. Are avocados a fruit? Yeah, technically, but so are pumpkins and squash. So the what is a fruit discussion is a deep one, to say the least. I was gonna say, how did I end up going a layer deeper? But somehow I did. Also just gonna go over to here and automate this. Oh. Should probably set this to not allow wood. Actually, just no other materials. Because we're going to end up with stuff that just can't be melted. So. Like here, you know, I can, in the summer, I can go get fresh picked raspberries because they just grow wild. Same with blackberries. Like I fill my freezer up with blackberries every year, which is very funny because like I'll be picking like a container this big of blackberries every day over the summer and just like putting them into bags and freezing them in the container and then freezing them again in the bag so that I have nice container shaped frozen blackberries. And I'll do that basically every summer. And every single summer I'll like look at it and realize that, oh, at the grocery store, I could buy that amount of blackberries for like $7. Green or red apples? It depends on what I'm doing. Green apples for baking or cooking. Red apples for eating. But with an asterisk, if I'm camping, green apples, because they don't bruise as easily. Why? What's stopping? I mean, here I don't know how or where you would forage wild blackberries. I literally just walk into an alleyway and pick them. Like, if that's not legal, then I'm also not doing it legally. I think I'm just going to put a large gems stockpile down here. I've been looking for somewhere to put one for a while. And that would just be an easy way to get rid of them. I'm also going to make some copper bins. One reason to make copper bins, elves will trade for them. And also, if you do decide for some reason you need to get all of the items out of a bin, because it is difficult to get items out of a bin if you need to, you can just melt them. You have black and raspberries growing in your backyard. I'm not jealous of them growing in your backyard purely because like I feel like that would be kind of a pain in the ass to maintain. But outside of that, that makes sense. Here come all these gems. Let's see how iMiner is doing. If anybody wants me to check in with any of the named dwarves, do give me a shout, by the way. I'm curious if this dwarf has felt anything about their tomb, because they have a grand mausoleum. Or I wonder if they need to walk to their grand mausoleum to feel it. Want to practice a craft? Well, you're able to. You do dream of raising a family. At least you have some friends. You know, it's like they claim that the tomb thing works, yet I've never actually seen it. Yeah. How's your kid doing? How is Jasper? Oh, you're quite happy. You're playing make-believe currently. You're playing with an iron toy axe You feel enjoyment when playing with it. You're 10 years old. Your mom is a necromancer zombie still. And you're a dabbling kicker. You don't have any kills. You are a legendary crutch walker, apparently. And the game is saving. So, I guess you broke a leg at some point. I was about to check if you still have a crutch, but... Fuji and Cinnamon Crisp, Ambrosia, Empire, and Cortland are all the best apples for any occasion. I don't eat apples that often. I used to eat apples quite frequently, but I find the sugar and carbohydrate counts of them can vary pretty wildly. It's just like bananas. Ever since getting type 1 diabetes, I basically don't eat bananas. Although every now and again, I will buy a bunch of bananas when they're on sale. If they're like 50 cents a pound, I'll buy like 4 bundles and leave them on my counter for a week and then make like 10 loaves of banana bread and then just give them to my neighbors because I like baking and I can't eat it very much. So I'll eat like a loaf myself and then just give the rest away. I do that like kind of consistently. It's like if you can tell if I want to be friends with you if I just randomly give you baked goods, but I just don't have many people to give baked goods to. I should just start tipping the bartenders in baked goods. Massive Bramley apples for cooking. You know, Red Delicious aren't terrible for cooking because they have no flavor in and of themselves, but like, you know, if you're putting them in something, like you're adding stuff to it anyway, so it's fine. How the heck did I end up with so many strange gems? Like a jet gem. Odd. Also, we have tons of sheep soap now, so that's good. How are we doing on the soap production? 70 soap. Excellent. I want to see dwarves having soapy baths over here. Also, I was going to melt down all the copper spears. Copper spear! The lignite gem window away from any fire. Yeah, no, definitely. Stopped eating bananas when you suspected that they were the reason that you were getting constant headaches. You can't get yourself to eat them again for some reason. I love bananas. They just do, like, wildly unpredictable things to my blood sugar, which is enough to stop me from eating something. I'm trying to think what else I should do with this little construction. Maybe I could probably fit some houses into here, too. Ooh, I love bloodthorn logs so much. Like, I could do housing along here. I feel like I'm going to just run this way. And also this way. And I'm going to go down here and auto-mine these. And maybe make another reservoir down here. Although, I shouldn't make a reservoir down here. I should make a reservoir that connects to this more directly. Actually, what I should really do is I should make this go up. Like make an additional pump stack. Go up through a tower, maybe up to about here, and then I can just make lava geysers. That'd be a good defense. Yeah, why don't we do that? Although it would be kind of a pain in the ass to build. Let's get some trees chopped down and we can think about it. Got a child throwing a tantrum. Let's check cages. Stray war jabber. Oh, set the wrong thing to be dumped. They really don't want to dump this, do they? How about I construct this War Jabberer's cage up here? Like right here. And then just throw it into the lava. And a copper cage, yes you are. Going to make a pit pond right here. And then animals I really can't have get assigned to this. Anybody else get briefly confused when they see, like, goblin cap cage and think it has a goblin in it? Or is that just a me thing? Lava geysers? Possibly. If it was a metal band, they'd be signed to Nuclear Blast and be generic nonsense. I shouldn't talk too much shit about Nuclear Blast because there are some bands I like on Nuclear Blast, but so much of what's on Nuclear Blast just feels like generic schlock that it's hard for me to enjoy it just as a label. They definitely have a type of band that they sign. There are some good bands on Nuclear Blast, yes. But they really are one of those labels that feels like they're just there to sign bands so that, you know, they have music to sell, not because they're particularly noteworthy, if that makes any sense. Oh, shite. Speaking of speaking of bins causing problems, I forgot to remove bins from this. Always remember to remove bins from your, and wheelbarrows from your quantum stockpiles. Bins can go down here, though, no problem. Gonna have lots of stuff disappearing into bins for a little bit. It's okay, they're already being moved out. Although this one's gonna take a little while to empty. Could just melt it, but... I do read the chat, the YouTube chat. Just not that frequently. But if you do want questions answered quickly, YouTube, Twitch is the better place to do it. You want to ask about my clothing automation? My clothing automation is literally make 100 of each thing that dwarves need once a year. Out of materials I know that I'll have enough of to be able to do that once a year. But that is my clothing automation. Isn't Ginger signed to Nuclear Blast? Or are they no, they're Napalm. The other, like, label I confuse Nuclear Blast with all the time. I swear, like, those two run together in my brain too much. Forgotten Beast, Dat. Hey, chat, Dat Beast has come. A great kite with external... I know a kite's a bird, but, like, the mental images that this produces are not what it should. Dat Beast. You know, okay, now Dat Beast sounds like a beer. Like, that is absolutely like a craft beer. right? Chad, if you were a branding person for a company, what product would Dat Beast be? Maybe like a deodorant, you know, like an Old Spice thing. At least it isn't D's Beast. It's the beast Dat kills. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna toss this in my Discord because I think that's just funny. That is just funny. Also, I just wanted to say a real quick shout out to the 192 people watching on Twitch and the 94 watching on YouTube. Thank you very much. The YouTube stream stats have improved dramatically in the last month, so thank you. Condom. Just like go pitch that to Trojan. When you need Dat Beast in your life, oh, it's definitely hot sauce from the hot ones. Yeah, actually, that's another good call. All right, well, where is Dat Beast? Okay, so Dat is all the way down here, which means I should be able to let it just fly towards us, and then fight it when it gets a wee bit closer. I think we can probably butcher Dat Beast too. I think I should put a butcher shop right here. I also realized that I fucked up, chat. Do you want to know how I fucked up? Can any of you tell? It's on the screen right now. It's basically to bomb. You're not wrong. Yeah, it's definitely same kind of feeling. I fucked up because this squad was made right when I set all of the weapons to be melted. So literally none of these dwarves have weapons right now. So I have an option. I can tell the squad to go equip weapons by clicking this button. Or I can tell them to go fight. What do you think we should do, chat? Make them run away and risk other dwarves? Or tell them to go fight? Fight the beast? Okay, we're going to go fight that beast. We're going to send in the dwarves and tell them to do the good old-fashioned dwarven thwack. Oh, good news, by the way. I loaded up Fire Orb. Some of you may remember that for it. In Fire Orb, my squads use exclusively wooden shields, and 2 of them, they show up properly now. And look pretty dope, by the way. They look kind of awesome. Dwarves with 2 shields look really funny. And weren't actually that ineffective. So, it's time for the Thwack-O-Matic 9000. Actually, I'm just going to tell them to kill this thing rather than station. Okay, so it appears that Iden is running in first. Not the most skilled dwarf. Iden, chat, can I get a round of beers as good luck for these dwarves? The wrestler strikes the Forgotten Beast, and and for the YouTube folks, if you want to help out these dwarves, leave a like on the YouTube stream, you know what I'm saying? The wrestler bites the beast in the left lower leg, tearing the fat. Ready for some kite wings. Or kite legs. Some of my dwarves are a little tired. None of them are dead just yet. The wrestler punches the Forgotten Beast in the upper leg with his right hand, bruising the muscle. Militia captain strikes the Forgotten Beast in the left floating ribs with his bronze shield, fracturing it. And the wrestler strikes the Forgotten Beast in the upper body with his iron shield, bruising the fat. And the dwarves continue to fight with the creature. I'm seeing, like, a lot of blood, but it doesn't say that he's bleeding. Which is interesting. The Swords Dwarf bites the Forgotten Beast in the lower body, tearing the fat. The wrestler kicks the Forgotten Beast in the upper leg with his left foot, bruising the muscle. The Militia Captain punches the Forgotten Beast in the left wing with his right hand, bruising the muscle. And the wrestler strikes the Forgotten Beast with his iron shield, bruising the fat. Meanwhile, no other squads have arrived. And the dwarves continue to thwack. Iden has been knocked backwards, same with Olan. Olan actually was striking the creature and then slammed oh, they bumped into each other. Chat, they bumped into each other. He's smacking the shield and then slammed into a wrestler. Friendly fire! The wrestler collapses into the ground from overexertion after being slammed into a wall. Yeah. Okay, so this one, the Forgotten Beast misses the wrestler, and the wrestler slams into an obstacle. So this wrestler jumped. This dwarf jumped out of the way of this dwarf, who slammed into another dwarf. Who did you bump into somebody? Who was the other wrestler you hit? Maybe you? Nope. But anyway, somebody hit somebody else. That's very funny. These dwarves are trying to crack that beast with the shield. And even though you may be overexerted, Elder Armor. Oh, what a name, Elder Armor. That's a good last name. Faulted, thanks for the 54th month. Thanks for the ongoing support.
It's been 54 months since I first subscribed to you. While I'm not active very often, I want you to know I get great joy from watching your content. Gave a great rest of the day. Oh, and you too, chat. Have a great day.
I didn't know you could give somebody else a great rest of their day, but I'm glad that this is now a possibility I'm aware of. Thanks for the 54th month. Appreciate you. It's hurricane season again? Oh, no. I'm waiting for, speaking of hurricanes and twisters, I'm waiting for Twisters, the movie, to be on streaming so that I can watch Twister and Twisters back to back. Because I haven't watched Twister in like 20 years. I think I was like 10 when I watched that movie. And the dwarves are now beating it into a pulp, pretty much. Aside from the fact that they are all getting overexerted, which will kill them. I'm curious about how close the other squads are. They're all the way up here. These ones are not much closer. The Marks dwarves appear to be the closest. The beast has moved. But the dwarves are... They pretty much have it stun locked, I think. They're just, like, slamming it repeatedly. Just repeatedly. But we do have Urvad and Melbill and Tun coming in with the defensive measures. And now stabbing it, which is probably going to kill it quicker. Hammer Dwarf latched on firmly after biting it. Meanwhile, the wrestlers are still whacking it with their shields. Yeah, they're still just doing the thwack, 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 thwack. It's like that... Okay, so we're in an ad break now, so I'll say a funny thing. It's like that scene in Shaun of the Dead. You know? Where they're just, like, hitting it with the pool cues in time with the music, but with shields. Oh, it's all... If Fat lingered, it's fair. Maybe I've discovered something with giving a great day. Yeah, I hope to give you a great day today. Enjoy the rest of it, you know? Like, you got to go with those words of affirmation nonsense. The original Twister still holds up. I feel like it's hard for a movie like that to age poorly unless it has, like, a bunch of racist language in it. You know? Just like that kind of cheeseball movie. Like that kind of fun stuff. Fun action-adventure film. Who else is coming? Beast Slayer's on their way in. As well as Adil. I hope your day continues to improve for the better. It depends on tone of voice at that point, right, Pine? I'm trying to kill that beast, but I'm waiting on these ads to end. But thank you for the continued support, Faulted Thrower. Since Twitch's prices went up, I've lost about 100 or so subscribers, like paying subscribers, that have been around for a very long time. Like, going through the subscriber lists that I have, because I get, like, these CSV lists of how many people are subscribed on the Twitch channel.
Hooray.
Quite a few people have dropped. Like, people that don't watch very often, that are very lurky, and it makes sense, right? Like, you know, we're in a period of time where everything's getting more expensive, and then, like, suddenly Twitch prices going up by a couple bucks kind of scares people away, but... so thank you to those of you who keep those subs alive, especially you long-term folks, because you're the reason that I've been able to do this for as long as I have. And the reason I'm still here, I mean... I mentioned this briefly at the beginning of the stream, but in the last couple months, there's been a lot of attrition in my industry. A lot of people have either severely cut back stream time and content that they make, or they've basically just quit because of not being able to make enough money. So thanks for allowing me to be one of the ones that hopefully, probably will make it through this weird pseudo-recession that we're in. Dat Forgotten Beast is in emotional shock, and I'll shut the camera off and finish the fight now. Swordsdwarf slaps Forgotten Beast in the upper leg with the flat of her steel short sword, bruising the skin. Another Spear Dwarf stabs the Forgotten Beast in the upper leg, and then the militia captain strikes it in the head with his bronze shield, bruising the fat and fracturing the skull, twisting the neck. And then Swordsdwarf strikes it in the body. They continue at it. Bits and pieces flew everywhere in the last few seconds of the creature's existence. And then, scrolling down to the bottom, the wrestler punches the Forgotten Beast in the upper body with the right hand, but the attack glanced away. Swordsdwarf slashes the Forgotten Beast in the lower body with his steel short sword, tearing the muscle. It looks like it bled out. We do have one dwarf who got injured, though. Wrestler bites the Forgotten Beast. This dwarf did sustain injuries in this fight. Probably due to exertion. Forgotten Beast grabs the wrestler by the upper front teeth. Oh, you got grabbed by the teeth? But you were able to deflect it. Deflect some scratching. So this dwarf did take a few hits from the beast, but... I'm sorry, what? The Forgotten Beast strikes at the wrestler, but... Okay, I read that as they were striking at the wrestler with the shield. Like, how did it equip the shield? Wrestler jumps out of the wrestler's flight path. Yeah, okay, there we go. Well done, I say, dwarves. Many overexerted dwarves, but hey. Darren is already back to training, saying, "Where are you, lazy fools?" Let's actually cancel this. Put these in a slightly different spot. I do still want to fortify this, though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Just throwing some gem windows into here to increase the value of it. Make it slightly nicer for the dwarves, you know? And then I will just go all the way along here and fortify this. We're waiting on this to be constructed, and then we're going to try and butcher this body. Oh no! Iron is brawling under the influence. You didn't commit any crimes, did you? Okay, well, I got some crimes convicted against a child. Missed them. There's this one. You're just haggard. I mean, $3.99 you saw dead goblins, so... Guilty after being confined. You can't go to prison, though. How did you get confined? Can children go to prison? Did they change that? They may have. You're going back to day shift after 9 years of swing shift? You'll become an afternoon viewer once again? What time do you finish work now? DIY dentistry? Demon Y big monster dentistry, maybe? Maybe what I should do is remove Mistem from all chores. I think I'll do that. Labor... Standing orders, chores. I wish it would show their moods in this screen. Just because we have access to it. I really... This would be a nice screen to show it. So it would just make it stand out way easier. There you are. What? Well, I found a bug. That's interesting. Putnam, something's busted. Darn. We found an issue. So what's happening here is, if I just click anywhere on that screen, it counts as scrolling the scroll bar. Now it works. How the hell did I manage that? Okay, so if you click on the scroll bar and start scrolling it, you click anywhere in the screen after that, it counts as scrolling the scroll bar. Found a problem. Did somebody clip that? So can I scroll it with the mouse wheel then? No, I can't. Can I click this? Okay, so I have to click. If I click on this and drag it, then it breaks the whole menu. But I can scroll up and down using that. Interesting. At least there's a workaround. That's wild. Three-ish. Currently, you leave your sleep schedule adjusts to the new schedule, so you're getting up at 9 a.m. at the earliest, and now I have to get up at 4 a.m. at the latest. Oh God. Yeah, no, that's a pretty big schedule shift. 'Tis in fact a pretty big schedule shift. Let's see if I have more copper spears now. Nope. Well, leave that forbidden. Okay, let's just jump back down to that area where the beastie was and see if I can get him butchered. So we're waiting on a plump helmetman to build this. What you up to? What we constructing? Horrified after seeing an ant woman's dead body. Oh no. Okay, so let's go butcher an animal. Now we just have to wait for a dwarf to come butcher an animal. Cybrek, who's gonna do it. Let's see what we got. It's gonna be great. I'm sure you'll get used to it. I mean, I'm of the opinion that most people aren't like a day person or a night person. You're just a product of like the time that you decide to be awake the most. Like, we're all capable of adjusting our sleep schedules, even though it can be a painful process sometimes. I will freely agree with and admit that. This squad needs new weapons. So we have 608 meat right now. How much meat do you think we're going to get from this little butcher setup here? How much meat does this monster have? Oh no! We have a ghostly siege operator haunting us. What's your name? Although, actually, do I have any memorials? Nope, I do not. Okay, so let's do slabs. Squad still has no weapons. Not anymore. We fixed that, Mr. Spider-Man, sir. The first main city level of this fort looks really cool. Next time you play DF, you should try making a 1x1. This is not a 1x1. This is a 2x2. But 1x1 would be like a quarter of the size of this, which we thought about doing, but I personally feel is a bit too small, especially at least for the depth of this map. Then to 915. 913 total was the jump. It's not bad. Actually, I'm going to I'm gonna follow Dat Fat and hope that it becomes Tallow quickly. And if it becomes Tallow quickly, let's make 10 totems. I definitely have 10 skulls lying around. If it becomes Tallow quick enough, 250 meat, is that what you're hauling? 253 meat is the amount of meat that we're hauling. This thing had 6 units of heart. 2 eyeballs. I certainly hope it's just 2. Good lord. Anyway, they all have swords now, so that's good. Steel short swords. So they're now training with their short swords, which I'm sure will be an improvement. Let's check caged. So somebody is going to come and, well, there it goes. See ya, War Jabberer. This is what you get for attacking me and not letting me train or butcher you. You get volcanoed. So enjoy the volcano, you Jabberer. Did Blind just say Dude Lord? I have no idea what you heard me say, but maybe? I don't know. I'm tired today, so I'm just kind of saying nonsense. There are days, and today may be one of them, where the amount of bullshit I say per minute is significantly higher than normal. I think I said good Lord, most likely. It inflicts drowning before it inflicts burning. Some migrants have arrived. What do you think the population's going to go up to? Let's see if I can spot more good military dwarves in this while they're popping in. Low stamina. Disdains leisure time. How about you? Scatterbrain's sickly, frail, musical. Dreams of ruling the world. Oh, are you another goblin? Another ex-goblin member. All part of the same fucking family. Wow. Wow, man. I mean, you can clip many things. That'd be greatly appreciated if you do. Also, hope you're doing well, Ilmirin. Yeah, no, if you throw something into magma, usually they... Wait, what? You dream of bringing lasting peace to the world. Seas it's always preferable to war, and sees lying as an important means of to an end. Believes peace is preferable. Intolerant, distrustful, hates the truth, and has bad empathy and is weak. You can join the military, Olan. You can join the military. Enjoy it. Turkey, duckling. Dream of raising a family. Developed empathy and extravagant and cheerless. Warrior code unlocked. To me, lasting peace off often means that, yeah. Like, when you look at their stats, it almost always means, yes. Stodir, you want to attain a rank in society? How about you prove that by joining the military? Doesn't seek out excitement. Okay. Quarreler, overbearing. Die in the wool quarreler, never missing a chance to lash out in verbal hostility. Go create art then. Whenever I see like dyed in the wool wool crawler, I'm always just like, ah, so you post on Twitter? Dreams of mastering a skill. Poor spatial sense, that's not good. Values cunning, wasteful, developed empathy, also not great. But is shameless. She's a greedy streak. She tends to keep her things orderly. I don't think you'd do well in the military. How about you? High kinesthetic sense. That's important for the military. Dreams of raising a family. Doesn't really value loyalty. It's given to flight's fancy. Can handle stress. Yes. Lytast, you join the military. An engraver has been stung by a honeybee. Good stuff. Another dwarf with poor empathy. Dreams of creating a great work of art. Also, what's up, Rick? How you doing? I love that, like, the direction that people are going with the new modding capabilities that are going to get added is, like, food! I mean, we were talking about bread the other day, and then we started debating as to whether or not biscuits are bread. And I have to say, the options for making quality bread in Dwarf Fortress really suck right now, and could be a lot better, regardless of if you consider biscuits bread. It's an interesting dwarf. 110 years old, hey? Well, your wife's in the military. Maybe I should put you in the military too. How about nah? You can be the dad, single dad, basically. Competent Marks dwarf. Ooh. Likes a little excitement now and again. All right. The rest can just wander in. Beer is liquid bread? Sure, but I want my dwarves to be able to make rye and sourdough bread. Speaking of things that are problems for my dwarves, it's time to fight another army of Antmen. And it seems like Lycott the Hollow Slayer is there first. And is just ripping them apart with his bare hands? He's he's got a shield that he equipped. No, he doesn't. Never mind. They've got shields, and he's fighting against them. In fact, he got stabbed in the hand recently, and he's getting stabbed again. Come on, zombie. You're just a zombie. You'll be finesy. Oh, no, those are important. You need those inside of you. The Queen Ant Woman strikes the Hollow Slayer with her steel shield, bruising the muscle through the giant cave spider thingy. Also, guts got spilled, because where is that piece of combat log? Fracturing the bone. There you go. The Ant Woman spearman stabs the engineer Hollow Slayer in the lower body with its bismuth bronze spear, tearing apart the muscle through the pigtail loincloth and spilled the guts. So here's the beauty of this. If this dwarf doesn't die, which it may not. Also, briefly, this dwarf had a spear equipped. If this dwarf doesn't get fully deaded, we'll have an intelligent undead running around with guts spilled, which is funny. So I really hope that that's the case. Because currently, he's kind of destroying them. Like, he's absolutely wrecking them. Like, punching them, like, shaking them around after biting them. By the mouth, I think? Yeah, bites the ant worker woman in the mouth. And then shook him around by the mouth. And then punches the Queen Ant Woman in the right leg. Enjoy your the new shift, Vaulted, and thanks for continuing to support the channel. Is bleeding heavily now, and the backup has arrived to assist the zombies. We're going to charge into this area back here and clean up the rest of them. Ah, we found the ghost. Shame, that is. I think that's probably all of them, but let's check. Don't know why it's making me do that. All right, back to training with you, dwarfs. Just double checking gear. Gear seems to be in a pretty good spot currently, although we do have a bunch of dwarves who are still in the midst of equipping it. How do you bite a mouth? By biting them in the mouth. I feel like it's exactly the way it's written. But since we have new dwarves, we're up to 42 children, not counting babies. And I'm going to go up to here, and we are going to memorialize another one of these. Because these have to have been made. Yes. And I guess we need more bedrooms. Yep. All right, more bedroom time. Although it turns out not all of these have been claimed yet, so... I feel like the dwarves that haven't joined the military should be higher priority here. Like, because these ones will just be sleeping in the barracks. And there might be married ones. There we go. For new migrants was 22. Well, we're halfway there, chat. Something, something, living on a prayer. So congrats to that. What's up, Snowball? How are you? All right, so this can and will make this area into a little reservoir that I can make additions to as time goes on. Not sure why so many dwarves are using this as a pathing route. Kind of don't want them using this. Well, I mean, okay, here's what I could actually do. Let's let them go this way instead. But still discourage it. And also hang air, hello. All right, so that should be done. There you go. Can get that ghost dealt with. Excellent. Now we just need more bedrooms, which I'm thinking go back here. In fact, I'm actually going to widen this one more than I normally would. And then I'm just going to go into this tool. Give it a little bit more shape than I could otherwise. Then just go into here, remove the excess. Man, I'm so happy with this discovery of like how the construction tools work for this fort. Like, it is so cool that I can do this. Although these are now probably the wrong material. Do I have a video on heavy aquifers? Nope. Because I will be honest with you, I don't like building on heavy aquifers. And only ever really do partial ones, because it's one of those things that I find to just be more of a pain in the ass than it's worth. Even though I'm sure it is worth it to some people. You know, just for new experiences type things, but yeah, nah. This doesn't need to be melted down. Well, maybe we can. Make steel picks. There we go. Ghost has been put to rest. It does make the building a lot more tolerable. I do know that DFHack, and I know I don't recommend using DFHack a lot, but DFHack does have some features that make like vertical and above ground construction a lot more straightforward. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. But I'll say even like the vanilla tools, if you don't use any like assists, are still significantly better than they were in older versions. Sideburns, thank you very much for the 22nd month. And for the first notification of money in 30 minutes. And the, I don't know, how many subs have we had today? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I missed Drovins 28 minutes ago. And for 2 years. As well as 9. So that's the 9th resubscription of the day. Thank you very much. I'm in an ad break, but I'm just designating stuff, so. What kind of fortress were you building, though, Dolphin? Are you doing something above ground, or are you doing something like just surface level? Or rather, underground. That's, I guess, what I meant. Again, I did it by closest, not material I'm looking for. Hey, chat room, can I get a big round of beers? For those of you who are, you know, have access to those emotes, who watch this channel and have been around for a while, you're the real ones. You are the folks that allow me to do this as a job consistently. So thank you. Wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you. Appreciate the stability. All right, we can unpause now. Let them construct all this stuff. I thought I told you not to put anything made of steel in here. Oh. Whoops. Oh well. So once all this stuff is done being constructed and there isn't dwarves running through here constantly, I have a lever to pull. Or not a lever to pull, but a thing to dig up. Actually, what I could do to make this safer Let's just dig out all this. Dig up all the ramps. So that they have no way up except for like right here. Okay, that one won't do. I need one that they can actually get out of, like this one. Because it'll stop them from using this as pathing. But this dwarf here is stuck. What is this? Dishmab, one of my blacksmiths. If we dig through this, that'll let him through. And they can absolutely access that, so that's good. Because I need this to not be a pathable zone. Although they are still using this one, so, you know, here we are. But let's say use this, use this, use this. I'll make this and this less preferable. I mean, you don't have the ability to beer, so you can't beer here. Regardless. Test successful. Let's just unforbid all of these. Uh-oh. Just cancel the weapon trap, I think. Oops. You know, I wonder if I make these guys like miners, if they will actually equip picks, and if they will be visible on them. Although I think probably what I should do is I should go into the burrows, and I should assign the plump helmet men to the children's burrow. The reason I'm doing that is because they seem to be getting scarred really easily. I don't really need tantruming plump helmet men, because they'll just die immediately upon tantruming. Because if they start a fight with anybody, the dwarves will win. And the captain of the guard is strong enough to kill dwarves, so those guys will just evaporate. How are you doing over here? You're also horrified after seeing a soldier ant woman's dead body. Poor Gorlak. I have 4 plump helmet men in the fort, and I have 2 Gorlaks in the fort. Hey, Palm. I did use DF hack to get them to join. Chat permitted it. We thought it was a good use of cheaty mechanics, or of cheaty additions to the game with DF hack for this exception. Speaking of exceptions, what do we have? A Ruthrer? Well, let's see. Because this is going to be more cave swallows. You have a tendency to build above ground stuff, and this map has a temple with a barracks for crossbow guys who have lifted a passageway to shooting a tower for those nasty vile forces, and a bit of pen and pasture for goats, because goats, yes, okay, and making wine out of cranberries and selling it in rock pots to other civilizations. The embark only has silver and copper, and your dwarves are only wearing copper armor. There you go. So they're going to start stumbling in here. I'm curious of how well, that's going to work. Clearly is working. But what I should, probably what I should do is just forbid everything down here. Let a few more, you should run up. Okay, maybe don't run away then. I was gonna say dwarf. You should probably run away, but maybe not. Are you beating them with a scepter? Chat, this blacksmith is beating the shit out of a cave swallow person with a scepter. I don't think that's a weapon there, dwarf. And you just killed it with a scepter. Strikes the cave swallow blowgunner in the head with a sheep bone scepter, and the injured part explodes into gore. You know? Interceptor is now your name because that's funny enough. Well done, you mangy dwarf, you. Did you kill 2 of them? Holy shit. Huh. Am impressed. Wow. All right, go back to training, dwarves. I'll show you not a weapon. I mean, yeah, I guess. Color me impressed. Get septed. That's something. Fortunately, I think the Rutherers are, while they're not, they wouldn't be tameable, they should be butcherable, I think. Here's hoping. Also, for anybody who hasn't seen my automated shit disposal yet, we're doing the classic minecarts rule the world setup. So stuff just gets thrown out as quickly as it gets brought up here. Gets brought up here and then tossed. Kind of immediately. It's pretty good. All right. I should be able to safely dig through this without setting anybody on fire, but, you know, I've been unimpressed in the past, so I just need to real quickly set this as a... Oi, don't be a dumb... Gotta walk around that. There you go. This dwarf just, like, ran to the edge and just went, what? Almost fell over. Was actually midair for a second, so, like, jumped backwards upon seeing lava. Actually, that should be a wall. But yeah, this is just gonna fill up now. Pretty sure there's no dwarves in here. Yep, no dwarves. So this will all fill up. And this is now gonna become a extension of my smelting program. So these should gain the make steel bars and melt metal object jobs. Unless it's literally just this one that has melt metal object. No, it should be all of them. If there's a dwarf there, they won't be there long. Yeah, but, like, you know, you'd like to witness their demise if you're going to do that, at the very least. At least I tend to like to witness their demise if I do something that silly. All right, let's get bedrooms done. My big problem with this city is there isn't enough, like there's virtually no neat-looking materials on this map that I can use for, like, you know, flooring and stuff to have some variety in color palette, and I think that that kind of sucks. Let's just get this side done first so it's easier to track what I'm doing. Like, I really wish that there was some olivine or jet or something on this map, but such is the risk of playing a small map. Got a dwarf throwing a tantrum. No crimes have been committed yet. All rooms are turd colored? I don't know if I'd say that. It's more like dirt colored. So I guess what I'm going to need to do in order to give this area more variety is I'm going to need to work on this. Basically, artificial cavern layers and have trees growing down there. I think that would brighten up the place quite a bit. Like, quite a bit. Making beds again. We've made shit tons of soap. Elk bird soap, to be specific. And let's check you. Let's say you're just standing here. You injured? Well, this dwarf is still getting tended to. Do you guys not have somewhere to train? Wait a second. Huh. I guess they don't have a place to train. Well, that's... I thought I... Did I not have them training up here? Yes, I did. Why are you not... Why are you not training? I'm confused. Right, well, try and get that sorted. You're ready to push Patch's intestines back in? I don't think they're going to. I'm pretty sure it's just going to walk around with them hanging out forever. I'm pretty sure that's how that's going to happen. Yeah, it's just been cleaned with soap. Wonder if there's space in here for me to put another well in that isn't the hospital. Just gonna start that pumping again. And also, I think I'm actually going to remove this from the hospital and just let it be more general use, because I want to see dwarves giving themselves soapy baths. And I need to make a Mark's Dwarf spot. And I think I'm just going to put it, like, right here. Because this would just be very convenient. There you go. Now they're up here and training again. That or put it up here. Yeah, I think we'll do a Mark's Dwarf training area right here. No, this needs to be one higher. What? Gromsy? I'm confused by that comment. Forest under the mountain? Yeah, pretty much. Need to get into large-scale mushroom cultivation. I'm also going to go into here. Let's harvest a bunch of this stuff. So that we can get more food variety up in here. Just sounded funny. Okay, I was like, what, who's getting called a pervert and what for? But I ate. Let's do Spore Tree. Let's do Hematite blocks and then Hematite blocks. I kind of fucked up and made Hematite blocks. And then at the end here, let's just do shale. Shale and a wall piece. And this is just going to be so my Marks dwarves have somewhere to train. Because currently they have nowhere to train. And they're just standing around stationary. You can imagine the caretaker getting home and greeting his significant other and pretty much normal day spent cleaning a zombie. Yeah. Normal day. What'd you do? Continued stitching up the guts of a zombie. So now maybe they can actually go train somewhere. Once we get these, you know, sorted. Yeah, they're shooting the wrong way, though. Okay, we continue waiting. Cleaned his guts with soap. Someone had to. I mean, it's an important task that needed to be completed, you know? It's important that they get their guts cleaned with soap. I mean, how else are we going to keep those guts clean? You know what I mean? Uh-oh. I screwed this up. As I've just now learned. As dwarves are just climbing up here to, you know, pick this stuff up. Gotta let them out, so we'll dig a little walkway, allowing them to get out. I'm sure most of these are now forbidden. Yep. Shoutouts to the dwarf who fell asleep while training. So I know, in order to make sure I still have bolts forever, I need to go to standing orders, sieges and forbidding. Forbid used ammunition only during sieges. One of my swords dwarves is throwing a tantrum. But yeah, this is how you train Marks dwarves very effectively. And they'll just go equip the individual's bolts. It doesn't really change the amount of time it takes. It is a pretty consistent hauling job, but it's, you know, it's nothing absurd. And if you want it to be really fast, allow the children to do tasks in that area. Because child dwarves are real quick about this sort of thing. They're great stuff movers. And up here, I'm going to do a little stockpile. This is going to be an ammo stockpile, just for bolts. I already have one a little further up, which is up in here. But having this one might be a little better. Right in the shooting range. It's okay. Friendly fire doesn't exist in this universe. Perfectly safe. There they go. Shooting bolts. Quaz, that is the first bit I have received this entire stream. Yeah, broken AC running, so no audio, so audio is hard. Did I just say having children do tasks in the shooting range? Yeah, they're very effective at carrying ammunition. The thing is, Mark's dwarves do not friendly fire when training at all. So it's like not even remotely dangerous to just go collect the used ammunition and haul it to bins, and then it just makes equipping really easy and keeps all your ammunition nice and locked up in a very good spot. That's all. Lots of updates to child soldiers? It's more like child activities, you know? But actually, I think I have them mostly removed from hauling, so I think they can haul ammunition. Just got to put toys in there with it, right? So they play with toys in between hauling ammo. It's totally fine, right? It's totally fine. How you doing, McConnell? How's things? A force that is both dark and vile has arrived. It can't be that bad, though. Yeah, it can't be that bad. Alrighty, Mark's dwarves. It's time to test out the tower. Oh, never mind. I can't test out the tower because I haven't made it into fortifications yet. Well, it's not time to test out the tower. Instead, it's time to tell all of the dwarves to just go stand like right here. You guys ready for some blood? Okay, only one dwarf needs bolts. Go get bolts. Or don't. Who's the first one? This is Lywindy, who, by the way, chat, the last time Lywindy's spouse was here, and we killed them. Are you friends with Lywindy? Nope. Do you have any other relationships? Nope. Do you have any thoughts? Nope. But you did improve ambush. What's your ambush skill? A novice ambusher. You're a competent dancer, Lywindy? Well then. How many bags do you have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The sixth time this goblin's been here. Lywindy uses their runaway intelligence level to start crying and run away. And I'm going to send the military right here. The dwarves begin fighting. Aztrog appears to be one of the first goblins in the mix. Same with this one, who's actually a talented organizer. We've got Solon down here, who is firing bolts, most likely. Yep. And Zalak, who's now doing his best Black Knight impression because he's missing 2 arms and had them very swiftly removed by some short swords. And the goblin says, I have improved my armor. That was satisfying. I would like to interject for a moment and say, debatable. I don't think you did. I really don't. Like, I'm pretty sure while you may have, like, you know, improved your chest armor, the rest of you, little lacking. Let's wait one turn. And our overexerted goblin got struck by a hammer dwarf. Well, got hit by in the ear with a shield, and the injured part was crushed. So I think that's pretty bad for this goblin, and that goblin is now dead. There's Snang out here, who's also no longer with them. How about Lywindy? Lywindy is making a quick exit. Well, until next time, you pathetic excuse of a thief. Best of luck in your future endeavors, goblin. Then there's this dwarf. This dwarf who has a hazel crutch and a named sword that they named themselves. And you, while you are vomiting currently, are striking them with their hazel crutch. It would be more effective if, like, you used your sword, but I realize your arm is a little busy. Back to work, dwarves. This dwarf is just kind of stunned. You know, this is starting to feel like the time that we almost caught Lywindy. It's like a little bit of Jack Sparrow vibes, you know? Just a little bit. I'm in an ad, so I'm not going to unpause the game for a little bit, but I am trying to sort some animals. So I do have Rutherers that I could pasture. Sure. Let's pasture some Rutherers. And I'm going to go here, and I'm going to go cage. Oh. May have to just kill them. We'll see. We'll see. One of these days, what, Lywindy will just catch like a dozen of them? Do you think so? I'll be honest with you. I think in the last year I've had one goblin successfully kidnap a dwarf. And my response was to cackle menacingly. Because it was genuinely hilarious. So maybe I'm a bad person, but like... I thought it was kind of funny. I doubt it'll happen again, though. Because it would have to get all the way into the fortress without dying, and then get back out also without dying. Which... not a wise career path if you like living, I think. My gameplay is pure art. That is exceptionally high praise for some dude on the internet playing a video game, but thank you. That or maybe we just have different visions of what the definition of art is, but once again, thank you. Art does happen to be incredibly subjective. Yeah, totally. I guess I never expected to be referred to as an artist when I started playing video games on the internet, I guess. But it's nice, though. Cheers, Nameless, in YouTube chat. I'm glad somebody does. You know, I tend to agree that the from the comment in YouTube that the housing in this fortress is kind of slum-like. I kind of like it. I'm not gonna lie. It's part of why I like it. I think it's got a good aesthetic to it, you know. And I'm going to go down to here, and I'm going to say Magma Forge. Ooh, gemified or steel. I think we'll just go with the steel anvils. Deconstruct these. And replace them with steel anvils. Is there ever any reason to use dorms? I use dorms for visitors if you're in a fortress that has a lot of tavern guests. That and at the beginning of a new fort. Raccoon with Matches, thanks for the 7th month. Welcome back. Appreciate you. You really enjoyed the cult mission video? Chef's kiss. Well, I've got another one in the works. It's just currently being delayed. Yeah, okay, so these Rutherers are not usable. That's a shame. Strikes the stray Ruthler in the head with an iron pick, tearing apart the muscle. I saw a dwarf recite rhyme and nothing more. Okay. Okay, so you... Let's see if I can throw a cave swallow person into lava or if they fly away. Let's find out. Because I would like to know. Very curious. Will you fly or will you fall? It's what I should have expected, but like, that's still funny to me. It's okay, they killed it now. Went away real quick. Okay, that can get deconstructed. This... Stray elk bird. War Jabberer. This will be the last War Jabberer, I think. Oh no, you're just deconstructing that. Got it. There it is. So, Elkbird in. Kitty cat coming to visit. And there go the other Jabberer. Oh, no, I mean, if you throw the cage, that'll do it, but I kind of don't want to do that unless I need to. So unless it's like something actually kind of scary. Okay, how did a raven get down into the caverns? This raven flew into the caverns through my fortress, probably. And then this is the last Jabber. Goes that way. Nope. Done. And speaking of Jabberers, we've got 2 more baby Jabberers, chat. Baby Jabberer count is up to 4. I've also got 2 Crundles that need to be consumed. As well as you, apparently. We'll just throw the whole thing in. And I need to go into... No, I need to go to creatures, pets, jab. Get them all trained. Excellent. No, they're trained currently. The next generation would be domesticated, but currently they're just trained. I don't think you can domesticate them the first generation unless you have, like, a lot of knowledge. The Company of Doors. I apparently fucked up a guild hall. Which one was it? Huh. The Guild of Doors? Yeah, I mean, I can check what it is. Well, let's do this. Guild Hall. It's the Company of... Was that it? Okay, it was definitely this one. I didn't get the value of it high enough. The Company of Doors, right here. So I've got to increase the value of it. Say steel anvils. Steel bars, fuck it. Steel anvil, steel bar. Steel anvil, steel bar. So... what's the value currently up to? 35 hundo. So that's already kind of high-ish value. Let's see, do I have tables and stuff I could place in here? Got a fancy-ass table. Do I have a fancy-ass throne? No fancy-ass throne. Let's do iron table and iron throne. Let's just do 20 of each. 25. And then let's just do iron statue. And we'll just do 100 of those. And you encrust furniture with cut gems, please. This is going to be a like really nice area for the dwarves to work in. Child is tantruming once again. Also, Ton committed a crime, apparently. Of my king? Why would I do that? I mean, what do you want me to make the statue of? Fortress image, maybe? I find it more interesting to see what the dwarves make, personally. Like, when given the option to just let the dwarves decide, I personally really like seeing what they come up with. I mean, maybe I'm the weirdo, but I do like that. If I put some fancy ass red gems in here, maybe that'll help. Like if I send it all the way up to here. Work on these and then put more gem windows in this. Maybe that'll help. But because you're lazy, I think it's interesting because it teaches you little things about the surrounding area. Because you end up with, like, dwarves being very consistent about... Uh-oh, did you commit a crime, Esm? Or was this a brawling under the influence? Looks like it was brawling. Yep. Definitely an unrelated dwarf committed a crime. Are you getting put into tomb? Yes, I see report crimes. Yay! Look who's up and about again! I like Lycott. Lycott's an A+ dwarf. It's coming through. I feel like we should nickname this dwarf, Ropes. Shoutouts to Ropes. That or Guts. But if it was Guts, he'd need a big sword. No, this dwarf was undead and then, like, decided to charge, an army of, ant people by himself with a pickaxe. No, actually, no, just with his fists, actually. Just, like, ran in and just started punching shit. And got his guts spilled after already being a zombie. This dwarf was zombified in the last fort, I think. But then got his guts spilled and didn't, like, get stabbed and crushed up enough to actually die. So, I like Ropes. I'm gonna stick with Ropes. What was the diagnostics evaluation? Yes. Their medical history was very similar. This was in 402, yeah. Was diagnosed with... by this dwarf. Was cleaned. Lots of giant mole hair stitches. Pockable stitches. More stitches. Lots of dressings. Was put in traction. Received splints. And is now mostly stitches. That or we could name this dwarf Stitches. I don't know. Johnny Knoxville of Seedvault, and this is Jackass. Okay, how are we doing on cage traps? Apparently I have one invader left. Where are you? I'm just gonna send them right here. Let's just go deal with this thing. Tummy tentacles? Tummy ropes. Ropes is no snitch. No, definitely not. And if you do snitch, ropes will show you the ropes. Nobody wants to see the ropes. All right, so as funny as the Hungry Head cage is, I think I'm gonna just chuck it because I've noticed less creatures appearing on the map. Since these Hungry Heads have all appeared in here. So we're just gonna toss this whole thing. And we're just gonna go with ropes. You can call them the ropes if you want. We're just sticking with ropes. So wait, there's an undead Ant-Man head? Yeah, so a bunch of ant people got undeadified and are now just like standing right where they arrived on the map, which I personally think is hysterical. I personally think that it's hysterical because it means that they basically are incapable of appearing more in that spot because there's already a bunch of them there. Turns out they make for pretty good guard dogs. Masterwork has been lost, but so be it. Okay, so they should be unexisted now. Also, frame rate's still sitting at 60. I think somebody just died. Oh no, we were at 250 and then one dwarf died in the tavern, right? I think frame rates are still pretty good, all things considered. Really need some yarn cloth. Check my shear animal job because I'm pretty sure I have one. Process plants, shear animal. I'm going to increase number of animal to 12. Do I have a spin thread job? I don't. Spin thread. When amount of thread is... No, an amount of wool is greater than 10. Let's say when it's greater than 50, because I will always be greater than 50. And we'll just set this to 50. One by one. You don't disable the alert, but you can nerf them. If you go into the settings and you go to difficulty and you go to custom settings, you scroll down to Cavern Dweller Scale and Cavern Dweller Maximum Attackers. The first fight from an area is only 3 of them will arrive in my settings, and then with a maximum of 12 on the map at any given time. That means that there's a maximum of, I think, 24 per layer right now for me. Whereas the default, I'm pretty sure, is 10 and 50, which means you can have a maximum of 200 per layer if you're using the default map size. Otherwise, it'd be 100 for me. So I would mess with those settings, and if you're using DF hack, type in exterminate, and then exterminate them. That's my advice. Some migrants have arrived. I'm going to put the fancy iron anvil up here. Let's put some coffers into here, maybe a throne, like an iron throne. Yeah. Let's throw 2 coffers in. Let's don't have any instruments. Could probably start plopping in some statues. And let's watch these migrants come in. Oh, hey, look, they brought a water buffalo. Great. Hey, an accomplished armorsmith. You love to see it. Use the ropes to make yarn cloth? I mean, I think you used the cloth to make the ropes, but... Not too small migrant wave. I mean, got another 9 dwarves in the fort now. How long does it take for Crundles to get, or not Crundles, Jabberers to get full grown? Does anybody know? Man, this thing is taking forever to value up. Let's do yellow diamonds and faint yellow diamonds for this one. Oh boy. Bunch more crimes being committed. This is one of my swords dwarves. Banori, thanks for the $22.25. Appreciate you. Captain is currently praying. Chat, can I get a round of beers? As a thank you for that. And just as a reminder, it only takes 5 pennies to surpass Rev Brown on the bits leaderboard. But thank you. The Shroom people are citizens. I used DF hack to cheat them in. And it's not a bug with thieves. It's a balancing issue with thieves. Like, the thieves work the way they're supposed to work. There's just 12 bajillion of them, which is the problem. So there is no bug with thieves. The issue is there's too many thieves. That's not a bug. It just means that they need to be nerfed. And that won't be fixed until adventure mode is done. So it's a moot point kind of asking. I'm going to move the captain of the guard's bedroom to over here. Save the game. Okay. Just let me queue this up first. All right. Quick save. There is a DF hack command called make own. And that's how I got 2 Gorlax and 4 Plump Helmet Men visitors. You can do that with any entity on the map. It is very much cheating, but we made an exception for those guys. Are you saying that because you just noticed I have Jabberers, or just in general Bone Dolphin? But yeah, 1 year means we're getting close then. But yeah, I don't generally use DF hack because I find a lot of its assists to be too much. But we make special exceptions for some things, and that's one of them. They're so resourceful. No, Jabberers are great, but they're also exceptionally dangerous. Like, they are not a creature you really want turning on you. This dwarf has me concerned. Ton, I'm going to have to remove you from the boulders of stabbing. Speaking of... Oh. That's a slight concern. I don't like this. I don't like that this leads down to here. That's not great. All right, well, let's send the dwarves up to here. Or maybe actually just directly into here. Go all out. Come the Marks dwarves and some Spear dwarves. One dwarf falls. Smashing through the free weapons delivery. Uh-oh. Celastaris and Solon have both fallen into the water. I kinda hate to admit it, but I didn't see that one coming. Because dwarves dodge out of the way of spear throws, right? Although they may not drown because of this. Hey, Chad, can I get a round of beers for good luck? Because this is scary. Oh, and also, I just want to remind everybody, there is some word going around that cheering bits will get you banned. That was a 1 hour long bug that has been long since patched. So anything that you hear about that at this point is hearsay. And everybody who did get banned for it got unbanned. But I see it continuing to spread, and it's like just nonsense at this point. Just got a notification for your fort where a scholar has discovered the diseases of creatures. You never had an event like that before. Any significance? It's historically significant. It's not mechanically significant. So it means that dwarves can now write books about that subject, basically. Which is not mechanically significant, but it does have historical significance. So that dwarf over there has died. And so did Celastaris. Balls. Well, that wasn't worth it. All right, well, here's what I need to do, I guess. I need to dig this all out and then just put flooring down around this. They might be salvageable? No. We're not doing necromancy in this fort. Sorry. There's also nothing here to threaten the necros. There's no enemies left. All of the ant people are dead already. So, no. I'm not going to do that. We did that in the last fort. I don't really want to do that in this fort. You know what I'm going to do? Do what I did to the other side. Actually. I need this for power. Here's what I can do. Actually, you know what? No, not right there. I'm going to do it this way. So I'm going to dig over to here. And also over to here. And I'm going to put a drawbridge right here and a drawbridge right here. And then from the top down, we're going to channel into these. And I'm going to open the drawbridges. And then I'm going to close the drawbridges. It's very simple. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to let the water flow down here for a little bit. Although it'd probably be more effective. Nah, it's fine. This will work. Yeah, this will work. Necrodancy? I would say that there are more necrodancers in the world than necromancers on Earth. Just based on a certain crypt. Oops, I didn't get to click on who had a baby because it, oh, whoops. Because I right-clicked. Am I the crypt? If you're talking about the channel emotes naming schemes, no. Because I don't, like, really think about that stuff too much. It's just simply some branding. So I am Greg, and I'm a human being, and I happen to stream on the internet, and my emote prefix is the crypt. Because it was available, and I needed one. I do not assume any nonsensical, inhuman character. Yes, I'm aware of the silliness that you were being. I'm kind of a no fun person when it comes to that stuff. I don't know. That's all I can really say is I don't know. Name's always been Greg. Well, ever since I was born. Well, actually, not for maybe like the first 15 minutes of my life. But everything beyond that, I've been Greg. Hey, look, it's a big mole. Giant mole. Well, if you find a cage trap giant mole, I will cage you up. My little sister really wanted my name to be legally changed to Geggy for a few years. And anybody who calls me that unironically outside of the next 90 seconds is going to get banned from my chat. You love that? Well, and then for a while there, my little sister decided my name was Chris, which is funny because my dad's boss at the time's name was Chris, who my dad fucking hated. I remember just, like, not caring much and just kind of ignoring her. Admittedly, she was, like, a year and a half old, so... I will say that this army is becoming the more annoying one. And there's currently something standing in it. Here comes Darren, who may be terrified, but he does love his job. And is turning all of these jabberers into giblets, is what I would say. He's on the move. Okay, he got kind of tired for a second there, so he stopped. Where did that invader go? There you is. Well, there's one. Let's just go here. And you fly to pieces. And then the Rotherer who abandoned you is over here. Okay, well, let's just tell them to kill it. I feel kind of bad just killing the mounts. On a forgotten beast bit. What happened to you? Oh, steel bolt struck you. Somebody hit him with a bolt. I'm not sure from where, but somebody got hit by a bolt. There they go. Excellent. What's up, faint speaker? Sounds like your two younger sisters. What, horribly mispronouncing your name? Yeah, been there. I think it's called a rite of passage of just being an older sibling, you know? There's a gem in that tree. I would like to get that down. All right. Well, if I go down to here again... You're linked up. You're not linked up yet. There's got to be some other cave dwellers somewhere because the game is lagging. That or it's just all of the dwarves running to the lower caverns just to pick up gear. Does this game feature cellular automata for plant growth like an Odd Realm? Can you speak English? Please? Because I have no idea what that means. Astral Progenitor, hello. Okay, I'm just going to go here. Channel out this and channel out the... Oh, no, actually, not on this level. Let's go up a level. There we go. Yes. Rick Deckard. But how's your week been, Astral? Why does everything have to have such fancy pants names? Why can't we just be like, do plants spread? Do the plant spread. There we go. Because that's much easier to keep track of to me. I do have some grades. Neat. I don't know if I can get these down here in time, but... This one's now just the only real issue. Where are we going here, Dwarf? Store item in stockpile. Okay. I need to give Celastaris a tomb. Okay. Well, that's good news at least. Got that sorted. Got one of the two bodies out of here. Can pull this lever now. Which will close these. Why sky blue? IDK. Do plants spread themselves? I don't know. You can't use fancy terminology and expect me to know what you're saying most of the time. Okay? I'm an imperfect dirt box sometimes, especially when it comes to fancy terminology for what things are supposed to be called, okay? Like, how am I supposed to know what the fuck, does this game feature cellular automata? I don't know that big a word. Okay? Also, I only slept for like 6 hours last night, so like, just give me like 10 seconds of break, please. Sheesh. Why you gotta give me such a hard time? Just because I'm a dumbus doesn't mean you need to be all mean to me. All right. Anyway, you're not being mean to me. But I am an idiot sometimes. Sometimes this is true. Celistaris is getting buried. Now I'm gonna see. It's not gonna go to where I need it to go. It's gonna be a lot of job canceling on this one, but I'm gonna try and just pull this out from underneath. You are in fact dead, yes. This is the truth. Congratulations on your successful death. Oh shit, fire opals. Those are nice gems. All right, let's fortify this stuff and dump some water out. Seed dispersal, sure. Does the game simulate seeds? As I think about it, if a plant in Dwarf Fortress is placed to the initiation of the embark point, then a plant will reoccurringly grow in that spot. Yes. Surface plant patches and plants are singular, and you never see natural fields of corn. Not totally true. Wheat, etc. In caves, you do find patches of fungus that are seemingly spread organically. Well, if you're referring to like grasses spread organically, right? So if that's what you're talking about, then yes, grasses spread organically. Trees spread organically. Trees will slowly cover an area because they will slowly like occupy the other cavern layers, right? Which they weren't in initially. But outside of that, it's pretty limited. But if you're referring to like, you know, the like cavern trees and such, and the mosses, yes, that stuff spreads organically. All right, so this is going to be a second lever, so I can get rid of that first one. Well, I think it's less that. Misplaced dot optimism. I think it's, is that your name? Is there a dot in there? Misplaced no, it's just misplaced optimism. I added a dot with my brain. But it's some parts of the game simulation are limited intentionally because they would make for bad gameplay. You know, like there are simplifications in fortress mode, such as like animals don't need to eat or drink, right? Same with the adventure mode, but that's because it would lead to mountains of tedium. Like I know some people pop into my chat and say like, you know, having a bunch, like having like 30 dogs in your fort should just like destroy your meat stockpiles. And it's like, should they though? I don't know if I agree with that. Like I don't know if that makes the game better. So I think limitation for... Yeah, but nuclear cats were, one, a typo, and two, a bug that was patched over a decade ago, right? So, like nuclear cats are kind of like Gandhi and Civilization. Speaking of Civilization, do you guys see the whole Ara History's Untold thing? Because that game came out and, like, nobody noticed. I'm sure some of you guys are, like, Civilization fans, right? This thing? Quill is playing it right now. It's probably one of 200 people that are playing it right now. Shoutouts to Quill, though. I mean, I'm sure it's fine. Like, everything I've seen about it, it looks fine. It just looks a little thin. But it's just kind of wild that another Microsoft release just arrives and nobody cares. It's just kind of wild. You haven't heard of it? Yeah. Well, it's another Civ-like, basically. Which would be why Quill's playing it, because Quill plays all the Civ-likes. Wasn't even a real bug in Civ. It was added to Civ 5 as a reference to the meme everyone was spreading. I thought that was a real bug, though. Was it really? Is that really just an urban legend? Because that's funny if that's the case. I mean, Nuclear Cats was never a bug. Nuclear Cats was a mod that was added in addition to a bug. I mean, the bug was cats just breeding faster than you could slaughter them, which is just funny. And thermonuclear cat explosions was somebody who modded cats' blood to be hotter than the sun. So they would breed faster than you could slaughter them, and they were constantly exploding. You're pretty sure it was just a hoax? No. No, I mean, cat explosions were a real thing. But the, unless you're talking about Gandhi, because we're talking about two things now, and that may have been delayed. But yeah, if you're talking about Gandhi, then that's interesting. I didn't know that. But with cat explosions were real. Thermonuclear cat explosions were a hoax. What are we building? I'm trying to recover some bodies that fell into water. It was a bug. So in YouTube chat, Simply Green says it was a bug circa Civ 1 and 2. Gandhi's pacifist bonus looped him into negative. Followed by, it's an urban legend. The creators confirmed that it was never the case. This is one of these things where it's like, I've heard so many conflicting reports. Whatever. I mean, I played a shit ton of Civ 2, and I definitely got nuked by Gandhi in Civ 2. But, like... I don't know. That's all I can really say. I mean, the reality is, Civilization is a lot like Mario Kart, which is a lot like a number of video games in existence, where your favorite one is the first one you play, and will probably always be your favorite one. There is much smarter, safer ways for me to do this, by the way. I don't care. Sure, Dwarf can run quick. Now run quick, Dwarf. There you go. Body flowing. Well, it is getting all the skeletons out of here, which is pretty good. Just not as effectively as I would like. I've got a distraction now, though. Which is this. I usually played the Dutch in Civ 5 and 6. Do I have any slabs ready to go? All right, so now that that's set, let's go here. Begin selling stuff. How many dwarves have died? I don't keep count. And while, yeah, sure, there are lists that I could go look at to give you an approximate count, I don't really... It's not something that really matters to me. Not a priority for me. Somewhere between 0 and yes, probably. Seems accurate to me. Also need to check in on a certain location in the map, which is right here. Still not up there yet, Jesus. May need to literally just increase the size of this thing. Which isn't something I want to do. What if I put steel flooring in these places, put engravings on them, and then put statues on those? How about that? Will that increase the value enough? Mayhaps. We could also throw some more valuable statues into this. Like the higher quality ones. But most of the dwarves are just bringing stuff in for trading. Let's see, did they engrave a slab yet? Yes, you did. All right. Lanix meets with the Outpost Liaison. I'm your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. There is much to share. I'm going to ask for wood. Because that's probably easier than requesting super heavy stuff, which I have been recently. They want paper. I've been thinking about making a paper industry, because that would be pretty easy. I used to have a noble that wanted animal traps, so I've got a ton of animal traps. Pretty sure they're not a noble anymore. I don't know why there's a dead thing over here. Anyway, we should get rid of that, probably. Well, the thing is, I'm doing bees anyway. Uh-oh. Oh, it's fine. I'm gonna do bees anyway, which uses the same workshop as the paper industry. Because paper requires pressing stuff. And so does... So paper requires pressing, and so does the process of making mead. So because we've actually got honey wax and stuff ready to go, I just need to start making jugs and then we can do it. Did you see that he just announced a new game, Noel Man? And one of the lines he said at Gamescom on stage about it was, "I smoke and I drink excessively, and I only have so many years left to make a good game. So let's put everything we got into this one," which is a quote. Well, they brought gold. They also brought a delicious llama. And a fancy basalt thing. They also brought milk. A lot of milk. Milk and beer. I'll buy the buckets. Buy the fish and meats. The bananas and capers. The cheese. The splints. Fire, problem and solutions. I like this book name. Solution, water. Problem, burning. Because you want it to be awesome? You know, I understand the disdain and hatred of Peter Molyneux, but I think there is just a part of me that is incapable of accepting the hatred of Peter Molyneux. And the reason I say this is he has said some promises that are incompletable, right? He's made some horrific promises. But I genuinely believe that the value that he has given to the games industry in the games that he has made outweighs the negative of him being a shitty salesman. Like, he's worked on and had hands in some of the most important and influential games, period. So, I think the part of the reason I don't hate him, though, is I also happen to come from an era of, what else do you expect? Excuse me. Because, like, Peter Molyneux, by the time I was heavily paying attention to games, had already fucked up a couple times. Well, not a couple times, but, like, was just starting to fuck up when I was paying attention to things like E3. I never played Fable, and I played his games after the fact. So I think I also just have a different perspective than the people who genuinely dislike the guy. But, like, if you, like, look at him and realize that he was a bean salesman. He convinced stores to buy maple-baked beans. And like, the tomato beans and other cans of beans before he got into games. If you go into it from that perspective, it's like, the fact that he made things that mean so much to people that they're mad at him, I think is incredible. Just kind of period. So, making a glass furnace in this corner just so I can use up the sandbags that I have. But let's make cheese. You don't trust him? Totally. No, totally. Which is why, as I've said before, when whatever that game is called, something of Albion. Masters of Albion. when his new game, Masters of Albion, this thing, releases, I will stream it. I'll tell you if it's terrible. I will buy it with my own money, and if I feel ripped off, I will inform you of that. Because, like, I'm curious. I would really like to know. That's it. I will take it. I will take the pain for you guys. I will give 22 cans $30 or $25 or $15 or whatever they want of my money and try this nonsense machine. It does look cute, and it was originally supposed to be an NFT project. Apparently, they are using assets from a canceled NFT project not related to the successful multi-million-dollar rental simulator that they created as well. But it's not going to have any of that stuff in it. Supposedly. So, you know. There's a really good, like, quote from Peter Molyneux. I say good because it's funny, not because it's a good quote. But there's a quote from Peter Molyneux where he is verbally insisting that company towns are a great thing. And I genuinely find that to be one of the funniest interviews I've ever seen. Because he's literally explaining what a company town is. And at the same time talking about how great they are. Because he's saying, like, in the context of NFTs, he's just like talking about how awesome of a thing and how it's the future of, like, portions of tech. And it's just like, you realize, sir, that you are, like, we were warned against people like you. You're not supposed to say that. That is the worst thing you could say. But how many lambs do I have? Yeah, plenty. I'm just trying to cull down the sheep population a wee bit. He's not a snake oil salesman, he's a bean salesman. He wasn't even that, like, don't even give him that much credit. Man's let the mask slip. You know, it's funny because, like, if you watch the whole interview, he starts off not saying that directly, and the interviewer asks him good enough questions that it pushes him into a corner and he starts saying stuff like that. Like, basically just starts challenging him on NFTs, and then he very quickly, well, not very quickly, but basically caves and just starts arguing in favor of basically script. There we go. Value's up high enough now. But I think it's really funny. There's something about that is genuinely hysterical to me. Bean oil. There you go. Bean juice salesman. Mm-hmm. No, we're not talking NFTs. Don't worry. I'm just going to make green glass windows until I run out of sandbags because I bought a couple rounds of bags. So we'll have some green glass windows around. And I can go into here and say workshops, farming, hive, boink, 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 doop, doop, deep, dap, dip, doop, wop, dip, dip. There's a cap of 40 hives, so we're just doing that. The other thing that I need is, okay, so should I do the beehive stuff down here or over in the other farming area over here? Let's also go to here. Oh yeah, here. Cage. Okay, I will Slaughter, slaughter, slaughter. Slaughter, 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 slaughter. Eating a bunch of alpacas too. I have a question. If you have to ask that question, are you capable of answering it yourself? Because I think you can guess what my answer is going to be. I would say I have too much food right now. Actually, here's the question. Is your game lagging? Because if no, then it's fine. If yes, yes, it's too much food. The stings train your doctors? Yeah, they do. But there's many more things that train my doctors more effectively and efficiently, such as massive amounts of casualties. Doing all right. No banner flags? Okay, well then you don't have too much food. Reminds me of this one fortress I did on the Community Fortresses series early on, and they had like 700 dwarves and like 45,000 food or something. And I remember looking at that one going like, there's no way in hell they did this in like actual vanilla Dwarf Fort. But wow. Because that was before DF Hack got ported. And like along with it, there was like, could you give me some advice on how to like fix the lag? And it's like, you have 30,000 meals. You're asking me why it's lagging? And like none of the dwarves had any clothing because it had all rotted off of them, from what I could tell. It was something. Speaking of dwarves, more migrants. Also, a buried stalker is visiting. That seems like a problem. Are you still on the map? Yep, you are. I'm going to go interrogate the human buried stalker. Visiting, yes. Right, I was going to give you a new bedroom, wasn't I? I've always wanted them to get convicted of a crime and then just immediately kill the dwarf in front of them. Ah, espionage. I see. Visiting, hey? The subject revealed in the mid-autumn, the subject plotted to infiltrate the hot sparks in order to steal treasures and prepare a coup under the influence of creature. The subject plotted to infiltrate the small farm and prepare a coup under the influence of an unidentified creature. Okay, well, how about I interrogate you 2 more times? Monsieur Seto. Speaking with an acquaintance, eh? Also, apparently Glass has a lover. Well, we don't know who's implicated in this, but I will open this up. There you go. Go chain him up. Chase him. No, don't let him run away. Don't let him get away. Don't let him get away. Come on, you son of a... Run faster. Catch the zombie. You got this. No? God damn it. Well, if he ever comes back, insta prison. Such a disappointment. Baby cancels clean self? Baby can't clean self because Baby doesn't have any tasks aside from be Baby. Just in case for some reason we need something like this put in. All right, Cappy. You should be happy with your bedroom eventually. Also going to drop down to not there, here, and say, hey, we should, wonder if I can actually dump the live bees in here. That'd be entertaining. These suckers, and we'll also just throw you in, and then you, wherever you are. Whole cage can be thrown. But Killzone wasn't that great of a franchise. Why would I make Killzone? Even like Guerrilla Games has stopped making Killzone. Wouldn't the Hammerer have solved that? That's not how the game works. So the problem with the way the Captain of the Guard hierarchy works. Captain of the Guard does all of the interrogating, all of the chaining, all of the beating, all of that. But if the Captain of the Guard is actively busy, as in like doing a different task, then the Hammerer takes over. And because the Captain of the Guard claimed the job, the Hammerer wouldn't have done anything. It wouldn't have helped, unfortunately. Just is what it is. I'll be honest with you, I don't get the reference. Calling it Oprah Zone. Overall, Fort is growing swiftly. And I need more bedrooms, once again. Once again, we need more bedrooms. Nope, never seen that GIF. I suppose you just have a higher amount of meme knowledge than me, which is entirely likely, if not probable. Because I kind of go out of my way to ignore meme stuff a lot of the time. Oh boy. Well, I'm just going to go over here and pull this lever. What are you doing? And send the dwarves down this way. It begins again. Wish us luck, chat. This is pretty decent training, though, I will say. All things considered, of course. But now that this is draining, they shouldn't be able to drown in here. They shouldn't be able to. And bits and pieces that fall down there should just get washed down into here. Let's also give this one a pull. Try and get this stuff flowing. Maybe if I channel this down another layer. I mean, lots of people are terminally online. I missed your Dwarf Redemption, did I? Well, please keep yelling at me, because then I'll see it sooner. And adding me helps, too. Since I missed your Dwarf Redemption, what kind of dwarf would you like? And yay, I was finally able to get this body out of here. Hallelujah. Now I can just pop up to here. And also pop over to here. I didn't think these would end up being so useful, but here we are. Do you have any preference in dwarf job? An engraver named Lightalk. I mean, Lycott? I don't have anybody named Lycott who's also an engraver. I do have 2 blacksmiths, though. Or a blacksmith. Got lots of coals. Beard or no beard? Beard? Okay. But yeah, I don't know. I think a lot of people are terminally online, myself included at points. I mean, I think it's something that's smart to be aware of. Genuinely. Clever. Clever Dwarf is... easily changes his mind and will generally go with the prevailing view on anything. He has an overinflated sense of self-worth and is always tense and jittery. He can get caught up in internal actions when in deliberations when action is necessary, and he is confident of his abilities when undertaking specific ventures. He can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings, and he is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. He doesn't handle stress well, and he is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. He also dreams of mastering a skill, and this skill was realized. He personally believes that perseverance is one of the greatest qualities that somebody can have. I'm gonna unstation these squads. Whoops. Where is he? There he is. Believes that perseverance is one of the greatest qualities that somebody can have. He would have the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorder, and thinks that the entire concept of sacrifice for others is truly disgusting, and has the highest regard for loyalty, and he believes that peace is always preferable to war. He finds introspection to be a waste of time and sees working hard as a foolish waste of time, and doesn't see the cooperation as valuable. And dreams of mastering a skill, and this dream was realized. He likes Kesserite and zinc and pyrite and batray tooth and bolts and quivers and llamas for their jutting teeth, ant-men for their mystery, and the words of the umber sparkles and the sound of the tenerbis embrace, and when possible prefers to consume giant iguanas and apple cider, and absolutely hates blood gnats. You have a large family. Your niece is dead. And Unchowder is a relative of yours. From a previous fort, methinks. You were in my previous fort, and you are a member of a squad from my last fort, I think. Yes. You were a professional marksdwarf in that squad. Giant lizard and apple cider. Sure, giant iguana would probably be like alligator, right? I could believe that. Uh-oh. Necromancer's fighting. That's never a good sign. All lizards taste like chicken? Sure, that would be fine. Could totally work with that. Semtexagon has been found dead. Probably because this dwarf right here threw a tantrum. Good old Tun. Also, Mistum is convicted of some crimes as well. Let's see how well you take going to prison. Probably not super well. I'm still getting into fights with people. It's unpalatable and tough otherwise. Interesting. Yeah, I've never had alligator. It's one of those things that I would like to try sometime, but... Shaken after being beaten. But doctors should come and tend to his wounds. Now that he's in hospital. Guilty after being confined. Yeah, it's just going to make him worse. All silky and fluff. I feel like Rutherers are probably like one of the nicer pets in the game just because they're adorable looking. Like they're kind of like big fluffy sheep things. Water. That's what I need. All right, I need to go use the toilet. I'm just going to zoom out and let you guys watch the fort exist. I will be back in a moment. If I could get a round of beers, I would, you know, if somebody wants to top that bits leaderboard, that'd be cool. Anyway, I'll be back in a moment.
Flubberdubberdoggadoggies?
Yo, so I went and stuck my head out the window, and I just heard thunder. So if my stream suddenly disappears, you know what? If my stream suddenly just vanishes, probably won't happen. But, you know, more cave dwellers. So I have, in fact, set up an area here which is also meant to catch creatures coming out of caves. You'll understand that Thor got me. Yeah, you'll know exactly what happened. Oh my god. Well, Zacher just got eviscerated out of existence. We've got dwarves falling, basically raining dwarves down this thing. And Zacher is no longer with us. Man, party in the stairwell. Jesus. Well, that's horrifying. Oh no, the Mongolian throat singers. Yeah, it kind of does sound like that, doesn't it? Man, what a bummer. Rest in peace to Zacher, who was the leader of my Marksdorf squad. Just a question. On cage traps, do you need to bait them? No, you don't. Unless you're trying to catch Kias. In which case, you'll catch more Kias if you put something next to it that tempts them to come towards it. But, yeah, with normal cage traps, you don't need to bait them. You only need to bait them if it happens to be animal traps, not cage traps. Those are two different things. Or great giant Kia bait? I usually just put coins. You would love to know how to set up a hospital in your prison? Build a hospital, and then build a prison, and then click the plus shield button, and then click the hospital. And then the prison becomes part of the hospital. You can, I have also found it to be quite useful to make your tavern part of the prison, because then people in prison get served drinks. Which I think is kind of neato burrito, but like, you know, you do you. Happy to help, Jade Rocks. Also, El Pelica used to be rich. Jack, can I get a round of beers? I just received about 12 spam texts in the span of about a minute. What? In the actual? Okay, cool. Time to just put my phone into airplane mode and worry about that later. Dungeon in the tavern? Mm-hmm. Party in the dungeon! It'll be like the end of the Blues Brothers, where they all dance to the Jailhouse Rock. Okay, so frame rate's still holding. Sitting at 60 at 260 dwarves. I have a feeling if not much changes, I'll be able to hold 60 to 70 frames up until about 400 dwarves. Might be hard to build that corner, though. Actually, if I just removed that corner, it wouldn't be. Problem solved. I need this to go one further up, actually. Let's go down to here. I think that's now ruined, probably. So let's go up to here. This again. All the way over there. Oopsies. There we go. Also, Sparky, it's good to see you. Great film, shame about the sequel. I will maintain that the sequel of the Blues Brothers, while not as good as the first one, it's still got good music in it. Like, that soundtrack's still worth owning. Like, while I will say that the movie isn't as much fun or, like, as funny as the first one, and the jokes just aren't as good, and it does feel kind of hollow in spots, still a really good soundtrack. Like, still, like, one of the best movie soundtracks ever. And even though it doesn't live up to the first one, I'm still happy that they made it. Just because, you know, the continued mission to support some of the most important music in America, I would say, is just nice to see. Hey, Pilot, we're talking about Blues Brothers. Briefly, but also, what's up? How's things, mate? Are you in the air right now? I don't think you're allowed to do that. I mean, I don't know anything about being a pilot, but are you allowed to text and fly? Dwarves are just going to go here and grab all these blocks and then just run that way. There we go. A ghostly milker has been put to rest. That's inappropriate jokes are still sometimes funny. There are no direct rules about texting and flying. I don't like that. Although I do know a guy who is a commercial airline pilot. I know him through Twitch. And he... I haven't seen him or talked to him in years, but he did state at one point that most of the co-pilots he knew bring switches onto planes. I won't say what airline he flew for either, but like, yeah, every co-pilot I've had. This was before the like the Steam Deck got released, so I presume they're bringing Steam Decks now. But you are on the ground already. Well, how's things been, Pilot? I don't know about where you are, but it's been pouring fucking rain here. Cockpit voice recorders cannot be used to take action against a license or employment. Well, there you go. I mean, yeah, and there's plenty, and like, you have plenty of time to like drop the switch on the ground and like sort out a situation that needs to be sorted out, right? While it's in the air. Like, it's not something I would be particularly judgmental about. I mean, planes practically, like, commercial airliners practically fly themselves. Supposedly. I don't know. I've never flown one. But I have played some flight simulators in the past, and trust me, they kind of fly themselves at a point. Everything is legal until the FAA finds out. Sure. Isn't that true with, like, any law, though? Like, everything's legal until you get caught? It's basically like the string of logic there. I think I might run out of cabinets pretty soon, actually. Might as well fill this side up as well, because beds are going to restart in a moment. Let's just keep on trucking, making numbers go up. Ah, sweet. The only thing that actually needs a bed right now is a baby, which is great. Ton gets more of a sentence. Typically, if you're checking the flight recorder log, your employment is not going to be an issue. That or your employment has already been terminated, I would guess, or presume. That or you probably have bigger problems. My brother's a pilot, and yeah, it's they kind of fly themselves for the most part, yeah. I was once told that flying an airplane is an exercise in your own boredom with brief moments of absolute sheer terror. So it sounds very similar to being in the military. So, chat room, we've done quite well on resubs today. I would just like to note that. And also a couple prime subs too. I'm looking at my revenue for the day. I have a daily minimum, which is $100 US. And including that tip that I got, we're currently $25 away from my daily minimum, which means that I made almost minimum wage if I stream for 8 hours. So if I stream for longer than 8 hours and I make $100 in a stream, then I've made way less than minimum wage. That being said, only $25 off. So if you happen to have a Prime subscription like a bad game just did, you know, now's an opportunity to make my dopamine get thick. I don't know where I'm going with this. And also, thanks for the $1, Squid. Congratulations, you are the dollar carrier of the bits revenue, which is completely fallen out of everybody's feign of interest, which I find kind of fascinating. A few months ago, there was hundreds of dollars in bits almost every week, and now it's like maybe 3. It's interesting how that goes. Is Lywindy back? Lywindy is back! The bag count grows. But thank you very much for those bits, Elfie, as well. Oh, crap. My squads are still stationed. That's not good. They are very far away. I thought that I canceled their jobs, but I guess I didn't. Ago here is fighting my yaks. Yeah, so the dwarves are very far away. It's actually not very good. Bennett, thank you very much for the $1.02. Appreciate you. And also for finally filling the leaderboard. Lywindy is in the fort, but hasn't successfully found a child to kidnap. And my dwarves are now executing the goblins. Where is Lywindy at? Still alive. Over in the corner chat, this may be the final moments of Lywindy. Lywindy has spotted a bunch of children.
That pilot guy 89 cheered. X202. I've come across regulations that allow for controlled rest on the flight deck.
Stabs the goblin thief in the head with a short sword, and the injured part is cloven asunder. So our sword master here, Beast Puncher, has slain Lywindy. Rest in peace, Lywindy. You were a fun side activity to pay attention to for a brief period of time. Hey, chat. First type train of the stream. Appreciate you. Like, thank you. Seriously. Kind of sad that Lywindy had to pass, but they were flying too close to the sun every time, and we had killed their husbands, so... Or wife. We killed their spouse. Terrible Goblin Snatcher, who is bad at their job. Killed by Beast Puncher. updated the command.
Dolphin cheered. X
Bone Dolphin. Thanks for the $5. Greatly appreciate that. And also Pilot. Thanks for $2.02. That allow for controlled rest on the flight deck. Do with that information whatever you want as long as it doesn't involve me. Meaning you can sleep while flying? That's how I read that.
Unemployed Shaku cheered. X100. Lee Windy will be missed.
Lie Windy will be missed. Thank you for the $1, Unemployed Shaku. Thanks for the support, Chad. Don't do things you can't afford. I know shit's expensive right now. It's actually kind of the reason I haven't done a subathon or anything crazy this month. Normally, I would do some sort of big incentive during September because Twitch has sales, but this year I just haven't because it doesn't feel right, if that makes any sense. So, I think maybe we should make a memorial to Lie Windy. What do you think of that? Just trying to spot Lie Windy's last name, though. Okay, well, that you need to be memorialized anyway. Is it this one? You feel like you violated yourself? Well, I'm sorry? So must still buzz. It's that one. It's the one that starts with an S. But why is that? Why do you feel like you violated yourself? That one. And everything stockpile that stuff gets distributed to out of. But yes. And it's also not quite everything. It's more of a most things. Also, Mortified the Penguin. Thank you very much for the 3-month of subscription at Tier 1. It's been all right. Devilish. Hopefully work's been okay. Presuming you're working. I'm just very tired today. So just kind of pushing through it, you know? Pushing through it. Some things don't behave well in quantum stockpiles. I mean, that's not why I have the everything stockpile. I have the everything stockpile because I'm lazy. Also, we're almost out of boulders. If you want some shocking news. Proper shit show? Gotcha. Is there such a thing as an improper shit show? Just don't want the kids in the corpse room. But the kids can totally help haul this stuff. But yeah, thank you very much for finishing level 1 on the hype train. The last hype train we had, which was yesterday, didn't actually finish level 1. So congratulations. It's now the #1 hype train of the week so far. Are generally reserved for public areas in school. Woo. I don't know if I like that sentence. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Of course I screwed that up, but it's okay. I have the count now. Shit shows should be a private or family affair. I also don't like that. So wait, if work has been a proper shit show, what's an improper shit show? All right. When you involve a non-willing party. Is there such a thing as a willing party in a shit show? Add to the armorer has been found dead. I don't even... Probably the Hammerlord that threw a tantrum. I think I need to start booting dwarves out of the military that commit major crimes such as that. Because that's bad. How it goes? Things goes. Yourself? Also, I really wish it would show the timer clearer on the hype trains these days, because the redesign makes it harder to spot. 30 seconds left on the hype train if anybody wants to help level that up and earn emotes that you don't want. There you go. That's my best sales pitch to you. It's more opportunities to completely eclipse the revenue I make on YouTube every day. Things sure do. Well, movements, you know? They're crazy, man. Thanks for the hype train, chat. Small as it might be. Thanks for helping me stay funded. In an era and time where lots of people are quitting my industry because they can't stay funded, so I'm one of the lucky ones. There's been so many discussions from people behind the scenes about, yeah, I'm not going to be doing this much longer. It's been kind of crazy, actually. You bought a mug? Thanks, California Ninja Lawyer. Which mug did you get? Playing in a minus 20C freezer, trying to get things processed before the end of the week. I had to work in a cold room in manufacturing for a couple of weeks. That sucked. But I believe it. I do definitely believe it. You know, I've been thinking about maybe making a mist generator. But I can't decide where to put it because I don't want to just put it in the tavern because that feels too cheaty. What if I put a mist generator in the prison? What do you think, chat? A continuous quest party for criminals. Put a mist gen in each temple. But the people in the temple are probably fine already. They're too indoctrinated to feel pain. Yeah, because like I've noticed a lot of dwarves just get worse in this fort when they go to prison. Not because the prison is the worst prison it could possibly be, but because they just get guilty, which is a really negative mood. So if I can offset it with something. One, that's not really possible in the mist generator sense because water and lava have very different physics, so they just kind of don't work. And two, if I wanted to just kill the prisoners, I would just drop them in lava. Because if I were to make a magma mist generator in the prison, one, that would be going completely against dwarven ethics. Two, that would be counterproductive to the goal of the fort. And three, It'd probably just kill more of my dwarves than them, because every time a dwarf walked in there, they would just die. And besides, the point of this fort is to have 500 population, not create death traps for my dwarves. That's the next fort. You'd make them fight or beast or something? Give them a tiny chance? Nah, the dwarves that are, like, pissed in this fort are like, legendary enough that a small beast is no big concern for them. We now need a Planters Guild, and the Crafts Dwarfs Guild is now a Grand Guild Hall. So the Hall of Artifacts, which is ironic that it's called that because it's literally this, right? No, that's the Engravers Guild. Goddamn. I was going to say, isn't it literally full of artifacts? Well, Crafts Dwarfs Guild time it is. There has to be at least one woodcutter available. I mean, there's always at least one woodcutter available. Just really quickly going to queue up some space here for our Crafts Dwarfs Guild. Expansion. And I need a Planters Guild. Which, actually, maybe I'll make this into the Planters Guild. Where is the Crafts Dwarfs Guild? It's a guild hall that isn't gold just yet, unless it's already gold, in which case that's just kind of funny, because then I just need to click a button. It's the Stoneworkers Guild. This is the Hall of Artifacts, the Craftsdwarfs Guild right here. So let's go just throw a bunch of statues into the corners. Well, you're already fully set up nicely in a lot of ways, so let's limit a lot of the stuff that I'm going to put in here. It doesn't need to be too much niceified. Since I'm doing this anyway. Although this one, Snowdub, I think Snowdubs is going to go up to here as a warning. Let this be a warning to any goblin coming to attack us. Lywindy's tombstone, I suppose. Generating obsidian is, like, wouldn't even be a remotely difficult thing to do, but there's a problem with obsidian. I think it's really ugly. So it doesn't matter that it's, like, an easy thing to generate lots of. I think it's so fucking ugly that I just basically never use it for anything because it's super fucking ugly. If I didn't think it was super fucking ugly, I would use it more often, but I personally think it's super fucking ugly, so. Like, I used a lot of obsidian in Fire Orb, and that's already enough for me. I do currently have a beardless woodcutter. That work for you, Devilish? B4Ian wants you to post beers, chat, so post beers. Stretching. What the fuck? You must have missed a lot of optimization patches. Well, the big one was the move from SDL to SDL3 from SDL2. That gave me a 100% frame rate increase on the fort I was playing at the time. But we also have had many, many, many small performance increase patches, including one that adds multi-threading for line of sight, which gives a couple frames. But do keep in mind that I have probably the best processor for this game right now. Which is the Ryzen 7 7800X3D. She is incredibly curious without any respect for property or privacy, and very rarely develops negative feelings. Also, because I have the CPU, I cannot complain about the PlayStation Pro that they just announced being almost $1,000 in Canada, because the 7800X3D is almost $1,000 in Canada. She doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, is quite comfortable with others that consider what others think of her, sometimes acts with little determination and confidence, tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals, and is often nervous, tends to stretch her body when she's thinking. She has a tendency to chew on her cheek, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of creating a great work of art and personally believes those who sacrifice for others should be deeply respected, and is disgusted by merrymakers. She likes sandstone, trifle pewter, and jelly opal, mountains, rings, and water buffaloes for their wallowing, and when possible prefers to consume pineapple wine and absolutely hates mussels. Kimberlight's pretty. Just popping into the YouTube chat for a second there. You home? Hope everyone's well. I need to go get a snack, but long hair tied in a ponytail. Is married to Darius. Has no kids. And hates merriment, good with language, slow to hate other people, curious, and values sacrifice. Welcome to the fortress. Banana bread? No. Zucchini bread? Yes, because that's the last bread that I made. Not that that's really bread. It's more of a cake, but... All right, so I'm increasing the Craftsdwarf's Guild, and then this will be the Planter's Guild. Planters, there we go. Missed him. The child is throwing a tantrum, which sucks, but you know what? What are you going to do about it? Not a whole lot. It's interesting how this is the less popular tavern out of these two. Maybe it's because this one has all the food in it. Whereas this one kind of is lacking. This one just has a lot of empty pots. I think I'm just going to go into here. And erase these two. And then just make unrelated food and drink stockpiles here. So prepared meals and drink. And drink. And also I can go over here and do this. And that. And maybe some of these. Maybe some of these. Some of these. And then I should have some green glass windows. I had one. Thought I had more than that, but apparently not. You wonder if it exists IRL. There's a lot of really weird wines that you don't generally see that you can make. The thing is, a lot of people, just most wineries don't make them. Which I find kind of interesting. Like, One of the first things I looked up after I really got heavily into Dwarf Fortress was if mushroom wine is a thing, which it is, and nobody makes it. But you can find, like, recipes online on how to make it. I could find one commercially available mushroom wine in North America, and you can't buy it in Canada, so. Too much time for something? Yeah, it's more like an enthusiast hobby thing. It probably also just doesn't taste as good as, like, grape wine. So. Grapes probably just taste better, you know? Interesting. Felt pleasure after viewing a large serrated iron disc on display. And the other thing that I was going to do, which I super got distracted and definitely didn't finish, was... Just gonna make an extension on this right here. Let's also go over to here. Melt all this. And... Just gonna wonder for a second here why my leather workshop is missing and blame some child off in the distance. Then place this. Then just add leather to this. Because I have stacks of leather apparently that I need to remove. Yeah. So what I'm going to do... Yeah, I can make this work. I can make this work. Let's just move this one up, though. Looking at this and trying to figure out what's the better way to do it. This is the better way to do it. Every time you go to butcher some animals, you end up having miasma. It's because there isn't enough place or dwarves to move the harvested meat into stockpiles and or barrels before they rot. So you need more storage. That would be why. It's kind of a common thing. I mean, it happens to me as well. Doesn't matter how much of this game you've played, you've probably encountered, like, oops, I accidentally miasma everywhere. Happens to the best of us, I suppose. I wonder how many jabbers we're up to. Do I have tame baby jabbers? Also, it's longer than a year. It is definitely longer than a year for them to grow up. Yep, we in fact do have tame baby jabbers. Yeah, they're 1 year. It's got to be 2 years old then for them to grow up. Iron has bestowed the name Erush Daibish. Upon a steel shield. We have named a shield. Okay, so I need to put one tile of flooring out here. Actually, two. There we go. It's time for us to fight again. Iron corkscrew and iron pipe section. Let's just do 20 of both of those. AKA fungus. I'm pretty sure that's fungus is what you're thinking of. Where are we at? Chat, can I get a round of beers for good luck? Because I have to send my military in to hopefully not die.
Over here, he has a sword.
At least they came from the better-ish side. Oh, hey, sweet. They're already here. Very convenient. Well done, Darren and friends. Glad they made a timely appearance this time. Shield delivery has arrived. It's weird that I can't tell them to, you know, station up here. Oh, no, I can. There we go. All right, that should be all of them, I think. All right. Back to training dwarves. Your name is still a lie? Thank you, Shaku. And best of luck at work. Don't work too hard, even if your name is a lie. Or maybe I would say especially because your name is a lie. Okay, so we are making enormous corkscrews. Hervad is throwing yet another tantrum. No boy. Where are we this time? At least this time we got the advanced warning. Get in here, dwarves. We're about to hear a lot more of that sound effect. I hope you like it. It's Darren up front. It's a good thing that you are a master swords dwarf. It's pretty necessary for your continued existence. These fights are just absolutely grueling for these dwarves. There's so many of them. That's why a lot of my soldiers are falling over. Mentally. Whew, frame rate dropping. Wonder where that is.
Over here, he has a sword.
Okay, it seems to be sorting itself out. Not since, like, retro consoles did we have slowdown due to fights. I think it's kind of a fascinating artifact of, like, old games, like arcade games and, like, beat-em-ups especially, where people would be excited to see a game slow down. I don't know if any of you guys ever had that, but I certainly did. Or be like, oh, wow, that's awesome. The game is, they're using so much of the power of the game, it's slowing down. There we go. Got yet another Rothrer down. Alrighty, dwarves, back to it. The slow-mo? Yeah, basically. Noida comes to mind. Do people like that in Noida, though? Streets of Rage, yep. Final fight, I think. Double Dragon. Heck, even some fighting games. Just carrying these corpses of a war jabber. They must be heavy. Wow, they are heavy. What's up, Buster Scruggs? That's a fun name to say. But glad you like the YouTube stuff. Also, this can get deconstructed. Okay, how's this doing? Not quite high enough value, but we'll get it there shortly, hopefully. Oopsies. Something canceling? Must be. I've lost like 10 frames a second, which is not super concerning, but very real chance something is canceling. I'm seeing needs empty bag and lie containing item. So let's make copper bucket. Well, iron bucket will do. Iron bucket. And let's also do cloth bag. And also cloth crafts. 200 cloth crafts. I guarantee you I have too much cloth. Jabber are big, man. They're like Dino Bird. Uh-oh. It's always mildly concerning when something is discovered that I can't see. It's like, ooh. Okay, where was that? Kind of deal. Yeah, just like YouTube chat says, Platt says, this game is so amazing, the computer, NES, Sega, whatever, can't handle it. Me in the 80s and 90s. Yeah, it's like back when people used to brag about their game running badly. They put so much into this, it can't even run. Now everybody's just like mad when people do that. This is why games are dead, chat. Experimentation is dead. No, it's fine. It's not true. Conglomerate. No. I need to make iron blocks, I think. Let's just make 20 iron. Nope, that's dye cloth. Shit. Make iron blocks. Which I queued up twice. 20 of them. Remember old webcomics talking about Unreal Tournament being a slideshow? Yeah. Back in the days. That's a lot of Crundle egg roasts, which is funny because I have no idea where we're getting Crundle eggs from. But apparently I'm getting Crundle eggs from somewhere. So that's cool. All right, assuming they don't run into the military, which they very well might, they'll all just get thrown into that. If they run into the military, they'll just be chopped in half immediately. Also up here also needs pumps, so making pumps is kind of a double duty thing. Iron block, that, and that. The Forgotten Beast, Ozit. Ogizganlath has come, an enormous eyeless salamander. It has a short horn, and it is ravening. Its purple top skin is leathery. Beware its poison bite. Chat, I'm hungry. I'm going to leave this screen up for a second, and I'm going to ask you guys to do me a huge favor. Please hang tight and stay entertained amongst yourselves. I'm going to check if there's an ad break that needs to run on Twitch. I'm going to go grab me some zucchini bread because I'm hungry and I need a lunch. Yeah, I'll just run it now. It's supposed to run in 10 minutes, but we'll run it a little early, so sorry about the ads. Remember, Prime can get you through ads for free if you already pay for it. It's included in your thing. Otherwise, I will be back in a couple minutes.
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato, remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
Hero Quest is the best game ever made, and anyone who says otherwise is wrong.
You fucking donkey!
Crypt beer.
Toto? Yes. It's called a motor race, okay? We went to car racing.
No, 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 no! No! No!
Is that interesting?
Sandwich!
It's a Unix system. I know this.
Heal, damn it!
Over here, he has a sword!
This is my favorite roguelike on the Citadel.
Primeval's up, you
Fida, thank you very much for the 26th month. Welcome back. It's good to have you around, dude. Thanks for continuing to support the stream and continuing to watch. It truly means a lot. Like, genuinely. Thank you to the 170 of you who are still watching. It's at 3 p.m. on a whatever the day of the week it is right now. Let's build this. So I need to go, I'm just going to queue this up real quick. This needs to go right there and right there. And I can get there from up here. All right. Where is this beast? Oh. So I discovered this because this dwarf just dug through here. Huh. I think I'm going to dump a bunch of lava into this. There's also this beastie McGeastie right here. Can I make a bridge long enough to cross this? Yes, I can. Oopsies. There we go. I got the right button eventually. So we're going to connect this. And then I think dig into this. And make this rather large. And then station the military here. And then dig through here. And then fight this guy. So this is an enormous salamander. It's also quite injured. And it's got 21 kills. So it's just been quietly killing these guys. But what I'm thinking we'll do is I will block this off here. And I'm gonna dump some lava down into here, I think. The problem is in order to do this, I need lava-safe mechanisms. And I really, really wish I had some, like, materials that I could make lava-safe mechanisms out of easily. Without just using ore, because I really don't like just using ore. What's up, Zolan? All right, well, let's watch this beastie then. Oh. You shall not lunch! A forgotten beast, old slave, has come. A gigantic crocodile with lid the size. It has thin wings of stretched skin. And, it fidgets and squirms. Its dark tan scales are blocky and set far apart, and it has webs. That makes it scary. Yeah. Well, okay, I was gonna say it's not guaranteed to be able to fly, but yeah, it can absolutely fly. Well, guess we send the military over here. What are you doing? Suck, Zul. Web's incoming. Suxul from below is now... Oh, Sodel is webbed. So long, Sodel. Although, it appears that Etur here was able to stab... Oh, that's a drone ant. Attacks the drone... No, that was a drone ant. You were... Okay, so this dwarf here, Sodel, was... Oh, wait, there's... Oh, I didn't even see you. There's a dwarf right there. Was able to stab it in lower body, tearing the muscle. I have a part in this. There's no need to feel vengeful. The Swords Dwarf slashes. Chat, what do you think the casualty count is going to be here? Place your bets. Not that they count towards anything or matter. The Swords Dwarf slashes the Forgotten Beast in the right front foot with her steel short sword, tearing the muscle. An artery has been opened by the attack. The force pulls the right front leg. The Forgotten Beast strikes the Swords Dwarf, but the shot was blocked. And the Swords Dwarf then stabs the Forgotten Beast in the lower body with her steel short sword, tearing the muscle. 5-2-0. Well, if the creature dies here, the creature is going to die directly on top of a butcher's table. So that's very convenient, I think. I do think. It seems like our dwarf here is winded and webbed and bleeding very heavily. Has gotten grabbed by the Forgotten Beast in the finger and shaken around, it seems like. More webs flying out. More dwarves bleeding. So I've got two dwarves, Olan and Olan. We've got Etur back here, who's running away. Okay, you know what? Screw it. How about I tell you to kill it? Okay, fine. Don't turn around then, you coward. Deadly Jive here has been slashed by the beast several times. actually breaking tendons in the neck, and cannot breathe. Meaning, if that's true, this dwarf's about to die from suffocation. We also have Olan, who's now broken free from the web, and is no longer bleeding, and says, I've been injured badly, I can keep it together. The wrestler attacks wildly, is that what it said? Attacks the Forgotten Beast, but scrambles away. The stabs the Forgotten Beast in the lower body, tearing the fat. The beast is still bleeding very heavily, but no deaths have been had just yet, although I do believe Olan over here is going to die. The wrestler here is also slashing the Forgotten Beast. We're going to move a few turns forward. More webs fly out, and this is where the deaths are going to begin probably. Yep, there's one. We still have... Okay, Olan is still fighting, but cannot breathe. And says, I've improved my fighting. That was satisfying. At least you'll die satisfied, dwarf, even though you cannot breathe. Same with Olan. Then Claiborne comes running in. And gets webbed, and then free to the webs. Scratches it in lower body, bruising the guts. I'm waiting for my marks, dwarves, because those will be the easy win here. So far it's 2. Olan's arm just went flying. Claiborne is webbed. And has been grabbed by the creature. Mincott, who is wielding a crutch, is whacking the Forgotten Beast with his crutch. Bombwreck is coming running in as well. It appears that we've lost Deadly Jive, Olan, and Sodel. Plenty of dwarves are not currently webbed, which means our odds are decent. Unchatter did guess 4. Moving forward a turn at a time. I see guts go flying. Which I presume belong to the beast. Claiborne is still directly beneath it. Man, I wish my marks dwarves were here right now. But the creature falls. So we've lost 3. The wrestler strikes the Forgotten Beast in the left leg with his orange wooden crutch. Did you get the kill there? Please tell me you got the kill. Well then. The cripple kills the creature. Well done, dwarf. Well done. And Unchowder was correct with that guess. So, I know I said there wouldn't be any, like, rewards here, but there you go. Fitting end to the beast? I would say so. Also, plenty of webs to collect. I'm going to just fly over to here. And go, yep, I need to make more tombs. That I do. Time to play the bagpipes? Why? Oh, because somebody died? The only instance of bagpipes being used at funerals I know of would be that one line from that one Great Big Sea song. The music for a play. Because that's how they showed their respect for Paddy Murphy. It's how they showed their rudder and their pride. They said it was a spit of shame and they winked at one another. And every drink at the place was full the night Pat Murphy died. All right, there we go. Time to rename the cripple to RoboCop? What's wrong with we're calling something RoboCop? Yeah, and Chowder was the only person I saw say 4, so. You know what? No, I don't remember when RoboCop shot somebody in the dick. Because I've never seen RoboCop. I should probably see RoboCop, but I've never seen RoboCop. I just didn't grow up with it and never got around to watching it. Yep. Although I think every single cool thing in that movie has been spoiled over the years due to copious references online, which is part of the reason I'm like less enthused to watch it. And also because like at this point, the only movies I watch are movies that are covered on a podcast I listen to. Purely because for me, movies are more of a communal thing. It's something that I like to do with other people. I don't really like watching movies by myself because it makes the whole experience kind of depressing. So I don't actually watch many movies. I watch almost none, in fact. Unless it's covered on a certain podcast I listen to. Or a franchise I adore, and there's very few of those left. I think you were my age when you finally saw it? Yeah. I mean, it's probably the sort of movie I'd watch late at night with a friend, but I don't have those, so. At least, not that watch movies. Let's make 50, not 50 shops max. Just had the wrong thing selected. Really need to finish that. I really need to finish making those pumps. Let's just pause. Go over to here. Go up to here. And say do this. Iron block. Iron, iron. Yep, there we go. And then you go here. Actually, no, wrong. There you go. You go there. And I'm going to use that as my blueprint, I suppose. That should be big enough. All right, so I'm going to need to go all the way down to here. And then I'm going to do stairs, starting down here, going all the way up. Actually, know what? Before I do stairs, let's do floors. All right, so what I need this to do is I'm going to need to probably make a connector to this because this level right here is going to be completely pre-scripted for all of this. Then when this entire thing is constructed, I'm going to fill it up with pumps. The top one is going to build sort of a reservoir thing. Yeah. So you're going to pump up this way. So it's going to go up to here and then up to here. Then I'm going to cut these out. And then we'll do the rest of it. I'm okay. I don't need to watch RoboCop with people on stream or with people from Discord or anything. You guys can if you want, but I'm good. Respectfully, it's not something I'm super interested in doing, but I do not get RoboCop references that quickly generally, unless it's such a heavily memeified thing that I get the meme. All right. Although this is going to kind of screw some things up. It's probably best if I do this part later. The deconstruction part later. There we go. Sweet. Should be good. And we got to work on this over here. Man, this poor dwarf. This poor bloody dwarf. Okay. Yeah, we can make it go out the side. That wall piece is going to need to be moved. Probably make these ones out of wood. And this can just get erased. All right, that'll be fine. Trying to make apartments in DF. You mean like the stuff I do all the time? Either build up or mine down. Multi-floor. Oh, I see what you mean. Multi-floor bedrooms. Those are that would be a little tedious to do, but you could certainly make it work. But essentially what I'm going to do here is this is going to be a thing to pressurize lava. We're going to pressurize lava and use that as defense. So I don't need to go outside and fight the enemies as often. Ideally, not at all. Same but a little different. Well, yeah. Anyway, regardless, hopefully you make some cool bedrooms that are fun to look at. All right, so this right here, actually, I think the way I'm going to do these corners is going to be pretty simple. We're just going to do this over time. I would like to get these bottom ones done first, though, so that they just take the stairs. Because turns out taking the stairs is much more efficient and doesn't require them to run around anywhere near as much. There you go. You found the Discord. Yeah, absolutely. Creed should post those in the Discord. Somebody's gotta. You liked better when cave adaptation didn't work? Mod it out. It's like one line of text to get rid of it. Speaking of Creed, you're going to do other career choices with your future because you are causing yourself to turn into a vomit pile. But yeah, I think that Dwarf Fortress is a better game when cave adaptation works. Because it's a good mechanic, but I could see why it would be annoying for some. It's a good mechanic because it forces you to build in accordance with it. And it stops the dwarves from being as much of an unstoppable murder machine. I'd be concerned if you weren't, considering you're typing in my chat right now. On how to make a sphere like the one I did for Fire Orb. Well, the one I did in Fire Orb, I started up at the top and then slowly channeled it out from the top and filled it in with glass. I don't know how else to explain it other than that, and I don't think that's particularly helpful. I don't really know how to offer advice on such things, to be honest. Bread looks so good. It's zucchini bread that I made. It's got walnuts in it. Because finally zucchini season hit, which is, holy fuck, I have too many zucchinis. Please help, I have too many zucchinis. I need to do something with these zucchinis, so I make zucchini bread. So then when it hits the top here, like I said, it's then going to go back down, probably all the way down through to about here. So I could pretty easily just do this. I'll just put blocks there. And then if I put an opening on the side, then I can build up alongside of it. So this will then chop down this tree. And then I just need basically a square, like a single tile for... I'm trying to think how I could do this by just clicking and dragging. Probably floor is the best way to do it. Floor would probably be the best way to do it. Also trying to figure out how I'm going to power this thing, or how I'm going to connect it to the current power setup I already have. We'll figure it out. We'll have to work with it. We will have to figure it out. Anyone can be an unstoppable murder machine with legendary skills. Totally, but I like that cave adaptation nerfs the dwarves' ability to do that a little bit. Also, chat, we are $4 below my daily minimum. Just saying. Buttery Whale, what kind of dwarf would you like us? Test received successfully. Neither did I on Chowder. So you want to die in the next 30 minutes? Why do you want to waste your points? Right, give me a second. All right. But just so that you're aware, the unhappy dwarves are the ones that are going to die the soonest. So, Buttery Whale. Sorry, I'm not going to use your whole name because it makes me want to vomit. So, he is swayed by emotional appeals and is grounded in reality. He likes to take it easy and is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments. He finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He tries to do things correctly each time, and he is very humble. He likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, and he generally finds himself to be quite helpful about the future. He tries to return favors, and he's not particularly interested in what others think of him. He tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others, and is quite ambitious. When he's nervous, he clicks his tongue. When he often touches others during conversations when he's nervous. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. Respects the development of his skill. Personally, strongly believes that peaceful and ordered society without deceit is best. He likes conglomerate and trifle pewter, as well as rhyolite and penguin leather. And the moons, maces, and turkeys for their gobble. And the words of the umber sparkles, and the sight of an intricacy of glittering and impossible prefers to consume rambutan wine, and absolutely hates mussels. You're married, and you have 4 children, and you are haggard. So good luck. But to me, asking to be the most upset dwarf is basically wasting your points. But, I mean, hey. Who am I to judge? Legendary fighter, though? Still wasting your points. And also not in the military anymore. And will not be going back to the military at any point. Because he just got out of prison. Which means he's probably going to die to the captain of the guard in the next 20 to 30 minutes if I had to bet. All right, so. Right here, this is going to go all the way up to here. This is going to go all the way down to here. Except this side is going to be deleted all the way up to the top, basically. And everything from right here all the way up. And then I'll have to wall this off eventually. Yeah, this is what we're going to have to do. So then you're going to go here. And then down an additional few tiles. Let's go down to right there. Yes. And then this is going to be the actual reservoir. Except actually, let's make this deeper. And then from the layer below, I will dig tunnels. This is going to take a bit to finish, but it'll be a very effective defense. The goblins tend to arrive right here. So I will make a geyser right around here. And a geyser, I mean, maybe up here even. But this is where goblin sieges have been showing up. Specifically right there in the corner. Which is why there's a dead goblin hand right there. which also makes it very easy for me to just plan this. It's fine. Gotta go one further down. And there we go. Yep, that'll work. And then this bottom layer here. Go over to here. Oh, huh, right. This is going to be the tunnel layer. And I will jump up to here and remove that, because they're going to get down here first. See? In fact, there's already a dwarf in here. Uh-oh. Well, that didn't work. Kind of hit water. Please don't dig up into the water, game. That would be bad. So instead, I'm gonna have to just dig this out and fix it. Adil has bestowed a name upon a steel spear. You mean Lywind, Rip? I mean, Lywind did in fact die. Hey, chat room. One of the best things you can do for me at this time of day is just keep that chat moving, you know? 2 people speaking in 6 minutes is a very small percentage of 200 or 150 or however many of you are watching right now. It's not doesn't mean round of beers. It just means help conversations keep going. Come on, guys. Work with me here. Can new slabs be created by gobs after World Gen? Nope. Nope, it's books that are created after that point. Books about the slabs. So it starts off as the slabs and then becomes books. That's how that progression goes. I mean, you can post beer, but I'm asking for, you know, chat interaction, which is what makes the world go round. The girl go round, the world go round. Because a quiet chat is a dead chat, and a dead chat is a dying stream. Take care of yourself, Drox, and we'll see you when we see you. Spurs are like surprisingly good at climbing. Also getting a lot of fire opals out of this. I'm not going to complain about that at any point. At least this side's sorted. Actually, I don't really want to connect it right here. I'm going to connect it right here. Plates on tables. I don't even think about that as a recent. I guess, yeah, that is a recent because it came out this morning, right? Mayor next door, thanks for the $1, or not for the $1, for that brand new subscription. Appreciate you. How's the fort? It's been all right, Phineas. It's been all right. So what about those forgotten beasts? Trying to kill them? What about them? You're actively making your own game while listening to you play yours. Making your own game. You're, as in programming one or playing Dwarf Fort? Is that long thing a fall bridge? No. That's just it's a way of getting across. I'm using it as a bridge. But I don't know. I think the repalletized dwarves are super cool, though. And the dwarves having stuff in the right hand again make me want to actually set up another fort where we use shields as weapons. Because that's just always fun and entertaining. And the fact that you can actually see them represented now is really neat. Oh, we're still building this? A lot of forbidden pieces, though. Well, happy to help, Mayor Next Door. Happy to help. I do have another bigger video coming soon, but one piece at a time. They retract the long bridges. I mean, the game has limitations, right? I'm in an ad break, so I will pause while doing this. Nice. Yeah, I can actually just build up to here to speed this process up. Tracting bridges don't require anchoring for them to be placed. They need to touch the edge of a thing. They don't need a wall space, though. Holy shit, Phineas. It has been like over a month since I've seen a gift sub bomb that's bigger than 10. So, thanks a ton for, you know, keeping this channel funded, mate. You are a god. Cheers, dude. Streamer can stop bitching about daily minimums now. And there was great rejoicing. That's a lot of scribs. A lot of scribes. And in the ad break as well. Or a lot of subbies, I think is what you said. Is that a larger than normal mug? That is a 20-ounce mug. So the big one that's available. Lennox, thank you very much for checking out a gift. Appreciate you. More burr? Lots of burr, yes. You got the 20-ounce mug and it's huge. They are... Whoa. I'm seeing baby jabbers running around. Hold on, we have more jabbers. The jabberer family grows. In fact, we have 2 adult tame ones now. Moose, thanks for the 22nd month. God, I can't remember the last time we had a level 5 hype train. Like, genuinely. What was the thing I needed to do? Right, I need to go to this screen and go jabber. Set you to continue being trained. Pictures don't do it justice. Needs a banana for scale. Your 10-ounce mug at work won't cut it. I mean, here. I could give you... Here's a good comparison. 1 liter Nalgene bottle for scale. If you have a 1 liter Nalgene bottle, it fits in the 1 liter now. Like the now one, you can hold you can hold a liter of water in this. Not technically, but not false advertising. It's a very large mug, yes. I agree. Very large. A mini can of shaving cream? That's oddly specific. But the Jabberer army is finally becoming a reality. And some migrants have arrived. Slightly less than 2 soda cans. Yep. A certain buttery whale is falling into depression. So, up until this point this week, we haven't gotten like a total of 20 subscribe, like, not 20. We haven't gotten a total of 40 subscribers in a day. So you just like, I need to go look at the actual count, but I'm pretty sure since Monday you have like just doubled the sub count that we've got this week. So thank you. Phineas, you mad lad. Suited Giraffe, thanks for helping with the 5-pack. I don't even know what level that dive train's on now. It just like, or is it that, or it's like about to level? I don't know. I find like the new layout for hype trains makes them significantly less straightforward and harder to follow. There we, okay, so it's almost level 7. Jesus. Christ, man. Okay, hold on. Who brought the cavey? Gotta geld those. Yep, I do in fact need to geld that. As more dwarves continue to arrive. And the sun continues to shine. Elfie, thanks for helping. Ryan! Thank you very much for chucking $5 into the pit. Maybe that's what we should call it. It's just the money pit. Thanks for tossing money into the money pit. What does it do? Nothing of value. What is it? A big hole. Why is it there? So you throw money in it.
Thanks for the dwarfy distractions while I'm at work, as always.
Happy to provide distractions. Thanks for helping streamers' dumb brain with the need for instant gratification. Yeah, no.
Darren_Sullivan cheered.
Money pit, right next to the pit says a vacation fund. Yes, but no, it is. I mean, yes. It's not entirely how vacation funds work, but yes. Still have to pay rent, you know. And save, amongst other things. Also miss that. I mean, I miss people adding me all the time because people say the word blind randomly in streams, and it makes me think people are talking to me. Money pit? What? Are you thinking of Moneyball? I don't know of a Tom Hanks movie with... Or is that a Brad... Was Moneyball Brad Pitt? I haven't seen Money Pit, if that's a movie. I'm sure it's a movie. It definitely sounds like the name of a movie that would exist, so... It's a hilarious movie. Well, I haven't seen it, so there you go. Add that to the list of movies I haven't seen. As I continue to build this up, I'm very worried that like I'm going to be in the middle of constructing this stuff and then baddies are going to show up. It's going to be kind of a pain if that's the case. That's why I'm just trying to get as much of this done as possible. What's the plan with the tower? Lava is going to be pumped to the top of the tower, and then it's going to go over to the top of the tower, and then down through into down all the way into the down through down into this. And then once it's down here, I just realized that there's dwarves down here dying of thirst. Once it's all the way down to there, then I can use it to pressurize lava. Which, very effective way of killing a lot of baddies and also wrecking your frame rate. I feel like I may have seen a, like, GIF of that scene. Not to be confused with the Breaking Bad scene where the water, where the thing falls through the bottom of the bathtub, which is not even remotely funny in that movie, but in that show. I mean, maybe it's kind of funny, but grimly funny. Could not tell you the last Tom Hanks movie I watched, though. Viscera? Sure, that's a word. Uh-oh. The miner's been found dead. I'm an idiot. But Drosta just saved our dwarfs. So, I couldn't actually see everything back here. So there was a line of sight deficiency. So I was going to tell my military to go stand here and then kill this Forgotten Beast, right? But this Forgotten Beast got through into here, and then this dwarf killed it, I presume. Yep. So rest in peace, Eral. You died too soon. You didn't deserve a death like that. You should have gone better, but it was all that we had. And chat room, thank you very much for that absurd hype train and for, like, doubling this week's revenue. Thank you. It never feels like I'm saying enough when I say thank you, but just thank you. So I wouldn't be here if people didn't watch this channel. So thanks for letting me have the coolest job in the world. Man, I'm quite a bit behind on tombs. I used the wrong material, I think. Jack, can I get a big round of beers for Dr. Phineas? Stray cat got stung by a bee. It's one of the most normal announcements I've read in Dwarf Fortress in a while. Well, I used to refer in a couple older tutorials, I referred to bedrooms as bedrooms and then tombs as forever bedrooms. Or perma bedrooms. Long time nap sessions, you know, all that kind of stuff. And this was before it was like the YouTube meta to not say bad words so that your video gets recommended more. Although I will say my favorite one of those is how people use PDF file to refer to people who are, you know, utterly disgusting. There's something about that that will never stop being hysterical to me. Just because anything that seems like it would theoretically piss off Adobe makes me happy. I am simple mad. I'm simple man. I see angry Adobe, I happy. He calls wood chipper feet first. I legitimately stared down the barrel of a wood chipper earlier this summer. I was riding my bike home from work. Or not from work. I was riding my bike home from my parents' house. Anyway, riding my bike home from my parents' house, and I was riding, like, with traffic, heading home. And there was this wood chipper, like, angled like this towards the bike lane. And there was a guy using it. Like, he was chucking stuff in it. But it was at the exact wrong angle. And I'm just riding towards this. I'm like, this seems... Like, I've seen the Final Destination. I know how this ends. And then a semi-truck goes past me, and I damn near got blown off my bike. I'm like, So anyway, I didn't die, but... I did shout at the guy and said that that's kind of a dangerous angle to be at. And he just kind of glared at me and kept working. So, you know. Kind of. More like morbidly funny to me than scary. Just like the car crash in Final Destination that just never ends. Which is hysterical to me. So many good memes made out of that. It's like this car crash has been going for 10 minutes. Why is it still going? Why are cars appearing out of nowhere? Omega Sauce, Omega Sense, thank you very much for the 2nd month with Prime. Welcome back. Get in the robot dwarf. You know, some people would want robot dwarfs. Or dwarf robots. Dwarf mechs? That just sounds like Tex-Mex, but dwarven food. Dwarf Fortress should add tacos. This is my platform. It's like they announce that they're adding, like, dwarf mechs, and then everybody gets really excited, and they're actually just adding tacos. I'd be here for that. Dwarf bots. That seems just like a good way to have more flat dwarfs. Tortillas made on a screw press. Now we're talking. I may or may not just want good tacos. Maybe that's what I'll do this weekend. Treat myself to some tacos. Okay, this side can just go all the way up now. Let's just fill this in. All the way up to here. There we go. This side can't yet, but you can. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Where is you? Okay, they're here again. Now it's time to kill again. Am I making a mist gen? I'm doing 2 big projects at once. Mist generator is kind of the secondary project. The first and primary project is setting up defenses because enemy sieges are going to start getting big. Good time to tune in? Well, hey, by the way, your dwarf's not dead? Yeah, oh, well, actually, you are dead. Your dwarf's undead and showed up from the last fort, Crosta. Charge, dwarves! Huzzah, it's killing time. Okay. Ant, spearman, dwarf, or guy thing. I need you to come over here, please. Because we have to stab you to death. Something went wrong? Did your dwarf not migrate over from the last fortress? I thought you did. By that, I mean not the 500 dwarf attempt. Paddle boats. Or maybe you were already here. I kind of thought... I don't recall you being zombified, but regardless, you're a zombie. I thought you wandered over here from the last fort as a zombie, but maybe you still did. Oh, no, you're just one of the members. Oh, no, you were here. Anyway. Yeah. No, this is the 500 dwarf fort, which is why I have 276 dwarfs. Sorry, I'm just being incorrect with when dwarves showed up. It's my bad. No, this is still the same fort. Nothing's changed. But yeah, you became... Well, there's a few dwarves that know necromancy in the fort, and you sort of died. But then you undied really quickly, so, you know, it was fine. Okay, well, that's done. Back to training dwarves. Let's make an iron one of those, and then let's just do iron mechanisms, which I should be able to make. Keyword there is should. I feel like I have the hiccups, but it's like not clearing as quickly as I want it to. Crust finished goods with cut gems. Let's get to it. So I do have tons of finished goods and tons of gems. Okay, so there is some ore here I should probably automate. But it's probably not going to be too hard to just do this. It's probably going to go all the way over to there. So I'll have to dig around this anyway. But you go all the way down to here and then all the way down to here. What? Okay. God damn it, game. Gonna have to remove the top side though. Go up here and then just cut all these out. And this goes all the way out and around here and up here. Just gonna go to this and say cut gems. And I'm gonna say it's greater than 10. Screw this. We'll just do 42 fire opals. Maverick Jones, thank you very much for the second month and welcome back. Thank you very much for helping keep this channel funded. Question is, how much do I care about all this? Because if I don't dig this stuff out now, I'm never going to get it. All right. Let's see how many more of these I can plug in. Quite a few. So let's just plunk more of these pipes in. Should have enough. There we go. Get rid of the middle one. Uh-oh. I screwed this up. I knew I would screw something up. Okay, so let's go to here. Move up to this. And then when these get deconstructed, and then these get deconstructed, I can then connect the last two pumps in. Connect all these. Connect all these. All the way down on this side to there. Do this right here. And it's just a matter of getting the last one. Just a giant auto-mine cube for the entire map. What? So you mean just like go and just auto-mine every single visible gem? Well, the bottom cavern layer wouldn't do much because it's mostly an aquifer. The higher up levels, maybe. Have you ever done that, Krampus? I feel like at a glance, I don't think there's anything that could go super wrong with that. Like it might, I don't really have any reservoirs or anything that it would puncture. Also, I ended up with a steel wall. I mean, while that's pretty cool, it's kind of a waste of steel. Let's go up. And then the final one. Then we'll know how much power it needs, and I'll know what the damage is. And then up here, I can do this all the way across the top. I also like auto-mine. I'm amazed by how many people didn't realize it was a feature in the video game. Auto-mine is one of those things where it's just like, I take it for granted because I've just used it for so many years, but when this version of the game released, a lot of people who I'd known who'd been playing the game for a very long time were shocked that it was a thing. Because they just never knew that it was a feature that existed until Premium came out. You know, I could probably just go all the way down like this. It's probably easier. We've done big auto-mine cubes, but I think it's generally a bad idea to do the entire map. It was a joke? Yeah, well. Wouldn't be the silliest thing I've ever done. Got several dwarves that are just kind of lost causes right now. It's a bit of a shame. What's this tower gonna be for? It's for causing lava geysers. Next challenge? That would be a very short challenge because it would be over in like 10 seconds. Well, not 10 seconds, but it would be over really quick. Let's do iron grates, actually. Let's just do 50 of them. I mean, the silliest things I've ever done. I would say that, I would say that one of the sillier things I've done was just simply, like, knowingly waiting for enemies and then setting up to fight them and such. Or, kind of what what I did to the good dwarves of Fire Orb is up there. You know, where I made a fishbowl and then filled it up with demons and then just released it onto, like, everything was pretty good. That was pretty good. Forgotten Beast has come. A huge feathered serpent. It has a trunk and it undulates rhythmically. Its dark green feathers are long and broad. Beware its poison bite. That is the most, like, accurate sounding, like, serpent thing I've seen in a while. I think I'll send these dwarves here. Or rather, to just kill this thing. Everything is happening at once. Lie mine. It's like the opposite of lie windy. Oh, come on. Why you gotta do that? I can't kill you when you're in the water. Okay, fine then. That's rude. Oh, and then you go turn around. Okay, so you're doing it just to shake me. Trying to spoil my cover. Oh, now you go away again. Of course you do. You stupid noodle. Fly Cut the Dyer's been found dead. In my... Uh-oh. And there's an ad break. I think somebody brawled under the influence because, it's kind of, a lot of teeth everywhere. Certainly looks like that. There is a lot of dwarves in the hospital. Fortunately, Creed's doing his job. Yeah, the Demon Bowl was pretty silly. I'm trying to think, what are other silly things I've done? Oh, actually draining an ocean into hell. I did that a couple of times. Where you just, like, dig too deep and then dig a pipe or a tube all the way up to the bottom of an ocean and then just, like, and say, have fun to hell. And then they just swim out and don't care all that much when you get attacked. All right, so we should be through the ads pretty much at this point. I have no idea what's happening here. This has followed Darren. Uh-oh. Fun way to end things? Oh, it was. It was certainly a fun way to end things. This seems bad. Okay, it's not that bad, but... there's kind of a lot of them, though. Okay, well, they're being told to go exactly to where they came from, so they should work their way through them. We do have Yuzol up at the top here, who is in a martial trance and about to not be in a martial trance anymore, so hopefully the dwarves catch up with him, and yep, they did. Sweet. Backup saved that dwarf's life. And it appears that Dwarven Child was found dead. Well, that's a shame. Yeah, there was quite the tavern brawl just now, I think. Because there is a lot of dwarves in hospital. Okay, how many dwarves are resting? How many of them are my doctors? None of them. Good. Okay, that's good. Meaning my doctors are able to work. Is the how stocked is the hospital? Completely stocked. Well, that's good. We're running out of crutches, though. I need to go make more tombs. That is one thing about a fort like this. When dwarves die, a lot of dwarves die. And another dwarf's been found dead. Can we, like, stop trying to kill each other, dwarves? That'd be great. Okay, so it's the Forgotten Beast fighting with the dwarves mostly now. Let's see how that fight's going. Seems to just be 2 of my soldiers stationed here, and that's about it. Because are most of them over here? Nope. Where did they end up? Anyway, they're fighting with it. It's a Mark's dwarf and a spear dwarf named Melville. They're a bunch of goddamn heroes. Noodle Slayer. Butcher an animal. Is it actually getting butchered? It looks like it. There are no beardos over here. That looks like one of my dwarves. Okay. Hey, dwarves, have you thought about, you know, actually burying the dead? Just an idea. Thought I'd run it by you, see how it floats. I'll get back to you on that, though. All right, well, we need more beds, seems like. Actually, let's just check this. Where are other invaders? Send the dwarves down here. I love the fact that the dwarves have a hard time keeping up with the dudes on mounts. Will always be entertaining just watching them run away. I'll check back here because I don't trust this zone. That's a bug that can happen sometimes, Drusta. Although it depends on what version of the game you're playing on. If you're playing on a not updated version, that happens way more often. But if you're playing on a recent version, that shouldn't happen too much. Some more deaths, but hey, it's a very large fort, so deaths are to be expected at a point. Although these 3 beds need to be moved. There's 2 right there, a bunch right here. All right, well, things are kind of going back to the way they should be, which is good. That was exceptionally stressful. Also, there's an ear right there. Sweet. Dwarves are doing the tomb things. Doesn't seem to bother anyone, at least. No, it doesn't. Because the dwarves think it's in the tomb. It's a sprite stacking bug that can happen sometimes. I think it actually happened to me once. Yeah, over here. This one. As long as if you hover over it and it says shale coffin or whatever name of coffin it is, then it shouldn't happen. I find it happens a lot less in recent versions because they fixed it. You know, it's one of those bugs where they're like, yeah, we fixed it. It's like, did you though? I don't know, guys. Amethyst has been possessed. Okay, I wonder what this dwarf makes. This is my best jeweler. Legendary gem cutter, hey? Making an artifact. It's going to be a really expensive gem. Grab some rough moss agates. More of them. Iron blocks. Steel bars. Needs rough color, bricks, blocks, bars, metal, wood. Leather. I might need to chop down a tree. Oh, come on. Stop this. Okay, I think that's everything. Probably wood. Yep, currently out of wood. All right, well, let's just go down to here and do this. Should be easy enough. Should be easy enough. So you, right here. Gotta connect to a lever over here. Do we have enough coffins? Currently, yep. Because they stop auto-assigning them when there's enough. SteelSeries Investly and the Quebec government program. I'm sorry you had to see ads. Or just remember, echoing them in chat just promotes the ads more for free, and they don't get paid for that. So, not saying that you shouldn't do that. I mean, like you do you, but like if you want to comment on funny ads, that's fine. But it is giving them free ad awareness. Rockbeard, thanks for the follow, and also that Prime sub. Thank you. How are we doing on beds? Actually, no, I didn't. I didn't assign all of these. I could just make some more. 13 more bedrooms, dunsies. You two can have bedrooms. Ooh. Seto is visiting. Everybody's favorite criminal. Who I'm pretty sure should already be listed as a convict. Isn't listed as a convict. Wasn't he the spy? Yep. Yep, no, this person attempted espionage. Justice for well, Justice for can't even spell their name correctly. Typical a person who sides with a criminal and doesn't do their research in it. Justice for insert person here because I'm mad for no apparent reason. Also, I don't like the zombie legendary surgeon. The Assaults of Flashing is the group that this guy is a part of. I feel like this guy should go to prison just purely based off of that. It looked like an yeah, that's fair. That is fair. What, no new information was revealed? Did I accidentally... Was naturally inclined to speak? No new information was... Okay, so I've accidentally, I think... convicted the wrong person. Yep, I absolutely did. So... what I'm going to do instead is convict him of a bunch of vandalism cases that he didn't commit. What's funny is your I stand with criminals statement would actually be like a legitimate statement now. So, you know, get him on tax evasion. Pretty much, yes. No, he's like... It's like, dude attempted espionage in a coup and got a bunch of strange disorderly conduct charges thrown at him. Jail for 1,000 years, damn right. Excellent. Got him this time. I presume. First we beated the criminal, and then we're gonna chain up the criminal. Doesn't feel anything after being beaten. Well, yeah, you're a zombie. Gets like 2 months. It's gonna be a lot longer than 2 months. Somebody wanna put Meng's body into a tomb, maybe? Okay, so apparently he has a grave. Apparently he didn't. There we go. Well, you can hang out with Aban. And Sodel. When a family member received justice through a criminal's conviction. So this dwarf's actually happy about this. Family member received justice through a criminal's conviction. And it was like, not the person who did the beating. But, you know, still justice, right? I think. All right, let's check out this. Oh boy. Typical me. Let's go all the way up to the top here and start working our way down. Oopsies. There we go. All the way up to here. I can't say I think the longest sentence I ever saw for a dwarf was 500 something years. I'm pretty sure that was the longest sentence I've ever seen for a dwarf. But admittedly, that dwarf killed a lot of people. And not people I was okay with being killed either. Like, it wasn't even beneficial to me. Just dwarf went on a murder spree. Maybe you just have a crappy choice to captain the guard. The thing is murder, I think is the highest sentence they can get, and that isn't even, or no, murder isn't the highest sentence they can get. The highest sentence that they can get is violation of production order, which is annoyed a noble because they didn't like create the item in time. Like literally the most petty fucking thing ever is the worst sentence they can get. Which truly, I think is hysterical. But if you have enough of those stacked, you can get like hundreds of days. What is this contraption? It's a contraption to pressurize lava, which isn't powered yet and isn't done yet. But we're getting there. We're getting there. I'll have it done in the next 90 minutes, probably. Assuming they got all the boulders out of the bottom of it. Did I ever try Prison Architect? I liked it a bajillion years ago and got bored of it a long time ago. And I have zero faith in its future thanks to the incompetence that is known as Paradox. Paradox? Paradox. I'll bet you Paradox is feeling dumb about canceling their Sims clone. Now that Sims is all like, hey guys, we're just going to keep updating this like husk of a video game. It's just very strange. That's all I can really say. It's very strange. Ah. You're early. I don't need you yet. Go away. Well, at least that's done. Maybe actually I'll move that. Because if they're going to show up right here... That's not the tool I wanted. That's the tool I wanted. Although I will just erase this for right now. And say, all right, how many of you is there? Oh, shit, there's actually more than 10. Damn, there's actually a couple. All right, well, fair enough then. Okay, so we've got this goblin who's married to one of the goblins who's at the entrance coming in, who's been here twice. Your spouse is also one of them. So we've got 2 goblins who are married to soldiers who are here. And now we're going to ambush them. Get them, dwarves! Or don't. I mean, I'm trying. There we go, we got them. It's one family ruined. Can we ruin more? See if I can get the dwarves back down to here. Eh, probably not. These ones are going to get distracted. Okay, yeah, you're getting nauseous. Send them out. Dwarves ambushed the goblins and they never even saw it coming. Never even saw it coming. Horrifying, if you will. All right, dwarves, get back inside. Go do literally anything else. But feel free to keep puking. What's up, my goo kit? All right, let's get that. Let's go here and go all the way up. All the way up to there. This one got suspended. That's unfortunate. So it's just this one that we still need to sort. And I need to check in on Amethyst. Also, I think a dwarf just died. Yep, one of my blacksmiths was found dead. Oh, there's still a goblin on the map. The fuck? I thought the goblins were done. Apparently they aren't. There's several on the map. How... Were they just... Where were they? Well, it appears that this Fisher Dwarf is dying. Got soldiers coming through. Lycott specifically acting like a hero. Man, I need this contraption just so that I can clean the surface up a bit. Fight the gobos to death. On it. We'll do my best. Actually, you know what? I think I am going to do this. We're going to set this up as a cleaning device, chat. This will be fine. So, who here has seen me build a lava geyser before? Just show of hands. You'll notice by the trail of vomit. Trail of Vomit sounds like a Visceral Disgorge album name, though. Speaking of random metal band names. Or random things that could be metal band names. or metal band adjacent topics. They're the one band I keep seeing that opens for cattle decapitation, if you want to know what kind of music that is. Although I say cattle decapitation as if anybody here knows what cattle decapitation is. I will make you out of iron bars. The thing is, this thing will be big enough that... Nah, I want to have the flexibility of having two. Ideally. What, by cattle decapitation? Instead of looking up cattle decapitation, look up hate beak. If you want some really dumb, deep cut metal, that's some really dumb, deep cut metal. The band that will never tour because it's animal abuse. It's one of Cattle Decap's members' pet parrot squawking during their performances, and so they recorded it and produced it. Is Judd the one with the pit bulls? Here we go again. It's like I was just here. These ants are becoming a problem. Run away there, Dominoc. Your other namesake died in the fort already. Ah, died in the fort already. Thankfully, Moldath is here to the rescue. The ambiguous fraction of something. Well done there, Dwarf. So many discoveries. So much. So much. Dwarves, go do literally whatever. Best of luck with your endeavors there, dwarves. So Hatebeak is a parrot squawking over recording sessions that a band does. And they like riffed underneath it because parrots mimic what their owner does. And if the owner of a parrot also happens to be the vocalist for a death metal band, the parrots say some dumb shit. So it's like a parrot covering cattle decapitation songs, basically. Oh, okay. Nope, haven't heard Judd. We'll have to look up Judd later. Thanks for the tip. Okay, so that's you. That's my well. There's still a bunch of dwarves in hospital, but on the bright side, I think they're getting better. Okay, so I still need to power this. And the problem that I'm realizing here is I don't actually have a safe way to power this. Because this is going to fill up a Z level higher than I actually want it to. So if I connect power to it on the side here, it's going to flow out and set everything on fire. So I have to power it from at least this layer. And then you are connected to what? Oh, just those? Okay. Well, I can shut those off temporarily. So I guess the best way to do this would be... So in order to power this, I'm going to have to disconnect the stairs. Which I don't really like. So I have to finish constructing this side. And then presumably nobody gets stuck in this, which they might. Then I can finish the whole thing up. Because you're never going to stop wanting to create lava modes now? Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, if you manage to make a lava-safe screw pump, you're probably safe going forward. God of the Empty Nest, which is a parody of Emptiness by Nile. Yeah, or God of Emptiness by Nile. It always makes you chuckle. Yeah, no, totally. I like the fact that they literally taught a parrot lyrics. But, you know. Make all layers 100 levels thick? What? What do you mean? Because the maximum number of layers you can have is 400 something. It's like 410 or some similar-ish equivalent. It's just unreasonable to pump lava that high. You know, there was one time in version 47, I pumped lava 240 Z levels. And halfway through building it, a dwarf died. And that dwarf had a pet cat. And cats sometimes can go insane when their when their owner or when their pet dies, because the dwarf is the pet, right? Sometimes cats can go insane when their pets die. And when this cat went insane, it, well, toppled the whole pump stack when I was like 90% done. I wanted to cry. It was one of the saddest moments of the entirety of my Dwarf Fortress game's career. Was realizing that my only way forward was having to rebuild the entirety of that pump stack. It was a horrible realization. But also I would agree, it's never unreasonable to pump lava. You should always pump as much lava as goddamn possible. Why? Because you can. It's the dwarven obligation to move lava from where it's supposed to be to where it shouldn't be. Which is why I'm putting it in the clouds. Because dwarves. Ah! Camera jumped suddenly and it startled me. Dwarf slipped into depression. A dwarf has become a blacksmith. I need to check that strange mood. Okay, what do you need? Ah, you have everything you need. 2 rough agates, as well as iron blocks, steel bars, fungi wood, hematite, iron bars, jabber leather, and hematite. Best of luck there, dwarf. should be an interesting artifact, if nothing else. My dwarves locked underground? No, they're not. I guess they're just depressed and don't want to do that. And you know what? I don't blame them. I really don't. You should probably check the body counts. Make some more tombs. Sky lava. Yeah, so I can make lava shoot into the sky. So for those of you... Okay, show of hands. Who's completely confused by the thing that I'm building? Do you guys need an explanation? Okay, there's at least one. Anybody else? Because essentially, the way lava works is lava detects a highest point that it's ever been at and tries to get to that point. It tries to level out, essentially. So I'm pumping lava up really high so that when lava go down and then go back up, it tries to get that high again. That's what I'm doing. Basically, it tries to bubble up and level out flat. So I'm making lava, what? If we start at layer 49, we're going all the way up to layer 62. So that's 13 levels. Then over here, I have this bridge connected to a lever. When lava is filled all the way up to here, and I pull this lever, it then shoots along this little area here and then tries to go 13 levels high. That's what I'm doing. It's like a pretty straightforward concept once you realize that it works. So it's very entertaining. The problem is I need to get these dwarves out of working outside here because it's stressful for them. And too many dwarves keep dying. So, let's go into here and then go to mechanisms. And also... Oh, hallelujah, it's early summer, meaning I get to trade soon. Looking forward to that. And it's one of those things where it's actually quite a straightforward kind of defense system once you understand the logic for it. But it's always a be very careful because if you fuck it up, your fort will probably never recover. I beg your goddamn pardon. I'm like, why is my water wheels not producing any power? Apparently, like, a bunch of my water wheels got destroyed. What the fuck? I'm deeply disturbed by this. Who knocked my water wheels over? The hell? Beware the friends of the HOA? What? Setting your front lawn on fire instead of cutting it? Is that what we're talking about here? Bah! Forgotten Beast has come. An enormous feathered tick. It has 4 long spiral horns and is getting kind of annoying. Its black feathers are long and sparse. Beware it's burning. Well, that's not good. How much do I have faith in water? I'm gonna hope that my dwarves can run really quickly. Because my dwarves will be better than it will be in the short term. They won't get there in time. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to just line all my dwarves up down here instead of all the way down there. And the reason I'm going to do it right here is because there's nothing for it to burn. So if there's nothing for it to burn... God, there's so much just random crap in doorways. Amethyst has created Longthust, a moss agate cage, and offers it to the small farm. I'm going to toss that into the prison because you offered it to me so I can use it. And we'll check in on that later. Wow, that's cool looking. It's got the fish tank sprite. All right, let's hope these dwarves know how to block. Actually, I'm going to send the Mark's dwarves up here. What are we dealing with? A fire-breathing tick. Oh, and it's already on the upper levels too. And if I'd noticed that, then I could have shot it in the water, which would have been great for us, but it's too late. Okay, never mind. I'm actually going to send the Mark's dwarves. Ooh, if I do this, will it turn around, though? This ain't good. Although it really likes the water, so that's good, I guess. Save the game, not... Oh, fine, I guess. I mean, I'm not going to save scum it regardless if that's what you're worried about, but... I've never had to deal with an HOA in my life, thankfully. So we are not dealing with the HOA. If anything, I would say the HOA is probably the... what's it called? The humans. Because they don't actually attack. They just show up and they stand there menacingly and then leave after a while. It's called a siege. They're the only faction that doesn't actually attack you. They wait for you to come out and attack them. Which is why it's fun to be at war with humans and another faction. Yeah, they leave. It takes about 2 years for those sieges to leave. But they do eventually leave. I like people talking in my Discord and then pinging me to chime in. It's like, you know I'm live, right? Like, I look at my Discord maybe once every 6 hours when I'm streaming. Sighs. As if I have information that the person who already answered your question doesn't. All right. Dang it. And the stupid beastie decides to leave here anyway. This is bad. Very, very bad. Well, there's a dead Crundle here now. The reason this is very, very bad... Wow, how did you not catch fire that first time there, Dwarf? I don't even know if I can get my dwarves into here. I think both of the ways are now blocked with fire. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Oh sweet, it left. Hallelujah. Zulban is bleeding. And the frame rate's about to go bye-bye, by the way. Saw a bolt arrive. Weaver attacks it. Weaver punches it. It's already injured. It's a Hazelwood cage on fire. It would be really funny if there was, like, something strong in that cage, but I don't think there is. So I'm just going to lock this. We've got Yuzul, who's fighting with the creature. I've seen some bolts hit him. He's currently fine. The creature's injured. He's doing a pretty good job dodging around it. He's actually managed to fire out a bolt, I think. Copper bolt struck the Forgotten Beast in the third leg. We've got Dwarf with a cane coming up, as well as Iron, Moses. Dwarves could all use a drink. Maybe Beast Blood will have to suffice. And we've got Sodel, who runs up and begins whacking the creature with her crutch. But, unfortunately, Sodel is lit ablaze. A fight! I must press on, she says. She did strike it successfully twice. Moses is standing back due to not being able to see through the hazy smoke. Our dwarf friend up here is dodging a whole bunch. You right here have fired a bolt, but not recently. We've now lost 4 total dwarves to flames. But the creature has also set itself ablaze and is no longer with us. Now, while I'm not entirely certain who got the kill, I can check. But somebody killed it. Stupid bug. Apparently we're also fighting with a bunch of Crundles. Which is, I don't know, just kind of funny. Forgotten Beast, Taba, there you are. Flying steel bolt strikes the Forgotten Beast in the head, tearing the muscle and the brain. Headshot. It's going to take a minute for the dwarves to actually be able to pass through that, but... So we lost Doran, Zulban, Tulan, and Sodel. And I've got a baby Jabberer running around in my prison. How adorable. It's the emotional support Jabberer. Jabby McFluff, we call him. So I'm going to slaughter the original 2 Jabberers, because they're the only ones that aren't tame. If I slaughter them, then all of the future... Uh-oh, wait, actually. Yeah, I'm still going to do this. If I slaughter them, then all of the future Jabberers we have will be tame. Because we have tamed Jabberers. Could you get a Mason Dwarf? What kind of... job would, or not job, what kind of beard or no beard? Male or female dwarf? This is a moss agate cage. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is studded with iron and decorated with jabber leather and encircled with bands of iron and steel. This object is adorned with hanging rings of moss agate and fungi wood and menaces with spikes of moss agate. On the item is an image of Athil Bull's livers? The dwarf and chain pages, the mouth of brightness, the jagged pigtail cap. The mouth of brightness, the artwork relates to the creation of chain pages, the mouth of brightness, in the in Seedvault by Athil Bull Silvers in mid-spring of 400. And the item is an image of nightmares in hematite. What is rotting? Well, whatever it was got removed. Beard, please? Okay. Why they leave? Why do humans leave? Because every single faction that invades you will leave eventually. Even the zombies will leave eventually. It just takes a while. He is avaricious as they come, obsessed with acquiring wealth. He never becomes angry and sloppy with his living space and almost never feels discouraged. He very easily falls into love and develops positive feelings. Finds obligations confining, though he's conflicted by this for more than one reason. He's not particularly interested in what others think of him, and there's a dwarf going bonanzers. He's not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he does not often feel lustful. He's pleased by his own appearance and talents, and is quite ambitious. He's quick to form negative views about things, and is often cheerful and tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and repeatedly snaps his fingers when he's trying to remember something. Hey, chat, I got a question for you. When we're done making the lava geyser, do you guys, ladies and folks, and gents and friends, do you guys want to, you know, play some more of that Utopia Must Fall? Curious how many people are listening and how many people would be interested in that. Penguin likes bismuth night, gold, and almandine, as well as chestnut wood, mail shirts, and backpacks, and monitor lizard men for their intelligence, and the sound of the admirable satin, and the sight of the festive blossom, and when possible prefers to consume giant buzzard and turnip plants and passion fruit wine, and absolutely hates cave spiders. I mean, these dwarves are basically walking around in big blankets, so. You missed that play session? Sure. All right. Well, I mean, we got to keep the chat active then. It has still been quiet the past 2 streams or so. Let's just go down here and plop some more tombs in. And to lower my number of clicks, but I probably also... Why is there a hungry head in my living room? I probably also need... One of you assholes with necromancy powers must have been in the general vicinity of this pile of wool and resurrected a bunch of wool. Rude. It's okay, they're all dead now. I was like, that's why, I was like, why is there a bunch of sheep? Oh. Stupid fucking necromancers. Telling you, chat. More trouble than they're worth. Doran Zoban Toulon. Doran. All right, how are we doing on bedrooms? Pretty bad. I need to update those. Checking the status of this. Going to allow the children down into this area. Just so we can get this stuff hauled out quicker. Okay, this needs to be completely sectioned off. So does this. Actually, no, that's not what I need to do. This is what I need to do. But that needs to get deconstructed. Presuming I actually care, which I don't really. Yes, they will write secrets of life and death down if they are scribes, because it's knowledge that they have. Dwarves write down knowledge that they have if they're scribes. The secrets of life and death is usually the knowledge that they have if they're, you know, writing the secrets of life and death. They probably obtained that knowledge somewhere. Oh, this is what I need, actually. Okay, let's see. How much of this is good? This is good. Okay, so I can deconstruct the bottom of this. Let's pull that lever. All right, we are pretty much ready to set this whole fucking thing up. So it goes all the way up to here. Let's follow it along a lap. And it goes over to here and then all the way down. And then all the way across to here and then all the way down. It's got to forbid that. Then all the way down, all the way down, all the way over, all the way down, all the way into here. Now I just need all of this stuff out of here. And it'll fill up all the way across to here and then all the way up through, all the way up through to here. Okay, this one also needs to get sorted. This is why I'm checking. Because it would be mighty silly of me to build this whole thing and then, like, not seal it off and then just melt my own fort with it. But it wouldn't be the first time I've done something like that. All right, I think I may just go all the way along this with a wall piece. Although currently this is sealed off, so... Oh, there we go. Got a bunch of tantrumies to deal with. I may actually expel dwarves from this fort if they keep tantruming like this. It is because it's becoming a bit of a problem. Oh, for fuck. Forgotten Beast, a giant stegosaurus composed of mud. It's extremely weak, but its balding trunk is big, and beware its bloated body and deadly dust. The deadly dust part kind of scary, but the rest of it kind of... more just meh and scary. Where is it? Okay, well, at least it's in a convenient spot to shoot with bolts. The concern here is that it gets to me before my dwarfs get here. Fortunately, it decided to take the slow route. Deadly dust is a bit overpowered in the game currently, though, so we'll see how this goes. Thankfully, it's deciding to stay over there. Need some Marks dwarves to get here. Tell them to stand on the edge. So the Marks dwarves have a chance to just shoot it before it gets to us. Ones made of mud are fortunately very, very, very fragile. So I'm just kind of hoping that my dwarves just get a few bolts off on it and kill it. In fact, they're already shooting bolts at it. Okay, well, they fractured it in a few places just with copper bolts. Come on, dwarves, keep shooting. Okay, now it's in OP mode. And that's why. Because it's just going to expel dwarves backwards extremely quickly. And launch my dwarves into the water in a fashion that is pretty bad for me. And also launch itself upwards along with dwarves like this. Shoutouts to these dwarves who are just all gonna drown, and the creature dies now. Can we please just maybe save some of these dwarves if possible? Come on, dwarves, get out of here. I need to give them swimming lessons, don't I? Come on. Climb out. I have some faith in you. Not much. One of them got out. Two of them got out. Can you get out there, dwarf? Maybe? Oh my god, you made it onto the edge. That sucks. Okay. The other dwarf that was over here, this one made it out. Yuzul made it out. Can you make it out? Come on, Adil. I had some faith in you. This is what I get for having some faith in you, is disappointment. Gah. Oh well. Not much I can do about that one, aside from sit here and cry for a while. At least only one dwarf died. 2 dwarves died. At least only one dwarf drowned. Okay, well, I'll worry about that dwarf later. Because right now, I want to get this trap done. We'll have to... Yeah, just 2. One of them drowned. Nobody else drowned. One of them drowned. The other one drowned as they got out of the water, which is a little grumble. Chad, we can't win anything, can we? I want to cry. No, I don't, but I do want this to stop for a little bit. All right, chat. You guys have one job. I need a big-ass round of beers. Keep this chat moving. Share the stream to your friends. Help keep those view counts up. YouTube folks, don't forget to like the stream, although I'm sure most of you already have. Because... still feels like I'm in summer. You'll jump onto YouTube too? Sure, both is better than one. All right, so while the soldiers are doing that stuff, it's another jabberer. I like how their animals are never, like, what's the word I'm looking for here? Their animals aren't ever stealthed, but they are. Weirdo Beardo's coming flying through, though. It's the dwarf we need. The hero we trust. Okay, how did you get back into there? Guess we're already through them all? Set you guys all to no orders, which you are. Meanwhile, Iron is just taking a nap, which, fair. Okay. You can see them, well, you can see their animals, because their animals have, okay, so some units have stealth stats in Dwarf Fortress, some don't. Cavern creatures' mounts don't have a stealth stat. I don't think. Which means the result is they will, you know, nope, don't throw a war elephant in there, just the jabberers. The ant people. And the Rutherers. So because we can't see the like the ant people because they're stealthed, we can see their mounts. Which is kind of hysterical if you think about it. I caught a Reacher? Oh, that's kind of creepy. There's also Mulmarians on the map. So they aren't hiding? Well, they're stealthed. It would be like, okay, it'd be like if there was a ninja with invisibility powers riding a horse, but the horse doesn't have invisibility powers, so it just looks like a horse. I don't know how else to explain this. But you keep saying it like you don't fully grasp what I'm saying. So like that's the best I can explain it. I think that's the best I got. That make sense? So ninja uses invisibility power, but like you can still see them because they're well right there, you know? I may need to do this. You may have seen me do this before, chat. This is where I go, fuck it. I give up, which is where I go and I pause every single job in the fortress that isn't absolutely necessary to the fortress's survival. And then just wait for a while my dwarves clean all this shit up. This is called Late Summer Cleaning Session. Dwarf Fortress Edition. Or summer cleaning instead of spring cleaning, you know?
4.
T8. Thank you very much for the 48th month. Cyrelac. And thanks for the 6 months in advance. Appreciate you, mate. Because I got too many goddamn jobs that need doing. Okay, so what still needs to happen here? Now I can actually do the loop because I'm not, you know, currently getting attacked by a forgotten beast that I'm aware of. It's probably just stuff needs to come out of here, right? Yeah, pretty much. Then all the way up to here. That's done, that's done. All the way up to here. Then I just need to go all the way across to here. That pretty much does it. So now we just need to wait for this. It should come from all the way over here, most likely. I think I'm literally just going to sell every clothing item in the fortress. I think that's probably what we're going to do. And it looks like the dump item job is actually functioning now, which is what we need. A lot of items are getting tossed. Like a lot of stuff is getting tossed. Everything is going to look nature now? I don't get. So literally all I need to do is I need to finish building this wall, which they're working on. And I need to pull this lever. I'm pretty sure that's all that's left. And also we need to finish hauling out the stuff that's in the reservoir, which is right, you know, here. So once all these boulders are out of here and all these gems are out of here, we are good to go. That's it. That's all that we have left. Although you... Oh, let's just do iron bins. Iron bin. Why would I not give the dwarves clothing? I mean, I'm pretty sure all of the dwarves have clothing. Very tightly knit chains, if you will. Unless you're doing the whole clothing is restrictive and doesn't let me live my true existence, in which case, okay, have fun in prison! That's all I gotta say to that. Okay, so I'm just going to move this over. Get the lava down at the bottom. Then there's literally one more thing I need to do. One final thing, and that's make sure that there's nobody in the actual drainage shaft for this thing. It begins. All right. So now all I need to do is connect this to here. We're even throwing the Rutherers directly into the volcano. Get in there. The reason we're doing that is because they were war trained, which means they will never be on my side. They will never truly join my side. Those traitors. I wish we could convince their adorableness to join us, but it's just never going to work. Lost so many clothes shops. In an older version of the game, I'm just going to ignore everything you're saying, Pinot, because like I can't tell if you're making jokes or not, and it's just going way over my head, and I'm too tired to respond to sarcasm in a way that isn't going to make me sound rude. So, unfortunately, I'm just not going to really be able to rap with your jokes here, because they have to be funny. If you guys want to talk about things that aren't so deeply dripping in sarcasm that it's difficult for me to speak around it, we can do that. Otherwise, I will, I guess, just stare at game and not think or respond much. Sometimes you just talk. I get it. But there's only so many amounts of, completely unrelated sarcasm that I can tolerate. Disgusting. Rick Deckard. They are they were cavern dwellers, and I made them into permanent residents by using the make own DF hack command. Same with the 2 Gorlaks that are running around. They are also citizens. I would say that ranch dressing is America's worst useless invention. So, I am going to just put my foot down. Say, dwarves, get out of here. And that's it. Let's test this sucker, shall we? Just make sure there's nobody in there. There's nobody in there. Excellent. Here comes the lava. That was fast. All right, so lava is now getting pumped all the way up to here. All the way up to here, which then goes over through here and then down this. Got it. Down through to here. How am I transmitting power up? So you alternate, basically both the front and the back of a pump act as a wall. Well, okay, so here. This is a mechanism. This is a wall, right? So you can use this as a support, but this also is a mechanism. This is just a mechanism. So you dig a hole above the mechanism, right here, and then a hole right there. This transfers power from this one up to this one, like a mechanism would. This is the only functional way to use pumps to make stuff go up. Yes, basically. You got it. then lava go all the way down here, into here, and it's filling quite quickly. So now we just wait. Because this rather suddenly is going to create a large amount of lava. Going to a place where I currently need it. Wow. I am actually draining this volcano right now. Because this is using the same source of lava as my reservoirs up here. Although, I don't really want to drain my reservoirs. Once it's full, though, it'll fill up quite quickly. So now we just need to wait for this to fill up. So, you know. Yeah, the one that I did that's way too fast that I still get complaints about it, that I did it too fast food. Every time you have too much mud or tower cap saplings start growing, it's annoying, and I start to make a farm there. Is there any way to clean the mudded area? The muddied area to make farms. Okay, so when you say muddy, do you mean like there's literal mud on it, or it's just like saplings? Build a floor on them and unbuild the floor on them. But if you do that, then it'll remove the mud. So build your farm first. Like, just be faster than the saplings is the only actual advice I have. Because that is the only actual way to deal with it. It really helped you. I'm glad it helped. Like, you know, it's funny because, like, the vast majority of the feedback I get on my tutorials are, these are fantastic. Like, I can play the game now. Thank you so much. And then every now and again, I'll get a person who's like, these are absolutely horrible. You do an awful job explaining anything. I don't understand anything any better than I did. Also, you're bad at this video game. By the way, did you know that my score is better than yours? And it's just like, I'm getting mixed messages from this. 99% of the feedback I'm getting here is positive, and then you're just being a doofus. But am I the problem, or are you the... I think you might be the problem here, actually. Some people can't be helped. I'm just personally very amused by the... Actually, I should read this comment, because there was this one comment I got recently that was just so funny. Hold on, let me just go dig it up. Hold up, need to update Discord, apparently. Many such cases of people who can't be helped? Yeah. You live by the doofus code? The code of the doofus. It's like an Electric Callboy song title. Live by the doofus. Die by the doofus. All right. Where was this? I'm not gonna out this person's name though. I'm just gonna read this comment because it's genuinely funny. Would lava remove the mud? Yes. That is a 100% yes. Lava would remove the mud. Lava is overkill in this instance. Okay, comments. Response status, I responded. See if I can find this comment. Unless I didn't comment. Unless I didn't respond to it. Oh well, I know what video it's on, so... Never mind, I think they deleted it because I can't even find it now. That's actually kind of funny. Unless they left it on a different episode. Maybe it's not worth digging for. Yeah, it's not worth digging for. But anyway, somebody left me like a paragraph of nonsense, which is just genuinely funny. Almost kind of flattering that someone was willing to waste so much time on my behalf. People who complain don't know the joy of failure. Well, I mean, I think, Blind, you could... Oh no! I didn't even know this, but Interceptor died. I think I will say that there is something to be said for me talking too fast in a lot of videos, because I was just in a hurry to make a lot of those videos, especially the short tutorials. There's a reason why I think a lot of people are like, yeah, play these at half speed, because I do talk very quickly. But it was just full of a lot of like gamer speak in a way that just made it really funny. Things like, you don't even have enough food, and telling me how I should play the game when I'm making a beginner's tutorial. Like, you don't even have enough food, your fort isn't optimal, and like I have a better score than you. It's like, hold on a second, like, what is a score? Like, define what a score is in Dwarf Fortress exactly. I'd love to know. Because like, this is a new concept to me. I didn't know this game had scores. For you as a fellow fast talker? Yeah, I don't know. I do I do actually make a concerted effort to talk slower in the big videos. My fort's more valuable than yours. Well, I mean, I'm glad you think that. Your score is 3. Chat, what score do you think this fort is? I give it like a 4, maybe? Maybe a 5? It's okay. Out of, I don't know, Jurist. Yes, Boom Boom, this is a given. But if you curse a lot, that happens 100% of the time. If you're not cursing a lot, then the creator can hide comments. So if you're leaving a mean comment, the creator can basically shadow delete it. YouTube doesn't do that on its own unless you're cursing. So if the person's cursing in the video, then, or in the comments, then yes. Yes, they can do that. Well, at least this is working decently quick. Fortunately, it only needs to fill all the way up once. When it gets to the end here, this will fill up pretty quickly, I think. This is actually kind of progressing quite quickly. You were bored recently in a volcano embark, and I just tapped it into the first volcano layer. To do what? Caravan has arrived. I mean, I'm not sure why you made me save 14 days after the last save eval, but we'll do it. If you insist. My fort brings all the forces most vile and dark, and they're like, dang right, it's better than yours. Uh-huh. I think what I would say is my fortress brings your vile force to my yard, and they're like, it's better than yours. Damn right, Jurist. It's better than yours. You just wanted to blow points? Well, fair. I was gonna say there's probably cheaper things that you could blow them on, but not really, actually. I mean, if you truly want to blow points, you should blow points like a crazy person and wait until you have 100,000 of them and then drop them all at once. Oh shit, we're like out of drink. And you want to know why that is? It's because I paused all the brew drink tasks. Whoops. Oh well. It's all good. We'll recover that quickly enough. Just like Salty used to be rich. This is going too slow. So often happens. I'll just be like, man, I really wish that this was filling faster. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go along the top of this. Just cut out these two. This will make it fill a little quicker because lava will pour over this side. Here you come. Nope. Okay. I saw you had a pickaxe there, Dwarf. I thought, oh, there you go. Number 1. And number 2. There you go. That is actually speeding things up, at least temporarily. The first fill is always the slowest, so... it seems like it's sped up a little bit now. I have several farms. There we go. We're now up to 118 drink. Damn right. Tried redeeming a dwarf, but it didn't work. Because it's not off cooldown yet. It does have a pretty long cooldown. And I've learned that the cooldown doesn't sync properly a lot of the time and shows it as up when it's not. It's great. It's a great feature. Excellent feature, even. So this needs to hit 7 by 7, and then it's going to start forcing its way up that staircase. Are animals just for meat, or can you make other stuff from animal products like wool? You can shear sheep. Butchered sheep are also made into, or butchered sheep or anything that has wool, like yarn, like llamas and not yaks, but llamas. Their coats are also spun into cloth. I don't really want to be a nobility right now, so I will deny that. So anything that's butchered that could be made into cloth is made into cloth. And, what's the word I'm looking for here? And, bones can be made into stuff. You know what? Fuck it. We'll just bring all these. Bones can be made into crafts. Hoofs can be made into crafts. The skins can be made into leather. I'm trying to think what else. I feel like I need more goblets than that. That doesn't seem like enough goblets. But I guess the short answer is yes. Hair can be used. Hair can be used as thread, but it doesn't get made into cloth, does it? Like donkey hair thread, right? That's what I'm looking for. It's just an ammo bin. Let's bring that armor bin. Let's also go here. Connect these. So this should start filling soon. Soon enough. Thread is used for stitches, thread is used for books, and thread is used for cloth. Those are the ones I can think of off the top of my head. There's probably another one. So people who have to bind and create books and scribe stuff manually, well, a paper is made into a quire. Quire is written on. Scribes can write on quires, either copying books or writing, or scholars can write new books, but then they have to make a discovery, and that's a whole nother thing. This is finally filling up. Look at this. It's going. It's going. So scribes can write books if they've made a discovery on a subject. And then I'm in an ad break. And then they need to be bound using thread. Scrolls are just way better. I like books. Books are fun. There's more options with them. They just look cooler. I don't know. I'll have to use, I'll have to make some books tomorrow. I was going to do that today, but then I got distracted by this nonsense. Which is often how these forts go. Like, I'll just be doing a thing and just chilling, and then suddenly like, nah, I'm just completely distracted now for the rest of the stream doing something completely unrelated. Like, I was going to make a mist generator. That didn't happen. You know. That didn't happen. I have hives. I don't have the rest of the industry set up. Because I usually set up a shit ton of hives and just wait for them all to be split and full of bees first, and so they're still populating. It's in the process of being set up. 20 seconds left. What's up, Dave, the Danger Warlock? Okay, then this is going to fill all the way up to here. And it's going to start going up. Filling your library with dedicated scholars. Have you ever seen the notification that looks like a little light bulb saying so-and-so has made a discovery or a breakthrough on subject name? Well, that's what you need in order to be able to write a book. You can't write a book until you get a discovery. And if it's an old world, it's unlikely that there are discoveries that still need to be made. Because discoveries can only be made once per world, not once per dwarf. So there's several hundred different subjects that they can study. And the discoveries can only be made once per world. So then what we need to do is once this is all done filling, I need to wait for this entire tower to be full, all the way up to the top. And then we're good to go. One of my blacksmiths has gone into a Fey mood. So we just need to wait for this to hit here. I think around year 5, 6, if it's a large world, year 3 to 500 is around when the vast majority of everything has been discovered. If it's like a small world, it takes a little longer because there's less population usually. All right, I think what I'm going to do is tell these dwarves to stay inside. And I'm going to pull this lever. And also, you know, for Piggy's safety here, block this off. Because we're going to do some surface cleaning. Dave the Danger Warlock just redeemed a dwarf. Any bearded dwarf, preferably military. Dave Danger Warlock is a bold flatterer, extremely friendly. He is a member of the Boulders of Stabbing. And just a little bit insufferable. He has an incredibly calm demeanor and lives an orderly lifestyle, organized and neat. And he feels best when everyone gets along without any strife or contention. He seeks out exciting and adventurous situations and isn't particularly curious about the world. Is quick to form negative views about things and does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. He does not often feel lustful and is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He is brave in the face of imminent danger and he can handle stress. He doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind. And he likes to brawl and often acts with compassion. Blows out his breath when he's annoyed and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally finds the pursuit of knowledge to be a waste of effort and believes the pursuit of skill mastery is off-putting. He likes cinnabar and turkeys for their waddle and bushmaster men for their deadly bite. And the words of the Umber Sparkles, and when possible prefers to consume giant wild boar and tomatillo wine, and why is there a llama running around? And prefers to consume giant and absolutely hates flies. Me too. You have a pet KV boar, you fucking monster, and no friends, probably because of your KV boar pet. And you're a member of several guilds. You're a citizen of the fort and a militia dwarf, and you have probably killed several things, several ant people, and a forgotten beast named Ura Limine, which you killed this year. I don't have a commands command. If you're looking for something specific, you can generally just ask. They're usually pretty self-explanatory, or if you don't know what they are, then they're generally not relevant. All right, you guys want to test this sucker? Front gate's locked, piggy safe. Why do I hate KV boars? Because they are the KV boars and rabbits are the worst animal in the game. If it was repressed, I wouldn't like openly hate them. I would just be disturbed by them. No, this is very much out there and loud and well-known and documented trauma. Anyway, that's what it does. It's great, isn't it? Why are rabbits bad? Same reason KV boars are bad. KVs and rabbits are the worst livestock in Dwarf Fortress. They do not provide any material benefit with the exception of a skull. So if you like making totems, that's all that they do. And I'm flooding my fortress with lava. Whoops. All right, gotta pull that lever again. That's suboptimal. They are a grazer animal, so they starve to death if they are not pastured on grass, which makes them annoying from the get-go. But the fact that they're also grazers is just they suck. I hate them. Yeah, a little well, I mean, it's fine. It's very slow flow. Let's test the one on this side. Which is going to be right here. Any second now. Sizzle. Excellent. So, you know, if goblins decide to besiege me from here, now that this is all the way full with lava, the next time I open it, it'll go even faster. And I'll show you what I mean. So right now it's just filling up this stuff because that's all that's there. But once this lever is pulled, and it's closed, then it stops flowing. But we won't have the we will have the pressure this next time. So now I just need to wait for this whole thing to fill up again. a bit warm. I mean, I do have an unnecessary amount of lava back here, to be honest. Also, I should probably trade. I'm going to buy all the wood. Just what I actually need from them. I'm going to buy all the barrels that don't include bumblebee venom. I'm going to buy the bags. This, that, these, that, this, that. And that's it. Maybe the cheese. So now I just need to wait for this to be totally full down at the bottom, which won't take too long. This is going to start canceling my jobs, which is a bit of a problem, but it's okay. I could just sort this out by dropping some stuff from the ceiling into here, but probably should figure out some way of doing that at some point. Like, what's its purpose? Well, what's its purpose is the game doesn't realize that there isn't a purpose for it, so the game produces it. Let's just let this continue filling. Because normally I won't be firing this off with such quick succession, but so now we wait for the next round. Because this will be a bigger whoosh, most likely. And then another pro tip about this is you dig a trench right up against the edge of the map all the way around. And then it's harder for them to get away. There you go. It's our little lava fountain. I do need to wait for it to get to full pressure and probably make the actual reservoir at the base of the pump bigger, but this will be a pretty effective way of dealing with goblin sieges now, because they tend to pop up right here, and then all I need to do is just pull a lever, and then they'll just be under lava. Lava fountain. Yeah! No, they don't, because trees burned by lava don't actually collapse. All right, it just burns the leaves off, doesn't destroy the tree itself. Okay. And then I'll add more to this system, but the area that I really need to add more space to is right here, which won't be too hard. I just need to channel out this stuff and, you know, make more open area for lava. Probably cave in a tile right here so that this can get dropped, and then probably also cave in a tile right here, and then just make this into a big open area. But we'll wait for this to fill up first. Anyway, chat, we're going to go play some Utopia Must Fall. Maybe not a ton of it, maybe just a run or two, but I really enjoyed that game yesterday, and I think chat enjoyed it too. So we're done with Dwarfs for the day. If I have any mods lurking, can you guys go shut off the Dwarf Redemptions? Otherwise, I'll go do it myself. You guys should stick around. The people who stuck around yesterday really liked it. Just saying. Hey, Twitch chat, you guys can say goodnight, YouTube. And by that, I mean say goodnight to the VOD watchers, which can be found at Blind Extras. Although, YouTube, don't freak out, because I'm not shutting you guys down. We're going to go do a run or two of the Pew Pew game. Does it work for you guys? I hope so. So for those of you who didn't see this game yesterday, this game is Utopia Must Fall, and it's Missile Command on crack, basically. You missed most of the stream. How long will it stay up on YouTube? The VOD on YouTube will immediately go unlisted after the fact, because I don't like to bomb my subscribers with streams, because I don't like it when